action, the ability to watch the games as they happen. With the largest selection of odds on everything from football, NBA, and college basketball, NHL to UFC and MMA. Head to BetOnline today to get in on all the action with America's most trusted site for online wagering. BetOnline, the game starts here.
Thank you for making Saint Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that?
Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy, then you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this, and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this, and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
All right, big ups to the fam, man. It's game day. Much love. Big ups. Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fam. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the live, man. This one here, Week 17, Saints Raiders, last home game in the dome of the 24-25 season. In the books. So we about to get that going. And of course, the final matchup will be next week on the road against the Tampa Bay Skunkers. Well, I can't even say that because Buccaneers is holding up really the Skunkers are the Saints, right? Big ups to you, man. I appreciate each and every last one of y'all for being in the stream as we getting ready to kick off in a few minutes, man. Let's hit the transaction wire and all the latest inactive news right now for the Black and Gold. Saints sign guard Kyle Hergel and Isaiah Stallbird to the active roster from the practice squad, elevated standard practice squad tackle Austin Deculus and running back Clyde Edwards-Helaire, two former LSU Tigers, to active roster spots for Sunday's matchup against the Raiders. Additionally, the team has placed center McCoy with an elbow and guard center Lucas Patrick with a knee on the injury reserve, while also ruling wide receiver Chris Olave out for Sunday's game against the Raiders. So there you go. We'll see Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Austin Deculus, available in the game, and we should have seen those guys a lot earlier in the season, man. I mean, we most certainly couldn't do any worse than some of these backups were. I mean, absolutely horrendous. But let's take a look at the other, and these are listed to be inactives for the game against the Raiders. Derek Carr, of course, is out. He was hoping to get back, but it's very dangerous. I was saying shut the man down with a fractured off-throwing wrist. Don't play with it. Running back Jordan Mims, Elvin Kamara. Word on the street is Elvin's supposed to make it back for the final matchup against the Buccaneers. He wants to get that 1,000 yards rushing. It's very important. Linebacker Anthony Orji, wide receiver Mason Tipton shut down again. Defensive tackle John Ridgway III and Christian Boyd are healthy scratches. Well, I guess not so healthy, depending on who you talk about. The Raiders quarterback Carter Bradley is listed as the third quarterback. Safeties Chris Smith II, cornerback Darnay Holmes, linebacker Muaga, guard Jordan Meredith, and defensive tackle Matthew Butler are also inactive for the Raiders on this side of the ball, man. So there you go on that. And very interesting. So anyway, let's take a look at what the Raiders got going on offensively to get ready for their game. Aiden O'Connell, we talked about this in the preview stream, fam, about keys to victories for the Saints against the Raiders. Alexander Madison is the running back. Jacoby Myers, very productive wide receiver for them. Trey Tucker, the speed threat. Terrence Marshall Jr., another former LSU guy. Brock Bowers, this guy is from Georgia. Fantastic tight end with over 100 catches. He is option number one for the Saints. Jacoby Myers also is a problem, but we'll see what the Saints do against him. Also, backup center Michael Mayer is also an interesting tight end. So they got a couple of good ones. Miller, Powers, Johnson, James, Parham, and Munford Jr. are the offensive linemen for the Raiders. The defensive line, Tyree Wilson, Clavion Chase, and both with 4 sacks apiece. John Jenkins inside, the former Saint. Adam Butler, another 3.5 sack defensive tackle. That's pretty problematic. And then you go linebacker with Deblo. Spillane is also their top tackler, Tommy Eichenberg. And then you go to the secondary with Jack Jones, DeCameron Richardson, Nate Hobbs, Paulo Malo, and Morig are the safeties for this team. Special teams, Daniel Carson and AJ Cole are kicker and punter for the Raiders. And of course, you go to the black and gold side of the things for their starting lineup here. We take a look at Spencer Rattler's starting another matchup for him, and probably will finish out the season. We'll get a good look at Spencer Rattler for the rest of the year. Alvin is out for this one. So Kendre Miller, Jamal Williams, and Jordan Mims is deactivated, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire will get an opportunity to make a contribution to the Saints. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is listed as a game-time decision, wasn't inactive, so we expect him to play. Kevin Austin Jr., Dante Pettis, Cedric Wilson will get an opportunity. Jawan Johnson, Foster Moreau is there. Adam Prentice, Fuaga, Young, Lemieux, Ruiz, and Penning. So with McCoy out on IR and Patrick's done, then we'll see Shane LePew and Landon Young filling for them on the interior offensive line. Cam Jordan, Carl Granderson, Chase Young are our ends, with Nate Shepard, Colin Saunders inside. Brissy will circulate along with Tanu Passanio, with Ridgeway inactive and Christian Boyd inactive. The linebackers, Warner, Davis, and Gay. Cornerbacks, Kool-Aid, Alante with Ugo, and Will Harris, Tyrann Mathieu are the guys. So there you go with those starting lineup right there for the New Orleans Saints. Moving forward as we get ready to kind of kick this game off, and the Saints are kicking off from right to left. The Raiders get it inside the goal and get it all the way down. The guy bumps it to his own man and falls down around the 25-yard line. So the Raiders get the ball first as Collier returns it to their own 25-yard line. So we'll see what happens here in the matchup, man, is Ugo Amadi on the stop. So big ups to the fan. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Much love. Shout out to everybody. Mr. Fire D, salute to you. My friend Pelicans, Nola, Debbie, Young City, Night Ward, Student, Roe, OG, Jerry. Big ups to all y'all, man, in the stream. All right. We'll see what happens. Here we go, picking up Raiders in the shotgun. And there's the quick toss right here. And they find, who's that? Bowers right away. I think that's Bowers with the, yep, he goes right to Bowers right away. It's Aiden O'Connell. And remember, the Jaguars are coming off a win last week over the Jaguars. The Raiders beat the Jags last week, and they feeling pretty good about themselves. So the first pass to get Aiden O'Connell going is right to Bowers, the fantastic tight end. So they got some pieces to build with into the future, man. You can see this is a team headed to the draft. So here's a situation where Aiden O'Connell's in the shotgun. They got a good run look like it's a run look. The tight ends and everybody's there. There's a snap. He's looking to the right, looks center, has time, fires the ball, and he is thrown once again to Bowers again. So that's 2 passes to the same guy out of the gate. And Bowers picks up another few yards, and it'll bring up about 3rd and 4 now. So the Raiders going right to the man right away. So like I told y'all about the wide receiver, like Jacoby Myers is a dude that is productive. But Bowers is the guy, man, no doubt about it. We knew that when he was coming out of University of Georgia, he was going to be phenomenal. 3rd and 2 now, excuse me. 3rd and 2, 2 left, 2 right. Shotgun is O'Connell with the running back to his left. Waiting. The Saints, and that's going to be offside by the Saints. That's the snap. They got a free play. Aiden O'Connell moves around. He gets dragged down right away by Brian Brissy, but it will not count because Carl Granderson was offside. So we'll see what the call is. It looks like he was encroachment or whatever they call it. It's definitely going to be against the Saints because he was in the neutral zone. Yeah, offsides against the Saints, and that will give them an automatic first down, a pre-snap penalty, big time. Newton negates the sack and keeps them on the field. That dumb shit like that will that's been happening all the time. So he jumped into the neutral zone, negates the sack, and gives an automatic first down to the Raiders, and that's just not a good thing. And remember, if you go back to the Packers game, the Saints had a really good drive where the defense stopped them late, and the penalty kicked that long drive off. So hopefully that's not the case. It's a toss to the running back. He hits the hole and falls forward. Looked like a pickup of maybe about 4, almost 5 yards up the center to Madison. No, I just know that's Abdullah, the backup running back there. So we'll see what's going on there. So it's very interesting, man. Right away is Pierce. They're saying Coach Pierce is on the hot seat. I hope not. I hope not, because his defense has performed pretty well, man. He 8-16 overall. I hope they don't get rid of Antonio Pierce, man. They just need to get some offensive weapons there. Man in motion is Bowers from right to left, to right. There's the snap. Saints come with pressure. The ball check down to the running back, and he gets the first down and gets all the way inside the Saints 44, 43-yard line. And O'Connell's just doing check down throws right now, taking what the defense giving him, and he's moving the ball. The Saints penalty help puts them into their territory there. So Raiders, and I would caution the family members to think about this here. The Raiders offense, if they can get going against the Saints, and based on what the Saints offensive line could do to protect Rattler and get the running attack going, this could be closer than we think. Shotgun O'Connell, 2 left, 1 right, running back next to him in the shotgun to his left. Man in motion from left to right. It's a draw play to the running back. He will get wrapped up for a pickup of about 3, maybe 4 yards as Demario Davis and Nate Shepard are there to drag him down. They saying just to gain a 2 on the play. Okay. And here the Raiders are saying, let's go. They want tempo. They got tempo. They want tempo. 2nd and 8, a pickup of 2 for the Raiders here. Raiders want tempo. Let's see if Aiden O'Connell can get it going. And there it is, Tucker and the speedster outside with Terrence Marshall to the left, 2 left, 2 right. Under center is O'Connell with the running back behind him. It's a play action. Saints coming with pressure. Carl Granderson running. It's a check down throw that threw it right at the feet of Abdullah, and that will bring up a 3rd and 8. Saints pressure forced the quarterback, and he kind of seen it in his periphery because he could have made the throw. He could have actually threw the ball to the receiver for a small pickup, but he kind of felt that pressure and seen it out his periphery and threw the ball at the man's feet. 3rd and 8 for the Saints. So that was a good stop. Let's hope the Saints don't have any other pre-snap penalties here so we can get the Raiders off the offense off there. Shotgun Raiders, 2 left, 1 right. And let's see what they got going on. There's some motioning by the Saints, and it's a draw play to the running back. He picks up the first down, still on his feet, twisting and turning. They hit him with a draw on the play and convert on the first down play. It's Abdullah, the speed back running with power, and they hit the Saints with a draw, and it worked. So the Saints looked like they were showing blitz, and then they dropped into coverage. They hit them with it, and the Raiders built a little wall for Abdullah. And then the Saints made a tackle attempt with Kool-Aid McKinstry and Kool-Aid and Demario Davis both missing the tackle, and he was able to get an additional 2 or 3 yards on the run. So they get to the Saints 31-yard line. Man in motion is Bowers from right to left. There's the play action to the left. He's still holding. He takes the shot downfield. It's right off the he was thrown slightly behind him, and had it was put in ahead of him, it would have been a catch for Myers, and Myers had to turn around weirdly to try to get the ball, and that's Aiden O'Connell. That's why they need a quarterback. That wasn't a good throw. He threw it behind him. If he put it ahead of him on that was a catch, and he had to throw a terrible throw by that quarterback. Threw it behind him severely. Terrible throw. He had everything in front of him. Why would he throw it like that? So anyway, shotgun, quarterback, 2 right, 1 left in the shotgun. And there's actually it's 3 to the right, 1 left, shotgun by the quarterback. Is it a draw? Yes, it is another draw play. Same running back, powers forward, maybe a pickup of 5 yards on the run by the Raiders. And the Raiders hitting the Saints. And they did this play before. If y'all remember, during the Saints 7-game losing streak, teams would use the draw play against the Saints for optimal success. It's like you see what Green Bay do. They did last week. just beat up the Saints defense, just out physical them. So it's 3rd and 4 right now for the Raiders. Shotgun, 3 right, 1 left. O'Connell waiting for the snap. Lifts his foot. There's a snap, looking center, looking left, stand center, firing. The ball's caught, and a first down by Mr. Myers again. Jacoby Myers makes the catch, and it's a first down. So the Raiders are generating offense. And remember, the Saints had the Raiders out of here with that dumb penalty, gave them some life. This happened in the Green Bay game last week. And Pete Werner makes the tackle, but not before Jacoby Myers picks up the first down. So like I said, this game could be a lot closer than we think. A lot of people think the Saints are going to win the game, but it could be closer. 3 right, 1 left. Quarterback is under center. Saints showing blitz. It's a play to the left. And then a throw to the right, caught. Nice throw that time by the quarterback to Jacoby Myers toward the sideline for a gain. That will bring up 2nd and perhaps 4 or 5. We'll see where they mark it at. But that was a better throw as he finds Myers toward the sideline, and he had to just throw the ball between him and the sideline. He was pushed out by Alontae Taylor. So a much better throw by the quarterback on that one. So it'll bring up 2nd and 5, a pickup of 5 on the throw toward the sideline, 8:40 and counting down as the Raiders are marching. And then, of course, it's going to be a timeout. Who is the timeout? The Saints are burning the timeout. Seem like the Saints are going to burn the timeout. Is it the Saints? We'll see who it is. Are they going to look at it? Is this the referee and them looking at the ball? Looked like he had it. He kind of lost the ball toward the end, but they're going to look at the play. I think he has the ball. He kind of lost it as he went out of bounds, but, that's after the play. I think they're going to look at it. Yeah. Okay, the Saints are challenging it. Okay. Rizzi's going to challenge the catch. It looked like he made it, but we'll see. Maybe we can get him to give it back. So the Saints under challenge right here. And I think this is the first time Rizzi is challenged, thrown the challenge flag. So we'll see what's going on here. If he can kind of, at the very least, the challenge acts as a timeout for the Saints defense to catch their breath. So even if they don't get the call, at least it serves as a mini break for the Saints defense to kind of catch a breath, to kind of make something happen there. So it's a timeout without taking a timeout, even though you'll lose the challenge. So they get it back there. So 2nd and 10, so that it was successful. So that works now for the Saints. Not that was good. So they get the break and they get it taken back. Very positive on the play. All right, 8:35 here. All right, this could help the Saints defense here because they needed a little rest. Perhaps it might break up the chemistry that the Raiders were moving it with, because they had a little synergy hitting on some of those throws. Maybe this can kind of break it up a little bit. So let's see what happens as Chase Young and the rest of the guys looking to kind of make something happen here. All right, they're resetting the clock, putting some more time on the clock. They went to 9:03 now. They put 9:03 to reset the clock. 2nd and 10. All right. I can't get that. There's the Raiders 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 left here. And the shotgun is Aiden O'Connell. 11 plays, 59 yards, just under 6 minutes. Another draw play to Abdullah. Powers his way forward, breaks a tackle, and gets pushed down. That was a gain of at least 6 or 7 yards, depending on where they said that. So they've been kind of hitting the Saints with that little draw play there. That was, O'Connell comes out. They spread the Saints defense and then hit him with Abdullah. So 3rd and 4 now. Pick up a 6 on the play. All right, let's see what the Saints got going on. Could we kind of stop this thing? They're showing the play selection, 5 rushes against 7 passes. Not bad for the Raiders on this opening drive. They got some synergy going on here. Shotgun O'Connell with his running back to his left. Man in motion from left to right, 2 left, 2 right. Let's see what the call is. There's the snap. It's a pass. Saints come with pressure, ball out quick to the running back, and he is in for a touchdown just like that. And the Raiders are on the board, 7-0. And Abdullah was a big part of it. He was a huge part of the drive. And what's interesting is Abdullah is the backup running back for the Raiders. So they opting to go with speed with Amir Abdullah as opposed to Alexander Madison. So you see him in there, and it was just a check down throw. And it was a bad matchup. Demario Davis just got beat like he stole something. That's all it was. And like I said, Demario's his lateral ability is really not that good anymore. He's a lot older, and him covering lateral, that's just a will. That's a recipe for absolute hell for Demario Davis. It's just what it is when you get old like that. You can't go lateral quickness dissipates. So hold on, they're saying it's not that he got out. Hell, they're saying it wasn't a touchdown. They're saying it's first and goal. Looked like he got in. But the Raiders said, that's all right, man. We'll just line up and just do it again. Looked like they had it. I don't know. They took it back. They said that he was down at the goal line. All right. So the Raiders said, that's all right. We'll line it up again. O'Connell's 5 of 8 for 39 yards. They setting up the power I formation now with the Saints. Maybe the Saints can make a stop here. They send a man in motion from left to right. He returns back to where he came from. Saints react to it. There's the handoff to the running back. Powers through. The Saints stop him at the goal line again, and he is not in. So that's Demario Davis saying, hey, man, you got me on that last one, but you won't get me on this one. Ain't nothing wrong with me going ahead. Ain't nothing wrong with my speed going ahead. And Demario met him right there and said, hold on here. Where you going? You ain't going nowhere here. And then Demario and them drove him back. And no gain. So that'll bring up that. That's a huge play for the Saints, stopping them, getting that call on the goal line that the guy was out at the goal line. They line up in the power I look again. Bowers goes into motion. Look like it's the same play. And he rolled, but it's to the opposite side. He trips. The Saints get him again. This time, Demario and others. 4 Saints are there. And it's Cam Jordan and the Saints. And they lose yardage on this one this time. They lose yardage on this one, at least 2 yards lost on this one. So the Raiders kind of ran the same play, but to the opposite side. And Cam Jordan, Demario Davis, and Nate Shepard, and everybody and their mama jumped down there and powered that guy back aggressively. And Cam gets up flexing. All right, so there you go. Good stop there. 3rd and goal now by the Raiders. The Saints doing a good job. Now they're showing blitz now on O'Connell. Look like this is going to be a pass. 2 left, 1 right. Man in motion is number 16. Look like he messed up. O'Connell has a time. He runs right. But what was he doing? What the hell was he doing? Aiden O'Connell was looking left, looking right. Then he backpedals and tries to run north. I mean, I don't know what he was doing, but he basically ran the opposite way of the end zone. Just take off and run toward the end zone. He ran in the opposite direction. And it's the Saints sack him, and that'll force a field goal by the Raiders, and he had nowhere to go. Carl Granderson and Cam Jordan combined for the sack on him, and he ran the opposite way of the end zone. So Cam, big part of it on that play by Cam Jordan to come up with the stop and then the sack on the next play. And here goes the kick from 31 yards out. So it goes from what potentially could have been a touchdown to a field goal. And the Raiders are now up 3-0. That's a lot better than 7-0. That's a much better play. So that was big right there. Cam Jordan and the Saints defense woke up and did some positive stuff right there. So big ups to them for that. All right. So let's get what's up, Chris? Shout out to you. Say at this point, I say backups in queue. They need the play time. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for that.
Thank you very much. Picking me up.
All right, shout out to you. Shout out to you too. Appreciate that, bro. Brother Prom said 4 years ago we beat them with Garbage as their quarterback. Indeed, I remember that, brother. We beat them. I remember that. Yeah, I remember. I remember when we played them in John Gruden. That it was the C19 year. I think wasn't that the C19 year? And John Gruden was right there, and it was a battle between Coach Payton and John Gruden. Y'all remember that? I think it was the very first game, the regular season game in that building up there in Las Vegas. The very first game in their home building. I think it was during the C19 year, if I'm not mistaken. And what ended up happening was the Raiders won that game. The Saints were winning at first, and then the second half happened, and then John Gruden took off and they handled the business. I remember that. But yeah, the Raiders have basically fallen off a cliff, right? Their offense is not there. They don't have much at quarterback. The top prospect they signed was a guy named Gardner Minshew, who's hurt. And last time we seen Gardner Minshew, we kicked his butt when he was with Philly. You remember? So yeah, they've been suffering. They and probably end up being probably the worst team, if one or not, probably the number one spot in the draft, or maybe the second. They'll finish top one, top two, and probably get access. They'll have an opportunity to take either. Man, you're looking at either one of these quarterbacks, either whether it's Shedeur Sanders or whether it's Cam Ward. You know, they'll have an opportunity at those guys. Dr. Gray, how you doing, sir? Say what up, Q and Coma. Thank you, Dr. Gray. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you for that. As y'all can see, I changed it up. I had to change it up for obvious reasons, right? Y'all know why. We don't know why, but let me tell you something, man. That guy right there using all kind of mean tactics with that legal stuff. I mean, I tell you, man, I the guy operate like he friends with some of the people from The Godfather. That's how he moved, man. You know, strong arm techniques legally. Yeah, man. He said, you ain't gonna take me down without a fight. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. So anyway, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. The kickoff from left to right is away and in the end zone. Saints are going to keep it in the end zone, and it's going to be a fair catch. They'll bring it out at the 30. 5:49. They ate up a ton of time off the clock. The Raiders did. That was a long drive by the Raiders, man. Long drive. That was 17 plays, 60 yards, 9-11. They ate up a ton of time, over 9 minutes on that play, and the Saints defense made him kick a field goal. So that was big. That was huge. And that was a good play. As Spencer Rattler comes out, the Rat Man is out there. And let's see, 5:49, the Saints pick up from their own 30s in the shotgun. There's the draw play to Kent. Nope, he keeping it. He's off to the 30, the 40, the 45, 50 to down, and gets pushed out of bounds around the Raiders' 40-yard line. So Spencer Rattler with the keeper. He kind of ran and that's the thing about his athletic ability. He took off and had some pretty good speed. He completely fooled the Raiders and that was a really solid play by Kubiak, because the Raiders, they didn't touch him until he was all the way downfield. That was a 28-yard gain by Spencer Rattler on the keeper. It was just a misdirect play. He rolled out like he was going to hand it to Kendre, went to the left, took off, and picked up 28 yards to get to the Raiders' 42-yard line. Shotgun Rattler, 3 right, man in motion. There's the handoff toward the left side. That's Clyde. That was hilarious. Dancing around. Clyde picks up about 3 or 4 yards on the play. So the first running play is to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And he makes a little positive play. Man, I can't tell y'all about how stoked I am that the Saints have Clyde Edwards-Helaire on this team, man. Do y'all not understand that this kind of, when him here kind of brings back visions of Darian Sproles to me for whatever reason? Obviously, right? You look at them, the games are very similar. But to have Clyde Edwards-Helaire here, man, I'm so stoked about that, man. And MVS, the Saints have to retain those guys next year. All right, shotgun Rattler, 3 right, 2 left. Man in motion is Clyde Edwards-Helaire from right to left. There's Rattler looking center, looking left, firing the ball, and it's caught. And now, oh my goodness, Jawan Johnson, incomplete. They hit him in the bad part of his, the Spencer Rattler threw the ball, and they hit him in the bad spot right in his hand. So he drops the ball right there after the hit. And that'll bring out the incomplete play, because he called for the ball, then gets hit, and the ball comes on out. The Raiders thought it was a fumble, but he didn't do what they call a football move, which is he didn't secure the ball properly. He got to grab it and secure it, and he didn't do that. And the guy popped him, and it jolted it out. Man in motion from left to right to left, and there's the handoff to the running back, and the Raiders are on it. And they said, no, sir, you're not going to run on us. And that'll bring up, they try to do to the Saints what the Saints try to do to them what the Raiders did to them with the draw play, and it didn't work. The Raiders says, nah, we run that all the time in practice, and we're going to stop you. So that brings up 4th down for the Saints, a minimal gain, if anything, as the clock is still ticking. I think the Saints are going to go for it. Yes, they are. 4th and 6. Shotgun Spencer Rattler, man motion from left to right, 3 right, 1 left, shotgun Rattler running back to his left. There's the snap, Rattler looking center. There's a flag down right away, and it's probably going to be against the Saints. Let's see who it is. I don't want to be premature. Who is it against? It's going to be a false start against the dumb Saints offensive line. Which idiot was it who did the infraction? Which one would? Of course, it's Ali Udo. Let's give Ali Udo a clap. Why is he still on the team? Ali Udo. This is one of the guys that should not be on the team, but Ali Udo, when he comes out there and plays, and then he gets caught up on some stuff that forced the Saints now into a punt situation. So there you go for Ali Udo. They should have showed the dough to Ali Udo. That's what they should have did some weeks ago. But some kind of way he's supposed to be evaluating his team, and he don't know to put that guy on the street. All right, anyway, here we go with the punt situation. Ali Udo, boys and girls. Ali Udo. Always screwing some shit up. Always tearing up something. All right, anyway, there's a snap. Hey, ball back with it. The punt is up. He kicks it off to the right side of the field, angles it, and it takes a Saints bounce right around the 5 or 6 yard line. So there you go. So the Raiders defense stopped the Saints. Well, the Saints stopped themselves actually with the play with the bad. It's just stupid. Pre-snap penalties in your own building is it's not smart at all. But Ali Udo is on the job. You know, the Saint Saboteur, Ali Udo. All right, but anyway, big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. What's up, Brent? Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. Say it's a win game for us. Happy New Year's. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, appreciate y'all, man. Much love, man. Here we up in this thing, man. Appreciate y'all, man, for being in the stream. All right. And Molly says, Q, play. I don't have that queued up, Marley. Molly, I'm gonna have to make sure I find it, man. See, we come here and it's just when we come here and we see the subpar football play, it just becomes a request show pretty much. So yeah, it's just a part of the part of the same stuff that we see constantly when you talk about the Saints, man. It's doing crazy stuff to hurt themselves, man. So let me see if I can get it. Marley says he wanted, and let's get it set up here, fam. So this is the circus music. Here we go. All right, let me keep that on tap just in case some other dumb shit happens. Man, bro, we're gonna have fun one way or the other. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you for being the member, man.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, man.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
We're gonna have fun one way or the other, baby. Let me just get it straight. All right, appreciate you, brother, man. Hey, man. Yeah, it's just part of the game. We've been at the circus all year long. I don't know if y'all realize that. And the head ringmaster is Mickey Loomis. That's right, Mickey Loomis. He's the head ring. He's the ring. The what you call it? The ringmaster. That's Mickey Loomis. Oh, I know. I think I left the circus. Yeah, you created the circus. It's all the circus. It's crazy. All right, so all right, here we go. Raiders, man, inside their own 10-yard line at their own 6. Under center is Aiden O'Connell. Let's see what the Raiders look like. A running situation to me. It is, and it's going to be a flag right on up, right away as Madison, who's gets the ball, picks up 7 yards, but something tell me that's going to come back. A little pushing and shoving is going on. As they got some flags are up as Alante Taylor and the rest of them guys are getting bucked, pushing around, and they got flags being thrown right away. It's getting real chippy, and it's too late in the year for 2 terrible, horrible teams headed toward the the draft lottery to be pushing and shoving. I thought all of the pushing and shoving and the upsetness would be gone by now, you know? The two subpar football teams are mad at each other currently, right? So let's see what the call is on the field. The referees will decipher and see who gets what going on here and who was pushing who and why they were pushing and who was doing what, you know? 66 is telling Coach Pierce, well, he did this. He slapped me upside the face. I told him, listen, man. Hey, man, listen, let me tell you something, bro. Tell your mama to call me. And that's what got me messed up. That's what he started pushing on me. So they're going to hit the Saints with it first. They're going to sit the Saints, and let's see what else they got going on. Personal foul is against the rest. So these are neutral. These are offsetting penalties here. So it'll just they just threw two. It's just a useless endeavor. One guy got hit with this, and one guy got hit with that. And it's two offside penalty. And under 66 was saying they like, don't touch me. And then he popped Lonte upside the head. The flags come out, and 66. You can see on the if you was watching the broadcast, you can see 66 was telling Antonio Pierce, you know what happened is, and anytime stuff like that go on, it's gonna be a little fighting going on behind it. So you gotta leave people mamas out of it, brother. Don't do that. You know, that'll get you knocked in the head. All right. So anyway, 1st and 13 with 3:10 counting down. Is 3 to the right, 2 left. O'Connell's in the shot. O'Connell's in the shotgun. There's a snap. Ball's out to the left. And let's see who he finds. Myers, Jacoby Myers, for a pickup of maybe about 3 or 4 yards. Not much on the play to bring up 2nd and 9 here. So, you know, it's a completion off to the left. He's 6 for 9 for 43 yards for O'Connell right now. And he's a big question mark to the Raiders offense. So if he can get into a rhythm and find something against the Saints, that could be an issue. But right now they're up 3-0. We need our offense to stop shooting themselves in the foot. Let's see what the Raiders do. 1 left, 2 right. Under center is O'Connell, man in motion from left to right. Is it a handoff? Yep, handoff to the running back. He gets chopped down right around the 10-yard line, I want to say, on the play. And that's a gain of 3, maybe about 2 or 3 yards on the pickup here. And Chase Daniels just got right there. He just got right past the tight end, and he was the one that was responsible for initially making contact with Madison, the former Minnesota Viking running back. And he gets wrestled, just popped down and knocked down to the ground. So we'll see what they got going on. To pick up of a couple more, so to bring up 3rd and 7 for the Raiders with a $1:43 counting down. All right, Saints could use a turnover here, man. So there's 3 wide receivers, and there's going to be a timeout call by O'Connell, and a good chance too, because they had 2 seconds left on the play clock. So he was able to burn that timeout because they was about to take a delay of game. Antonio Pierce is not happy about that. He's not happy about that at all. 3rd and 7, but you know, you don't have to take them into halftime. So there you go. So we'll see what happens, man. Can the Saints get it together, man? That's the bottom line, man. He'll, defensively speaking, maybe perhaps force a turnover here on the 3rd and 7 here, or just, you know, force the Raiders to kick, because they will have some confusion going on here. They didn't know what the hell they was doing. It was switching sides of the field. Say, hold on, where we going? What we doing? Man, say, hold on, man, just burn the time off, man. And that does look like a 2-win team. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shotgun Raiders. They have 4 guys on the right side of the field, 1 left. O'Connell's in there. The Saints look like they're sending 4. They are. There's a snap. He's throwing to the right side on the check down to the running back, and he was able to get the first down. Madison turned on the Jets. It was able to get the first down. Now, it looked like he's going to be short. The referee is backing him up. Referee said he's short. Yes, the referee says he's short. I look like, to me, he fell forward with enough to get it. Looked like he was past it. If the Raiders, they might want to challenge that, man. But you look like that man had that, man. What these referees talking about, man? He fell on the first down line. Dude put him a whole yard back. I'm like, what are you idiots looking at, man? We could do these two teams like anything. They don't count. And they ain't gonna challenge that. Well, there you go. Oh, there you go. The challenge is out. I'm like, dude, come on, man. That was a horrible spotting. That dude spotted the ball a full yard shy of where the man was at, man. Come on, man. The dude literally fell on the first down line, man. He literally fell on it. He said, no, hold on. You a whole yard back here. What? That's my favorite.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, for real, man. What are you doing? All right. So yeah, but yeah, like I said, I'm fair, man. The band literally falls on the first down line, man. I mean, seriously, bro. Come on. So the Raiders are challenging it, and they'll win the challenge. You know, so it's crazy, man. All right. What's up, Jamie? Shout out to you, man. Said who that's well, I guess it can't get any worse, Saints. He says, quote, and I took that personal, end quote. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you, Jamie.
Very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. And that's the crazy part about it. Like, right, you know, like this game, man, I was looking at the film on the Raiders game, and I was saying to myself, man, the question mark, right, is the quarterback. You don't know what Aiden O'Connell's going to do. That's the whole thing. Like when I watched the Jaguars tape, he played okay. But I'm like, man, it's hard to gauge because he was decent in college. But since he made the jump to the pros, he's unsure. His throws are inconsistent. Like you can see him putting some darts out there, then some of them other ones is thrown behind him. He's not, his body language is wrong, right? So it's kind of weird watching that. So at the end of the day, I don't know what to expect, from Aiden O'Connell. But if he brings it in this game, it could be problematic for the Saints because a lot of people think the Saints are going to win the game because they feel like they're better than a 3-12 Raider team who's 1-7 on the road. But the truth of the matter is, if the Raiders offense kicks in and starts doing just enough to score and add to it, that could put pressure on the Saints. And why that's a problem is because the Saints have not consistently shown me that they can run the ball, get into the play action, and sustain drives. Like the last drive where the Saints moved the ball, got down there, had an opportunity to, get deeper into the area and the money areas, and they didn't. What happened? Udo with this bull crap on the fourth down. You hit Juwan Johnson in a bad spot, which is his hands, right? And he couldn't tuck the ball in. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it's like this is par for the course of a 5-10 football club that's 3-5 at home. They could be, the Raiders can sneak in here and beat this team if they're not careful. It's not a greater margin than I originally thought. Oh, they'll hammer the Raiders. But then again, it depends because the Saints need to get consistent offensively. If the Raiders start putting up touchdowns, can the Saints keep close? That's a whole nother thing. The defense will have to turn over the Raiders and give the Saints the ball in short areas to help them out. The defense will need turnovers, interception, fumbles, whatever you got to help out. Even the special teams need some kick return, punt return touchdowns. Maybe we can get one of those. Who knows? You would need to help them. It's going to be interesting, So 4th and 1, the Raiders after that is going. They said it's not. That's a damn shame that they said it's not. That just shows you them referees ain't shit, man. There's the punt back to the 30-yard line, run by Pettis, gets all the way down to right to the Saints 50-yard line on the return, setting up a short field for the Saints. So let's see what the offense can do with that short field. And Pettis is hobbling off to the sideline. That's not good. That's not good because they deactivated Mason Tipton. So that's not good as Pettis gets up limping off the field, kind of hopping off the field there. But but that was terrible. He challenged the play, then it went, no, we're gonna keep it the same. I mean, what's the purpose of instant replays if they gonna still look at it and say, well, we're gonna still keep the play? That's what I'm saying is you can't make it up. Power wide formation for the Saints is a toss right to Kendre Miller, trying to extend the play, gets behind the line, and he was able to get about 5 yards on the run before he finally squared up and went north to south. That's not bad. Good little toss play right there by the Saints to get 5 yards or so. So they get there, and that's a pickup, and that'll bring up second down and 5 for the Saints as the special team sets them up on the good side of things. So let's see what the Saints can do. They said no, it's to pick up a 4 yards on the toss to the right with Kendre Miller. Can the Saints follow up with another positive offensive play? Here we go. Shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 right, 2 players next to Spencer Rattler in the shotgun. He looks left, looks right, center, fires left to Kendre on the check down. Kendre powers his way forward all the way down to the 30-yard line for the New Orleans Saints. So Kendre Miller, 2 positive plays by the running back, and he was able to get a nice little run up the side of the left side of the field, and that'll kill whatever time left, and it'll open up the Saints as they're driving now. Saints need to put some points up on the board here as they head into the second period, the second quarter of the game. So we'll see what the black and gold can do here. All right. Big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in the live as always. Brother Prime says he said a loser and garbage brought the Raiders stench here. A loser. Is that L loser? Is that what you're saying, Prime? Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Say thank you very much. Picking me
Yes.
up, bringing me back to this world.
Yeah, man. I think it's very interesting, man. You know, the ties that bind, man. Most certainly, when you talk about the Saints and the Raiders, it's so many different players from the Raiders, and even people like executives. We got their former general manager here. We bring over Derek Carr. He's here. You bring, who else is over here? You bring in Mason Foster. Who else is here from the Raiders? I mean, there's a couple of guys that come over from the Raiders. It's him like, wow, why we have such a pipeline between the Raiders? Why we don't, have a pipeline between a more established, successful team? Why we bringing in former players or people that didn't work out well, that might have got terminated or fired from where they come from? Why are we doing that? Why don't we link our little red wagon to more successful organizations that got people that are upstanding and know how to win? It's the reason why you get fired. You get fired because you are not doing what you're supposed to do. That's why you get fired. And of course, as we move forward, the Saints are obviously going to be looking at coaching candidates moving forward. My only thing is paying close attention to how we conduct the search for the head coach, right, fam? Because, and I've said this countless times on previous streams. I've said it, I don't know how many times, countless times, is that the New Orleans Saints don't need to do the same things they did over the last several years in the coaching search. They don't need to do that. And that's why you don't need Mickey Loomis conducting the search, because he's going to run it the way he believes it's going to lead to success. And he shouldn't do that because he don't know what the hell he's doing. Let's just be honest. Nobody in a right mind would look at Dennis Allen and say, hey, man, that's head coaching material right there. Nobody. And then after he's failing and on a 7-game losing streak, doesn't want to fire him to the chagrin of the owner. Nobody. You done totally discredit yourself. I don't believe in anything about what Mickey Loomis is doing. I really don't. He has completely destroyed whatever credibility he has with the Dat Nation. All right, from the 30 at the Saints, that's a toss to the right side. Nope, it's a little play action going back, and Spencer's going to take a shot down the field in the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Mason Foster. The Saints got a little trickeration going on here. That can absolutely confuse the you-know-what out of the Raiders, and we got
Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. Thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, funny like this, and I'm a who that. every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Second goal on the board. Hey, man, trickeration. Saints did a little trickeration. How y'all like that, man? Little trickeration there, fam. That was actually pretty good, man. The kick, that was a really good call because Saints been kind of melancholy, but the toss to the right played out like the previous ones, and then a good little move there, and then they kicked it upfield with Spencer handling the business, man. So that was a real good, solid play by the Saints. So we need more of those, fam. We need more of those. So, man, listen, man, big ups to the Saints. They made it pop on that one, man. Nice little trickeration. We need some more of that. Let's see if they do that, man. Let's see if the Saints can keep that trickeration going, fam. All right, so we get the touchdown. We up in this thing, man. Big ups to all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, as always, for being in the stream. Man, listen, man, we got a lot of great things going on, man. But in the end, man, I just think as an organization, the Saints need to clean up some stuff. This was a good call, man, and we need to beat this Raiders club, man. But good call on that one. Let's see what else the Saints got going on. All right, so there you go. All World Trucker. Shout out to you, says Q. Give me your opinion on Aaron Glenn, Joe Brady, and Mike Vrabel. Those are my picks for head coach of the Saints. I do like Coach Glenn. I always like Coach Glenn. I think he's a solid coach. I think he's ready to be a head coach in the NFL. He did all the proper stuff. He had a long career as a player. He made a really good transition as to a DB coach as the Saints kick off to the Raiders. They return from the 1 down to the 10, 15, 20, 25, gets tackled around the 26-yard line by number 45. So he did it the right way, right? He long playing career. It comes in as a DB coach, goes from DB coach to defensive coordinator. Smart guy, knows the NFL game. Now he's ready and poised for a head coaching position. So all that years experience that will, and Coach Glenn's a smart guy. He communicates the game. He's respected. So I like Coach Glenn. I really like the call. Me personally, I would like to have more of an offensive-minded person for obvious reasons, right? With the Saints. Give me a second, brother. We're gonna finish out with this one. All right, so here we go. Under center is O'Connell. At play action, he goes right back to the running back. Abdullah dancing around and a pickup of maybe about 7 yards on the play. Will Harris is on the tackle. That'll bring up 2nd and 3, something like that. So yeah, I like Coach Glenn. Not mad at the Coach Glenn, him being on any head coaching screen or looking at it. We should, interview him and see what he thinks about that. I'd be interested to know what his philosophy in terms of offense and who he would like as his offensive coordinator. That's what I would ask him as well. Man in motion for the Raiders from left to right. So it's 2 right, 2 left. Man, O'Connell is shifting now. The Saints come up. Kool-Aid comes up. Man, the man Saints showing blitz. It's a handoff to the running back. Breaks free. And the Saints stand him up. But he's just about a yard shy of the first down, man. About a yard shy. It's Abdullah. Saints doing a much better job. Nate Shepard, Will Harris, and Pete Werner are in on it. 3rd and 1 now for the Raiders. So, like I said, it'll be interesting to know. But I think he's definitely worth interviewing just to find out what his thought process is. Joe Brady, to me, is also, has just been all around different stops and places. He was on a rocket ship in college. He jumped to the pros. He's been doing his thing. At some point, somebody gonna give him an opportunity, right? Because he's good offensively. There's the Raiders with the handoff. There's a throw up to the right side. Wide open. It's a catch down inside the Saints 40-yard line. Number 8 is Terrence Marshall Jr., the former LSU product, man, who just had disappointing years with the Carolina Panthers, signed on with the Raiders, and he just burned the Saints deep on the play right here. for 28 yards, and Connell put it right over the head of Alante Taylor. And Alante got there just a split second late. If he was just a little earlier, he would have been on the play to stop it up. But Terrence Marshall, good throw by O'Connell, and they get the first down deep in Saint territory now. They're at the Saints 37-yard line. Shotgun. O'Connell has a snap. They go to the draw play to Abdullah on his feet, falls forward, picks up about 11 yards on the draw play. So the Raiders are doing their thing. They're powering it, and Powers Johnson, man, as they complaining, the Saints are complaining that Powers Johnson, the big guy, the offensive lineman, basically pancaked the hell out of Tyrann Mathieu. Tyrann Mathieu is not getting any love over the last couple of weeks. The guy shoved the piss out of him on the meanest stiff arm of the season. Just sent him literally the stiff arm that he showed Tyrann Mathieu last week was literally, you could take that and make it the image for the Saints season. Just pushed out of the way. All right, there's a toss to Madison toward the left side. He tried, oh my goodness, he tried to stiff arm Colin Saunders, and Saunders said, man, what are you doing? And just literally pancaked the hell out of him. He tried to stiff arm Bink Saunders, and it did not go well. Yeah, you ain't gonna stiff arm Big Bink. Bink was on the play, and he tried to stiff arm Bink Saunders. He tried to stiff arm Bink Saunders, bro. You're gonna need a couple of Popeye arms for that, brother. That little measly arm ain't gonna work. All right, there we go. 2nd and 10, not no game. It's a handoff to the right side. Saints got it covered like a bed, but he was still able to get a couple of yards. Wow. Thought the Saints had him. And number 11, a little speedster Tucker, was able to find a little crease and pick up what appeared to be 5 or 6 yards on a little run to the opposite side. So it was a handoff as the guy was motioning to the right, good blocking upfield, and Tucker was able to find a little crease and pick up maybe about 5 or 6 yards on the run. I thought the Saints had him covered. Now it's 3rd and 4 now. All right, Raiders doing a little trickeration themselves, man, mixing in little motion plays and handoffs. All right, 2 left, 2 right, shotgun for the quarterback, and there's a snap, looking right, looking left, ball's out and knocked away. It is Ugo Amadi forcing the ball loose from Tucker, the speedster in the slot. So that was a really solid play by Ugo, because he put it right to him, put it right on him, and it hit him. Actually, yeah, that guy should have caught the ball. It hit him right in his chest, man. It was a good dart there. The guy just missed time to catch, but Ugo made it difficult, spinned him upside down. So the Raiders sent out the kicker, and this kick on the 4th and 4 to bring up a 39-yard field goal attempt by the Raiders. So Daniel Carson, 1-for-1, hit a 31-yarder earlier in the game. There's a snap, ball up, and it's easy money for the Raiders, as they are now 1 point behind the Saints, 7-6. So there you go. Let's see what the Saints have moving forward. Can the Saints expound and add to their lead? That'll be a big part of it, man, going forward. So 7-6 Saints leading right now, 10-19 on the clock going forward. All right, and back to you, my brother, on this question here with Joe Brady. Joe Brady's interesting, also another LSU guy. You know, we all about LSU over here. But I wouldn't want Joe Brady to be my head coach. I would want somebody with some, even though I like Coach Kleen, doesn't have head coaching experience, but he has a ton of NFL experience from different levels to draw from, right? A long play career, respected, being a defensive coordinator now for more than a handful of years, DB coach, this type of stuff. So he had the opportunity to refine his game, stepping into that position. Joe Brady, offensive coordinator here, QB coach there. I don't want him to be my head coach. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, we kind of need some guy with an established resume of experience, a guy, you see what I'm saying? Because we're gonna be hard on you. We're gonna be hard on you. Whoever takes this job, we're gonna be hard on you. And you have to understand that. We're going to be the Who Dat Nation, the Great Saint Think Tank, myself personally. We're going to be hard on you because the last 4 years have been an absolute ridiculous piece of garbage. And it's not because the Saints were planning to be bad. It's just incompetence of player personnel, non-accountability. I mean, this is dumb shit. Dumb stuff that shouldn't be the case. Like this team is not an accountable team. They're not ran accountable, in terms of accountability. If you don't have accountability, you can't hold people to the carpet when they drop passes, when they miss tackles, when they make the wrong calls, when they do stuff they're not supposed to do. There's supposed to be ramifications. There's supposed to be disciplines. There's supposed to be something that happens when you don't do your job. And it is not coming from inside of the team with these accountability measures. It's coming outside of the building. It's coming from people like you. It's coming from people like me who's saying, hold on, this is not right. So I don't want somebody with a little experience level as far as, learning on the job type of stuff. We need an established coach. And then Mike Vrabel is if we talk about Coach Glenn, Vrabel comes from the Patriot tree. Well, a fantastic linebacker during his time, a leader over there with the Patriots, the championship pedigree, respectable coach, similar to Coach Glenn, but just like on a higher order in terms of the championships, the Raiders kicking off from right to left to the Saints. And Vrabel, I'm not mad at the Vrabel look at too, but like I said, we need an established the Saints down it in the end zone. It's the kick returner, so they'll bring it out at the 30. So this is the thing, established coach, that, and to me, like I said, I'm not mad at the Coach Glenn, but me personally, I would like to have a coach from the offensive side of the ball that's respectable, that knows how to run an offense, that can set things up correctly. Or if you're looking at a defensive guy, has a strong connection to an offensive philosophy that can work for your team. So that's a whole nother thing altogether, because we've had Dennis Allen come in here and then bring all these people in that don't work because he's not accountable. All right, so here the Saints hold. That's the handoff to Kendre Miller to the left side, falls forward. It was able to break free of a tackle and picks up maybe 4 or 5 on the run, and that's a flag out right away. So we're going to see what the flag is. Might be backing the Saints up. It's against the Saints. Let's see who the person is that's responsible for the flag. Who was it? It's against Foster Monroe. Got caught up on a hold, and that'll back the Saints up. Let's see and that's the thing about these pre-snap penalties in your own building. You can control a lot. You can control a lot. You can control your pre-snap penalties. You can definitely do that. But anyway, that backs the Saints up and negates whatever they had going on now. It'll be 1st and 20 now. Can the Saints fix their mistake? Can they regain lost yardage? 3 to the right, man in motion from right to left is MBS. That's Pettis with the toss down. He gets knocked on his ass for a pickup of 2 or 3 yards, and he gets knocked right into Kevin Austin Jr. So Kevin gets up a little slow, but look like he's all right. Hope he's all right. So we real thin at the wide receiver position. The Saints, yeah. I don't see how we deactivating wide receivers and we thin as a dog at wide receivers. I don't get that. 2nd and 18 now, just to gain a 2 on the play. So, all right, and that's my call on it. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that as well, and appreciate you in the chat.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this.
Shotgun Spencer Rattler looking center, firing center. Oh, nice catch to Juwan Johnson, and he leaps up and picks up a good chunk of yardage. He's talking mess to number 7. Number 7, he's like, hey, man, listen, I caught that ball that time. I ain't dropped it the last time, but I caught it this time. So a nice pickup by Juwan Johnson. At 25 yards, he gets behind that zone. Matter of fact, the linebacker fell on. And Juwan Johnson literally tried to leap over the defensive back. Juwan, you're not that dude, bro. Don't do that again. He tried to literally leap over the guy. He lucky he ain't fall on and bust his ass even worse than that. Dude, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that no more. Handoff to the running back to the left side and dancing around. Nice run down Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and he got about 9 yards on the pickup. That's Clyde, man. That was a nice run by Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And y'all look at it, man. It's like, damn, look how he's cutting in between the motions, man. We don't see that, man. You see Kendre Miller making aggressive cuts on the fly like he a shift. He knows as a power runner, you don't stop. You hit the hole and you just slide and, from one side, but you keep your momentum. All right, here's Saints with the ball after that nice little run there. It's a handoff back to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who gets the first down plus an additional 4 yards. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Mighty Mouse, doing his thing out there. So good positive runs by Clyde right away, man. like I said, the things I got to give the Saints credit for was the MVS signing, getting Scantlin, and also picking up a guy like Clyde Edwards-Helaire. You keep those guys for the upcoming year. They won't be expensive, and you bring those guys back with Rashid and Chris Olave for upcoming next year. You're looking good. All right, here go the Saints. 3 to the right, 1 left, man, in motion from left to right. That's the toss to the right side is Kendre Miller. Nowhere. He's going nowhere. Spillane is there to tackle him and toss him down. Kendre Miller hit the ground hard, got up a little shaky. I'm worried about him. He kind of went down hard. Is he all right there? He got up a little shaky there. Looked like his head kind of, the Spillane kind of slammed him on the turf, and his head hit that, bounced off that turf. He got up a little slow. I wonder if he's all right, man. I know this player looked at him and said, "Hey, man, you all right?" His head just bounced off the turf. I hope he's all right. Looked like he's still in the game there. All right, shotgun there, man. In motion right to left is Kevin Austin Jr. They coming in with the blitz. That's a handoff to Jamal Williams. That play around. And there's a flag down again. Who's the flag against on the play? And let's see if it's the Saints. If it's the Saints again, we'll see what the call is. The referee's throwing flags. The clock is stopped at 6:42. Let's see what the call is. It's against the Saints. It's an illegal shift. Is that what they're saying? Yeah, it is. It's against Cedric Wilson Jr. That's another person I advocated to be knocked off the team. Ali Udo and Cedric Wilson Jr. I thought those guys shouldn't be on the team. I thought we could have done better than that. But Kendre Miller's in the tent, man. Kendre Miller's in the tent. His head bounced. He more than likely got concussed. Shotgun play off to the left side. Boom. It's Cedric Wilson Jr. with the catch there, and they get some of it back. 6-yard pickup. Saints going to be 3rd and 10 on the play. So, yeah, he slung Kendre Miller down. His head bounced off the turf. So, I'm thinking Kendre, man, has a concussion. I think Kendre got a concussion, y'all. We'll see. 3rd and 10. Shotgun Spencer Rattler. Because Spillane just threw him, he was helpless in that situation when the guy tackles you and slings you or swings you around like that. 3 right, 2 left. Spencer's in the shotgun. They're sending 4. Spencer looking. Spencer's going to run out of the pocket, and he's looking downfield, takes a shot downfield. It's caught by Jawan Johnson right at the 1-yard line, but there's a flag down on the play once again. Jawan caught it falling on his ass and made the catch at the Saints 1, but there's a flag down. It could be holding on the Saints. We'll see. They can't seem to. Let's hold up and see what the call is, but it's going to be Tali Fuaga holding. The Saints just cannot get out of their own way. It was Foster Monroe. Now it's Tali Fuaga. Grabs the guy down, and yeah, that's definitely holding. Referee was sitting right there, and Jawan Johnson finally he catches the ball, and that was a touchdown too, because that would have been a touchdown, man. So that's another hold, another penalty against the Saints. That'll be 3rd and 20 again. So the Saints keep hurting themselves. Shotgun Spencer, 2 right, 1 left. Spencer looking to the right, and he's just going to check it down to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And Clyde moves around here, powers forward, gets down to about the 42 or 43-yard line, still relatively noticeably shy of the first down. And look like Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Jamal Williams are going to be the backs going forward. So, yeah, it's more than just a conversation, man, about like helmets and these concussion helmets, these concussion, I don't know, the concussion proof helmets. But there's technology out there to kind of, to deal with that. As the Saints are 4th and 12. The penalties negated what could have been a promising drive for the Saints. Because if that penalty didn't happen, Jawan Johnson would have had a touchdown because he wasn't taught. And he reached the ball out as the Saints punt the ball, and it is going to be down right inside of the 3-yard line as they bounce the ball. As the Saints special team coverage team did a wonderful job. The ball bounced into the end zone. And Peyton Turner batted the ball back. I think it was Peyton. Wasn't it Peyton Turner? No, it was J.T. Gray. J.T. Gray put the ball back, and Peyton Turner was able to field it inside of the 5-yard line. So that puts the Raiders, pins them back near the goal line. Hopefully the Saints can get something there to make it pop. So the Saints offensive penalties negate a promising drive, and it forces them into a situation where they have to punt, and that's just what bad teams do, right, fam? Brent says, "What's up?" Brent says they're showing Carr a lot important circus music. Yes, indeed.
What?
Thanks, Brent. Appreciate
Say
you, man.
thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Oh man, one way or the other, we gonna have some fun. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate y'all, man. But hey, fam, listen, man. Man, yeah, and it's a part of the problem, right? When we talked about the well, just like with the family was talking about in terms of what we're looking for as a head coach. So everything that you're seeing on the field right now, like the accountability aspect of it, guys that now, and I've said this before, when they fired Dennis Allen early in the year, certain guys were supposed to leave out the door with him. And when guys as a assistant coach, at any time if your team is failing, sooner or later you're gonna get the call to be the coach. If I'm the assistant coach and I got a coach ahead of me and I was given the assistant coach title, if the head coach get fired and you're on a 7-game losing streak, the reality is eventually you're going to get fired in the NFL, especially if it's your third year and you're underperforming. Well, I wouldn't know. In my mind, I would do whatever it took to realize or learn whatever this team was, right? And we do that just by watching our team. We know the players, we know the 9 players. That's why I could tell you that Ali Udo should have hit the dough many moons ago. So with Cedric Wilson, and there were other guys that we could have brought in. Now, I do give them credit for bringing in Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like I said, MVS was a good one because they tried to get MVS early in the year. It didn't work, so they stuck with him, got him back. MVS and Clyde are guys that you re-sign back when the season is over with. You try to get those guys back, right? Because they help out. They really do. But man, we just have to pay attention to whoever the coach is going to be. They got to have a high degree of accountability, or this is not going to work. This team it doesn't have the structure. All right, here go the Raiders from inside there on their own 5-yard line. Man in motion from right to left is Jacoby Myers. It's the handoff to the running back. He powers forward and gets about 7 yards by Abdullah. And there's a flag down, so this might be coming back. Might be a holding against the Raiders, man. We'll see. It is a holding against the Raiders, so that'll back them up half the distance to the goal and repeat the first down all over again. So, these that really don't matter at all when they're that close to the goal, that don't matter to nothing at all. All right, so anyway, and that's a good a graphic they're showing since the first 2 plays of the game for the Raiders, the Saints have kept Bowers out of this game, and he's a big focal point of their offense. They're going to try to want to move him around to get him involved. And you have to watch out for him because he's the best offensive weapon they have. All right, there is the man in motion from left to right is Myers. And there's the play action. O'Connell looking. He's going to take a shot down the left-hand field, and that is almost intercepted. Should have been picked off by Tyrann Mathieu. Tyrann Mathieu it was difficulty making the interception, but Tyrann couldn't bring it in. Kool-Aid McKinstry was running with him foot for foot, and then the ball it should have been interception. Who was that? Tyrann Mathieu? It should have been. Was that Tyrann Mathieu? I want to say it was Tyrann, man. Yeah, it was Tyrann. He missed out on the interception. A young, I think, Honey Badger is pumped. After what Jacobs did to him last week, he still ain't recovered yet. 2nd and 12, man in motion from left to right, and there's the handoff to the running back, and he just he's still on his damn feet and gets all the way down to the 20-yard line. That Abdullah guy is a little dude, but he runs with big heart, man. I mean, he ran through, and there was Tyrann Mathieu literally missed the tackle. The guy was like, how did that guy not go down? Well, he's little. He's a little dude, so he was able to just dip underneath and keep running. 13 carries, 9 total yards altogether for Abdullah. He has 10 carries for 58 yards right now, and it's moving the pile. O'Connell under center, 3 right, 2 left. I mean, actually, 1 left running back. Look like it's a running play. 3 minutes here for the Raiders. There is the play action. You got time stepping up, and the Saints, O'Connell throwing to the left side. Oh, he found Blake Bowers down to the 34-yard line. On the play, O'Connell creating a little improvision, having a little improvision there because the Saints looked like they had him in the pocket. Somebody missed him, and he kind of scooted out toward the left, looked upfield, and found Bowers for a pickup of 21 yards. And your boy had him. Chase Young had him. Chase had him, and O'Connell just stepped right to the left, kept his eyes up the field, and found Bowers for 21 yards up the field. So there you go. All right. So anyway, there's the snap right here. And there's the throw, and it's set up poorly, and the Raiders didn't execute this incomplete pass. So that'll bring up 2nd and 10 for the team. So the rookie records, they're showing that Bowers is cutting up. We knew when they drafted Bowers out of Georgia that he was going to be something special. They just need you can imagine the Raiders if they get a quarterback like Cam Ward, or probably it'll be Shedeur Sanders. Him and Bowers having a connection, and them building with Jacoby Myers, and adding some more weapons. They should be a lot better next year. Shotgun O'Connell, 2 left, 2 right. There's the draw play to the running back. This time it's former Viking running back Madison, who gets about 5 yards on the play, maybe 6. That'll bring up 3rd down and 4, perhaps. Let's see what as we hit the 2-minute warning for the Raiders. So the Raiders trying to move the ball and keep pressure on. The Saints had that one good drive where they had the little trickeration throw there, and that was a tricky play that got the touchdown. That wasn't like the standard offense that we usually ran. They got a trick play that surprised the defense, but so far what we've been seeing by the Saints offense is pretty much the same, right? Inability to consistently sustain drives that lead to success. Saints haven't been in a position quite frequently to be able to even get field goals. This is a standard thing that we've seen for a couple of games now. So can the Saints then kind of in the second half make the necessary adjustments to kind of be able to then turn this around and add to it some more, as the Raiders offense seems to be, and it's just looking at it, the Raiders offense is having a lot more synergy and chemistry than what I'm seeing my offense or our offense operate in. So we'll see what go on. Hopefully the defense can force them to punt or not allow them to do anything, but they're trying to at least get a field goal to take the lead into halftime, right? Saints get the ball back at half, I want to say. All right. Big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Much love. Williams, thank you, sir. Says Q, I think we can do something with Rattler. Yeah, and this is the thing. We said this before. Rattler has potential. He really does. What this season has showed us is that we know Derek Carr, we got Carr for another year, his contract, stuff like that. But Derek Carr, after this season is going to be done here, right? Not this season, but the following season. It's over with for him, right? We move on to the future. And Spencer Rattler, you have to get a good look at him. This game and against the Buccaneers, let him finish out. We no disrespect to Jake Haener, but Jake Haener is not better than Spencer Rattler. We've seen that. If Spencer starts the Washington Commander game, you win that game. Jake Haener has not performed well. He's just not better than Spencer Rattler. Let's just put it like that. No disrespect to Jake Haener, but it just simply is what it is. He's just not. But outside of that, man, yeah, Rattler is definitely a guy that will be on this team next year, and you'll have an opportunity to look at him. Now, in terms of him being the future quarterback, that remember, if anything's showing you trends or setting, is the fact that each time the Saints got a new offensive coordinator, they drafted a quarterback. That's the 2 years straight the Saints have drafted quarterbacks in the draft. That's why Haener's not a favorite. His guy is out of here. Kubiak and Rattler to a degree would be the same way. Shotgun Raiders, 3rd and 5, 3 left bunch look. He's looking. Saints come with the pressure. The ball's out by O'Connell. It's caught by Jacoby Myers down to the Saints 32-yard line. I warned y'all about Jacoby. Him and Bowers are the guys, and they are moving the ball. The bunch look, he's covered by Ugo Amadi, and the ball was thrown perfectly by Aiden O'Connell. He just put it right out front. Great pass, and Jacoby caught it right over his shoulder for a good grab. That gets all the way down in Saints territory around the 32-yard line. And they have a pickup of what is it? That was a pickup about 33 yards, 29 yards. There's the next step. O'Connell's out, ball thrown to Bowers, who gets all the way down to the Saints 15-yard line. Notice something. The Saints defense is not getting to O'Connell. He has a clean pocket to throw from there, and he was standing in the pocket, and he just is delivering the ball. The Saints have zero pressure on him. And Bowers is basically running free around the field. That's their best offensive weapon. So they're hitting you with the 2-punch combination. They're getting Adela, the running back, going. He has 10 carries for 58 yards. Myers has 3 for 39. They hit you with Bowers in between there. And they're using all three of the running game, the tight end, the wide receiver to stretch the field. And they've basically set themselves up in field goal range. And they still have a $110 and one timeout left to see if they could press on to get a touchdown heading into halftime. So the Saints defense is going to have to lock in and stop them. It's a lot of time here. A $110 on the clock. So let's see what the Raiders got going on. Like I said, they got some people they can work with into the future, man. Hopefully they don't get rid of Antonio Pierce. Pierce is he's going to be good for them. But in terms of Rattler, man, next year when whoever takes over, he going to bring his own offensive coordinator, and more than likely the guy going to draft a quarterback too. So that's just what it is. All right. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you for that.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this one.
All right, O'Connell with the handoff to the running back. Madison breaks a tackle, still on his feet, powering forward, gets all the way down to the 2-yard line. And the Raiders are just wearing the Saints defense out. Saints defense buckling, fam. Saints defense buckling because Madison broke a tackle and got all the way down to the second. And looked like Pete Werner is hurt. I don't know. He's looking a little funny there because he cut back and Granderson missed the tackle and Pete Werner hit the ground kind of funny. And he kind of got up. So I don't know if he'd been dealing with that hand issue. I don't know if he hit the hand. He hit the ground a little hard. So we have to watch out. Saints call a timeout to stop the bleeding. 101 on the clock here, and look like Pete Werner's all right at first, man. Look like he's okay. All right, 101 as the Saints burn a timeout to get the correct personnel. And the Raiders man, they got the power, they got the flow, they got the glow. They got the glow, fam. The Raiders they marching. They marching on the Saints, man. This is one of those powerful these drives where we see teams marching. So there you go, under center inside the 5-yard line, man in motion slightly as Bowers at the top. It's a play action, and Bowers to the left side. It's a touchdown to Myers for the Raiders, and they march the field and get the score, man. The Raiders on the board. They score a touchdown. Jacoby Myers, man. That was a well executed drive by the Raiders. I got to give them credit for that. Very well. They were running and passing of the ball. Jacoby Myers set it up. And he just put a nice little move on Alante Taylor and burned him. And like I said in the preview stream, if y'all checked it out, Jacoby Myers is a problem. We talked about Bowers, but Jacoby Myers has been having a fantastic year for him. And they've been in this game, they've been able to run the ball, and now the Raiders offense has some type of rhythm. So, and now the Saints are trailing. So we need our offense to kind of step into it and see if they can handle the business. Like I said, if the Saints win, it wasn't going to be a blowout because the Raiders won last week. They showed a little energy there, and they're fighting for this one here. And the Aiden O'Connell has a clean pocket to operate from. So, we got some time here. We got about a minute or so left in the second half of the game, man. So we'll see what happens here, man. That's a good one. But that was, got to give them credit, fam. That was a well executed drive by the Raiders, man. They go up 13-7. So we'll see. So anyway, that drive there, man, for the Raiders, 17. Hold on here. Let me Make sure I get it because that was that wasn't bad by the Raiders. Let me see if I can locate the last drive right there. Yeah, there was 9 plays. Fam, that was almost 100-yard drive. 9 plays, 95 yards, 324 to march 95 yards for a touchdown to go up. So that was not bad. And that was the thing I talked about, the how good is O'Connell if he gets in harmony. The Saints second half adjustments, they're gonna have to get after that guy. Can't let him stand back there and throw that ball like that, man. You're gonna have to get at him, man. You're gonna have to get at him. You know, you're gonna have to get at him. You know, they're gonna have to get at him. But right now, man, you know what, fam? Raiders offense got that glow. They got the glow.
Completely psychotic.
Well, I'll tell you, man, the Raiders got the glow right now. They got the glow. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. They got the glow. They kicking their ass and everything. They're doing all this.
And if you love to live, you live.
Look at that.
That's the way you love to love. You take to give. Because when you got the glow.
That's what they're doing. They're looking at it like, man, that's what we doing, man. We doing all kind of shit. We went around. We got the glow. They got the glow. I mean, they had to work on it, man. They got the glow Last Dragon. We got the glow Soul Glow. We get Jerry Curl juice in the eyes. We crying. We dropping the ball. We got all kind of stuff going on. They got the Last Dragon glow. We got the Soul Glow. The American. We got the Coming to America. We got the Soul Glow. We got we got the Soul Glow, fam. We got Jerry Curl juice and every damn thing in our eyes, man. We got the Soul Glow over here, man. You know, trust me, it's a difference. Okay, that's all I'm trying to tell you. You trying to tell you, it's a difference. All right, here we go. The Saints, Raiders kicking off to the Saints from right to left. The Saints just going to down the ball in the end zone with 57 seconds on the clock. Can the Saints operate as Spencer Rattler runs out on the field? Can they operate?
All the things you always wanted to be. Beautiful, sexy, easy as 1, 2, 3. Just let your soul go. Just let it shine through. Just let your soul.
We got to get this Jerry Curl juice out of our eyes, man. All right, here we go. Shotgun Saints, 2 left, 2 right. Spencer looking left, staying left, looking center, looking right, fires the ball. He finds number 11, Kevin Austin Jr., who gets tackled down to the 39-yard line as they try to hold him down so he can't. No, that's Cedric Wilson Jr. Yes, Cedric Wilson. Catch it, that's a pickup of 9. Saints trying to operate the 2-minute offense. 2 left, 2 right. There's the snap, looking. Spencer looking, checks it down to Jamal Williams. Williams gets to the 48-yard line of the Raiders. So 2 plays were down there. The Saints still have a timeout on their hands here as they're trying to do it. Look like the Saints are going to burn it right there. They're going to burn the timeout with 31 seconds to try to see if they can set up a field goal or a touchdown, perhaps. We'll see how it all ends up. But in the end, man, all I could tell you, man, is the Saints, they're trying to get something out of it. Kendre Miller, more than likely, is going to be done for the game, man. That looked like a concussion. You know, like I said early in the show, we might have to they have to start looking at these concussion helmets, right? You know, looking into doing that more as they look like they're getting Blake Grupe. He getting some practice on the sideline to try to take a long field goal to get this situation lined up here as he getting a little practice. Spencer Rattler's 8 of 9 for 108 and a touchdown in the game so far. Not bad for Spencer. Shotgun Saints, 2 on the left and right of the formation. Raiders send 4 in there. Spencer having time, looks, throws the ball, checks it down to Foster Monreal, battles his way out of bounds around the 41-yard line. He gets out of bounds, stop the clock at 24 seconds. So there you go right here. As Foster was trying to, you know, he had to get out of bounds anyway. Get on out of bounds. Stops the clock. So anyway, let's see what they got. 2nd and 1 now for the Saints. They're looking, maybe they can take a shot. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're looking at doing, taking a shot down the field. We'll see. 2 left and right of the formation, running back to him in the shotgun, looking. Spencer having time. That splitzer coming right up, pops him in there, gets it to who is that? But Kevin Austin Jr. deep down the field catches the ball around the 20-yard line, I want to say. But boy, Spencer took a shot for it. as Kevin Austin gets it right at about the 18-yard line, 18 to 19-yard line. But Spencer Rattler took a shot from a blitzing player, and it didn't knock him down, but he was able to stay on his feet. But he did get a pop on his arm. Yeah, he took a shot to his arm. He had to flex it. All right, 18 seconds remaining as the clock is winding down. Play clock there is 13-7. Shotgun Saints, 2 left, 1 right. Spencer looking left, checking it down, and it's dropped by Jamal Williams. It's a flag down on the play. So let's see what the flag is. Hopefully it's not against the Saints, but the flag came out by that official there. Let's see what the flag is on the play. Is it against hopefully it's not against the Saints. Look like Kevin Austin saying this again. He pointed toward the Saints side. It's against the Saints, man. False start, I'm going to say. Is a false start situation. Illegal formation, Tali Fuaga. Saints with these dumb penalties, man, these pre-snap penalties, can't get it together. We always hurting ourselves. So that'll bring up Spencer Rattler with 14 seconds remaining on the clock. There's a bunch look to the left, 3 left, 1 right. There's a snap. He checks it down toward that side. Juwan Johnson gets out of bounds again, and that'll make it 9 seconds. So the Saints will send out the special team unit. Or let's see what they do. They're going to try to execute another play. With 9 seconds remaining, that ball's thrown a little high, and Juwan Johnson was able to bring it down this time. Took a shot, but then was able to collect himself and fall out of bounds to keep the clock stopped. 9 seconds. Saints not sending out the field goal unit. They're going to try to take a shot here. They're going to try to take a shot. 2nd and 9 for the Saints with 9 seconds remaining. 3 right, 2 left. Spencer's in the shotgun. That's a snap. Looked like Tolly jumped early. He runs out of there. Spencer throws it to the right side and out of bounds to stop the clock at 3 seconds. It looked like Tali Fuaga jumped early again, man. Jumped early, but no flag on the play, and the Saints will just live for the field goal. And Spencer astutely just realized what was going on and just chucked the ball out of bounds to stop the clock at 3 seconds. So the Saints will send out the field goal unit, Blake Grupe, to try to kick it close, try to make it 13-10. Let's see. This is just a 34-yard field goal. Blake is 22 of 26 on the season. Longest was the 57-yard. That's a snap ball up and right down the center. Saints 13-10. Raider way. So they end up kicking the field goal, and they go into halftime trailing by 3. So the Raiders doing their thing right now on the Saints. All right. Yeah. Yes, indeed, man. Big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream, man. How y'all feeling about what kind of football y'all seeing right now with the Saints and the Raiders? This is what you thought it would be? The Raiders, to be honest with you, man, the Raiders offense has, it is very consistent. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Raiders offense looks very consistent. Our offense, we kind of trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I know Kendre Miller gets knocked out of the game. He was slammed down on the turf with that. I think he probably will be done for the rest of the game. But we'll see how that go. But Clyde Edwards-Helaire is having an impact in this game. He's out there and doing his thing. But anyway, let's look at the halftime stats, man. Right now, let's take a look at it, fam. We hit the halftime stats up here. Saints trail by 3, 13-10. This is what it looks like. First down for the Saints, and the Raiders 13-7, almost doubled what the Raiders are doing. You can see the third down situation. The Raiders are 5 of 8. Saints are 0 for 2 on third down. That says a lot, right? That touchdown came as a result of a trick play. But outside of that, the Saints, when they do get offensive things going, or when they get something positive going, they start all these stupid penalties that pushes them back. So you look at the Raiders 35-20 on plays. The yards 217 to 194. The drives are even at 4. The Saints are averaging almost 10 yards per play versus the 6.2 by the Raiders. The passing attack 146-136 in favor of the Saints. You can look at the rushing attack right now. The Raiders are doing a wonderful job. 15 carries for 81 yards. That's 5.4 yards per rush. The Saints 48 yards off of 7 carries. and they're averaging 7 yards a run when they do run, but a lot of that is Spencer Rattler. So it is a very confusing. That number is definitely misconstrued by, being that is most of that Spencer, him scrambling around the red zone. Raiders are 2-5 in the red zone. 1 of 2 in the red zone. The Saints are 0 for 1 in the red zone. And you can see the penalties right here. The Saints have 6 penalties for 40 yards, man. 6 penalties for 40 yards. That's very telling. And most undisciplined teams do that. Saints really just crazy. But 2 penalties for the Raiders for 5 yards. And the Raiders are a 3-12 team with 2 penalties for 5, Saints 6 for 40. That says a lot, right? Then you see the time of possession, 30 minutes to start the game off. Half the game, the Raiders have had it 19:39 versus 10 minutes and 21 seconds worth of offense. So we'll see how everything shifts in the second half and if the Saints can make the proper adjustments coming out of this thing. Spencer having a pretty decent game up to part. 11 throws, 11 of 13 for $146. He's averaging 11.2 yards every time he throws the ball. So beyond the first down every time he throws the ball, he does have a touchdown, and his rating is 139.1. So Spencer put on a very good first half of a game for the Saints. He's also the team's top rusher. He has 1 scramble, remember earlier in the game, 1 for 28 yards. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 3 for 17. Kendre Miller, 3 for 3. And, of course, we know Kendre got knocked out of the game. Looked like he had a concussion issue. Head got slammed on the turf. I think he'll be done for the rest of the game. Foster, 2 catches for 39 yards, had a touchdown there. Juwan Johnson, 2 for 31. Saw tight ends getting involved. 2 for Cedric Wilson for 15 yards. Kevin Austin Jr. had 1. Kendre had 1. Clyde, 1 catch for 8 yards as well. So they're trying to move the ball around, getting the tight ends involved. Pete Werner, 8 tackles so far. Will Harris and Demario Davis are tied second with 6. 1 sack. That's Cam Jordan. Gives Cam Jordan credit for his sack so far in the game. So, there you go on that. And, of course, like we talked about, not much going on. Blake Grupe, 1 for 1, kicked the field goal. Hayballs, 2 punts for 78 yards. Both of them within the 20-yard line. So they did pin them back. And remember, that was the one they pinned them back. They marched 95 yards for a score. That's crazy. Aiden O'Connell for the Raiders, 13 of 19. Very respectable numbers for him as well. 13 of 19, 146 yards. That's the same amount of yards for Spencer Rattler. 146 and 146, crazy. 7.7 per throw, and he has a touchdown, sack once, rating of 108.7. So Aiden O'Connell playing really good. He's in a rhythm. Amir Abdullah has been a surprise in the game for them because usually Alexander Madison is the guy that kind of leads them. They went with Amir Abdullah, and it's paid dividends. 11 carries for 71 yards. He's averaging 6.5 yards per run on them, and he's doing a phenomenal job. So he's providing balance for Aiden O'Connell, who's doing pretty well in the first half. You got Amir Abdullah doing this thing. Jacoby Myers has 4 catches off of 6 targets for 42 yards and a touchdown. The man's averaging 10.5 yards per catch. Bowers, the fantastic tight end, 4 catches, 38 yards off of 4 targets. Abdullah, who's the team leader in rushers, 3 for 32, catching the ball off of 4 targets as well. So they are moving the ball around. O'Connell's flowing through Amir Abdullah and Jacoby Myers alone as Brock Bowers is enough to cause problems for the Saints defense. Can they continue it? Can the Saints kind of turn that off? We'll see. All right, DeCameron Richardson, 5 tackles, lead the team so far. And the Saints' creaky offensive line, being as creaky as it is, has not allowed a sack of Spencer Rattler. Like I said, Spencer Rattler's playing pretty good. He's actually playing pretty good in the game. Problem is, so is their quarterback. So Saints have to stop this. Saints have their fam. Listen, Saints are not putting enough pressure. They're really not putting enough pressure on Aiden O'Connell. Aiden O'Connell, if you watch what's going on with him, he's standing back there looking, going through progressions. He's going through his check downs. He's not nearly getting any pressure out there, and that's problematic. You can't have him stand up there and just throw the ball like that. Now he has a synergy and a chemistry with Jacoby Myers, with Brock Bowers. And then you got Amir Abdullah on the draw plays. That's messing with the Saints. They're trying to get Alexander Madison involved with it. So you have the Raiders' offense is functioning. One or two things are going to happen. Once somebody's offense is going to go to the next level in the second half of the game and kind of walk away with this thing. The Raiders are kind of tipping right at that thing, right? The Saints, on the other hand, would probably be decent a lot better here if it wasn't for all of these penalties. 6 penalties, 40-something yards worth of penalties is ridiculous. That stalled out a lot of stuff that was going on that was positive for the Saints. They got to cut that out, man. They're self-sabotaging right now. They have to cut that out. So right now, Spencer looks good. Problem is Aiden O'Connell for the Raiders look good too. They're both playing really good ball right now, and something got to give. So the Saints going to have to get into the running attack. There's not really much going on there. And like I said, at some point, the Saints going to have to dial up the pressure. They got to get after Aiden O'Connell and at least force an interception. I know Tyrann Mathieu had an opportunity to get a pick. He dropped it. It was a tough one. A younger Tyrann Mathieu would have made that interception, but that's just what it is. So now we have to be forced with trying to figure out from a defensive standpoint, neutralizing their running attack, doing that, and we have to put more pressure on Aiden O'Connell. From a Saints standpoint, they have to be able, they're doing a good job of keeping Spencer Rattler clean, but they got to also add a running component to it to kind of balance and eat clock and do that. We got to be able to do that. I wouldn't be surprised or upset if they threw in a few more of these tricky plays like the one we seen where they scored the touchdown on. I wouldn't be upset if they threw a few tricky plays in there to kind of help out. But going into the second half, they're going to have to lead, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire got 3 carries for 17 yards. Him and Jamal Williams is going to carry the day for the running attack for the rest of the way. So that's where we are, family, right now. That's the keys to the victory. Going forward for the Saints, they need more pressure on that quarterback. You can't sit back there and let the man just tear you up and throw the ball and they go into their bag and all this kind of stuff. Dial up the pressure on Aiden O'Connell. Saints have to be able to get into the running attack, add more balance to the offense. Defense, get after them, turn them over. Offense, stop with the dumb penalties. And maybe we can get a victory here, but this is the money time. We'll see how the Raiders doing. Raiders offense is actually flowing pretty good, man. They're flowing pretty good. All right, it's going to be an interesting second half. I'll tell you that much, man. A lot of people, that's why I was cautious. I was like, I think the Saints still win the game. I made the call on the preview stream on Friday. I think the Saints still win the game, but I was cautioning people. I was like, man, it's going to be a lot closer than you thought it was going to be. Because even though they're 3-12, the Saints are 5-10. But, the Saints missing a lot of, mentality going into the game. And they're playing, I'm going to say they're playing better. But energy's a little bit different, and as long as they don't turn the ball over, let's run the ball. Let's still keep it creative, keep them off balance, turn the pressure up. We should be able to get this win, maybe come out of this victory. I think I picked the score like 17-14 or 20-17 or something like that on the preview stream. We'll see. We'll see how it all goes. All right, big ups to you guys. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. Much love, fam. Appreciate y'all. As well. What's up, Cap? Cap Manny, big ups to you, man. Appreciate you. Gundam, Brother Corvadius, Jack, KD, Tyrone, Barber, shout out to you. Appreciate you, my dog, Big Sean, Duke. He says, I thought I saw Dennis Allen on the sideline for a minute. Nah, no, sir. Clint says, Q, maybe played the Soul Glow song for the Saints touchdown. Well, I started it off by showing y'all the what was the other one? You got that glow by Last Dragon, for my Last Dragon people. That was a theme from the movie that they had, that the Raiders have that glow. Now the Saints have Soul Glow. They get the Jerry Curl juice in the eyes and everything. We got to clean it up. We got to change it all the way around, fam. We can't be doing it like that. You know what I'm saying? We got to fix it. We got to fix it. We got to do it better than that,
Always wanted to be beautiful, sexy, easy as 1, 2, 3. Just let your soul glow. Just let it shine through. Just let your
That is completely psychotic.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man.
Yeah, we gotta let your soul glow. The Saints gotta let their soul glow. Come on now. Come on. We gotta beat the Raiders. You can't lose to the Raiders now. Come on. This is ridiculous. All right, big ups. Let's see what the family's saying, man. What's up, Black Major? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you as well. 504 Code, big ups to your fam. I see you, brother. All right, KD said, I think the most depressing thing of the season is Kamara being so close yet so far away from 1,000. He really want that 1,000 yards. The report on the street is supposed to come back for the final game against the Buccaneers to see if he can get that 50 yards. So we'll see what happens there, man, as well. So he's been out for a couple of, yeah, Willie Hutch. Okay, there you go. That's right. All right, what's up, Carlton? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you, man. What's up, KB? Shout out to my girl, KB. Pammy, what's up, baby? Good to see Pam. Say, hey, Q, thank you, Jesus. They're not showing the Saints and Shreve. Okay, there you go. All right. Man, listen, I got people in Shreveport, man. That's a Cowboys town because you're not too far from Dallas. So a lot of people up there, man, they were like, I mean, it got to be some Saints people up here. Man, a bunch of Cowboys people. Like I said, it's close to Dallas. A lot of people are Cowboy people, and they'll tell you, man, we don't mess with no Saints around here. They garbage. Yeah, man, yeah, the Cowboys ain't won shit lately either. So y'all, we kind of twins currently, What's up, Kathleen? Shout out to you, man. Tragic, what's up, brother? Big up, C. Said we need to start the game 9 p.m. so I can have some time to bedtime. So yeah, the play makes you tired and sleep. I get you, brother. All right, Robert says, Q, we're in trouble for the next 3 to 4 years, bro. Looking bad, brother. We gonna see. It's gonna be in some interesting time, though, bro. To be honest with you. All right, the Raiders getting ready to kick off to the Saints to start the second half of the game, fam. As we get ready to get it going. And let's see what the Saints produce here going forward, man. Because in the end, man, and they kick off into the end zone. Pettis will down it, so they come out at the 30-yard line. So can the Saints kind of, after they kick the field goal at the end of the half, can the Saints then come out and do what needs to be done by getting the score? So this is a very important drive, setting the tone for the second half. Let's see what kind of adjustments the Saints made. Defensively speaking, they got to turn up the blitz. There's no doubt about it. Turning up that blitz is big, man. They can't let that guy stand there and make go-through progressions and make throws because they're cooking offensively, right? So anyway, here go the Saints. Under center now is Rattler, man in motion from right to left is Juwan Johnson. This looked like a running play with Clyde in there. It's a handoff to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, dances around, breaks the tackle, and gets stopped for a gain of 2 yards toward the left side. So not much popping. 2nd and 8 for the Saints. That's Spillane, the all-world linebacker from the Raiders. The dude got like 100 and something odd tackles. He doing this thing on that side of the ball. 2nd and 8 now. All right, let's see what they got dialed up here. Like we said, Kendre Miller is not going to be in the rest of this game. He got his head slammed on the turf. Like I said, when I seen it, like he's concussed. 3 right, 2 left. Spencer in the shotgun. There's the pressure coming right at him. Clear blitz right away. Juwan still makes the catch and gets down to the 20-yard line, but Spencer took a shot on a free blitzer. So let's see. And is that a flag down? I think they're going to put is there a flag down on the play? I want to say because the free blitzer got right through there and was able to knock Spencer down to the ground, but he got the ball off. And credit Juwan Johnson for going low to pick it up and then make the catch and keep it moving around the 40-yard line. Shotgun man in motion is Pettis from left to right. That's the draw play. Nope, he keeps it. Spencer looking, firing upfield, is caught by Juwan Johnson again around the 50. The ball comes out. Referee says, nope, it's going to be incomplete. 2nd and 10. So 13-14 on the clock. No, he went to Kevin Austin Jr. That was Austin Jr. with the drop play. He brung it in, and then the ball he bobbles it out, and that's in Spencer. Like, man, come on, man. We paying you to catch the ball, man. Come on, bro. Not one of them dollars going to you to drop the pass. 3 to the left, 1 right in the shotgun. Spencer Rattler throws it to Juwan Johnson on the screen. He gets chopped down for a pickup of 5 yards down to the Saints 45-yard line. It'll break up 3rd and 5 as the Saints offense trying to do some different things. They're trying to move it around, trying to get Juwan Johnson involved in the offense some kind of way. 3rd and 6, that was a pickup of 4 on the play. So Jawan Johnson making some plays on this drive to keep it alive. The Raiders saying, hey, man, we got to hold to it and kind of kick them and get a ball back to our offense. Let's see what's going on. Look like the Raiders sent in the house. Man in motion from left to right is Foster Monroe. Shotgun, 3 right, 1 left. Spencer, there it is, looking left, firing toward the center. Ball caught. Nope, incomplete. It was high. Flag down. It's going to be a flag. It's going to be a personal foul because he popped Paulo, I think his name is, the safety. Popped Jawan Johnson in the back, and the ref seeing it says, no, sir. That's defenseless. They're kind of meeting on it right now to see what the call is going to be on the play. So they're trying to figure it out. And it look like it's going to be a personal foul against the Raiders. No, they said no. They picked up the flag. So no flag on the play. They went and discussed it. They thought it was a flag, but they said nope, 4th down. No flag. And that was a throw right here. And Jawan got hit in the back of his helmet, but he went down low. I don't think it was intentional. Jawan, the way Jawan hit, and the guy popped him in the back of the helmet. And he looked at it like, yeah, man, they got me, man. He kind of turned around, kind of guilty, but the referees bailed him out, said no penalty. 4th and 6, Saints had an opportunity. That not looking good. Now they'll punt the ball back to the Raiders. Abdullah is waiting for the return. The punt from Hayball. If the Raiders are able to score on this next drive, man, this could put the Saints in pressure as the offense once again couldn't get it done. There's the punt, and it'll be fair caught by Abdullah at the Raiders' 15-yard line. And let's see if the Saints could turn them over. 13-10 right now. He had the guilty look on his face. They panned into the guy that hit him. He didn't dispute anything. You know, the referees kind of let him have it. All right. All right. Big ups to y'all, man. This is we'll see what happens here, man. We'll see what the hell happens here moving forward. All right. So we just the Raiders get the ball at their own 15-yard line to see if the Saints defense can turn up the pressure, because that's what we definitely gonna need. We're gonna need them to turn up that pressure, man. Let's get that pressure. All right. All right. Prime says, my Shreveport fam, I know about the Arc Latex. Okay, you had a girlfriend up in Bossier. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Shreveport's a cool town, man. I had family. I went up there some time ago, man. Long time ago, man. It's a pretty cool town, man. All right. Yes, yes, indeed. Shout out to y'all, man. What's up, Kathleen? Big ups to you. All right. Pam. What's up, Keldrick? Says Q. I'm in Shreveport and I bleed black and gold. Hey, Keldrick, tell me about all them people up there talking shit about the Saints, this Cowboys people. It's a bunch of them. Man, I don't mess with no Saints. It's Cowboys for life. I'm like, man, you about the same way with the Saints about right now. Y'all ain't won shit since the 90s. Okay, let's get that straight. And the way Jared Jones cutting up, you might not get nothing until he transitions up out of here. He's on an eternal mission to make sure that whatever the winning they get, he done kind of abandoned winning the championship, right? He really has. For my Cowboy people out there, and I know, I know we got quite a few people in here. I know Tasha, she's a Cowboy girl. But this is the thing. Y'all know, just like I know, you can watch Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones abandoned winning. He all about the money now. He don't even like this last team they put together. Them people needed a running back like crazy. They had backups. They brought Zeke Elliott back there. You should have known he was playing games then. He don't want to commit to no head coach. He done got up here where he's like, man, I just won't make money. And that's where he is. And you Cowboy people, y'all gonna have to tamp down on that, because he got his own building out there. So it's gonna be tougher to wrangle him in than it is for us to wrangle what we got going on here, because they're relying on these buildings here that's being paid for by the taxpayer. He used his own money, so he banking out with his own building. That's his philosophy. That's how I would do it if I was operating like that. I would have my own stadium. That way I make money year round. Whatever happened there, I get that paper. So anyway, but here we go back to the Raiders, man. From their own 15, man, in motion is Bowers from left to right. O'Connell's going to change his mind there, gets up and audible to play. There's the play act. Nope, handoff to the running back. Abdullah falls forward. Looked like they had him at the line of scrimmage. In some kind of way, he got 4 yards off to the left side there. So that'll bring up 2nd and 6. Might be 2nd or 6. We'll see what it is. All right. But yeah, he done abandoned. I'm just letting y'all know, man, that dude done abandoned winning. He all about money winning now. That's what he want win. He about winning that money. And he don't care about none of it. Talking about soft rebuilds. I would not dare tell my people that we're gonna do a soft rebuild or whatever. I would not dare tell you that. I wouldn't dare tell you all about the money. All right, here go the Raiders from right to left, two right, shotgun, quarterback looking right, stand right, firing on the check down to Tucker. It falls forward. He's just shy of the first down. That'll bring up 3rd and short for the little wide receiver, the speedster Tucker. So that'll bring 3rd down and 1. Raiders trying to get the ball, move the ball. And right now, the Saints still ain't got no pressure. That boy sat back there that whole time, had all kind of time. He had all, well, you see, Brian Bresee came through at the last minute, but by that time, he was already on the read. 3rd one, Raiders need 1 yard to keep the drive alive, man. Look like it might be a quarterback sneak. Is it? Man in motion is Tucker. Nope, it's a toss toward the left side, and he gets it. Missed tackle there. The guy, another missed tackle, climbs and gets all the way. It could have been a 1 yard pickup turned into like a 10-yard gain on a toss to trade Tucker off to the left side. And once again, the Saints can't corral him. That was 2 missed tackles off to the left there. My bad. That's Abdullah, the running back, with the toss to the left side. You seen Alante missed a tackle. DeMario missed a tackle. Somebody got pushed out of Hugo got just thrown out. Hugo got just thrown out of there. Hugo just got thrown out of there. And they picked up a nice gain on about 14 yards on that play. 3 right, 1 left in the shotgun is O'Connell. Looking center, looking left, firing to the left, high and boom, overthrown, and that'll bring up 2nd down. Kool-Aid McKinstry. That was a terrible throw by Aiden O'Connell trying to throw at Jacoby Myers. Kool-Aid McKinstry is in the coverage. So Kool-Aid was there. And Kool-Aid is getting a lot of good reps too. Kool-Aid's getting reps too. And that's the thing too, that we seen with our young guys like Brian Bresee and Kool-Aid McKinstry, Spencer Rattler. Those young guys are getting a lot of good rep time right here. So it's good to see those young guys would get that rep time. 2nd and 10 for the Raiders now. His running back is to his right, 2 to the right, 1 left. 3 right, 2 left, 1 left. There's a snap. Oh, there's a toss to Madison, the right side. Pete Werner is there to get him, but not before he gets about 2-yard pickup. Looked like Pete had him for a loss, and the running back was able to fight off Pete Werner just for a few yards and was able to turn a minus into a plus. So the Raiders kind of extending out the Saints on some of these plays. And Pete had him. He just got there, had him in the backfield. Madison used the stiff arm to delay him until he kind of squared up. But then Pete wrangled him, but it was for a gain of 2 yards as opposed to a lack of yards or a loss of yards on the play. So Abdullah's in there, 3rd and 8 now next to the quarterback in the shotgun. 3 left, 1 right. Saints sending the house look like. All right, there's a snap. O'Connell looking, taking his time. Ball's out and caught by Myers. It's a flag down on the play right away. It's going to be against the Saints. Look like it's going to be pass interference against the Saints. That's going to be declined. Let's see if that's what I seen, because Ugo looked like he had his hands on him. Ref seen it through the flag. It won't count anyway because the catch was there. So Jacoby Myers with another catch, and it's a pass interference against the Saints. That's going to be declined because it was completed. That'll bring up 1st down. So there you go. On the play is Jordan Howden. Was it Jordan Howden? Regardless or not, it don't count anyway. So because Jacoby Myers made the grab. So that puts him into Saint territory on that play there. So 9:54 and counting down. The Raiders, like I said, the Raiders offense has some synergy. It is continuing from the first half to the second half. We haven't seen any defensive adjustments by the Saints. 5 catches for 61 yards and a touchdown by Jacoby Myers right now. And that gets him in the Saints territory at the Saints 42-yard line. Man in motion is Bowers from right to left. There's the toss to the left side to Abdullah. Gets a little crease, fall forward, picks up about 5, maybe 6 yards on the run. This little running back is tearing the Saints up. 13 carries, 88 yards for Abdullah right now. He tearing the Saints up right now. Yeah, hitting them with him on the route right there, and that little guy is doing his thing. So it is what it is. The Raiders are moving the ball. That's a pickup of 5 for Abdullah. 2nd and 5 for the Saints. Let's see if that, like I said, I haven't seen any defensive adjustments. I haven't seen any increased pressure on Aiden O'Connell is still the same and like it was in the first half. He's comfortable. Man in motion from right to left in the shotgun is O'Connell, 2 to the right, 2 left. There's a snap, looking left, looking center, check down, throw, bounced, almost intercepted, and he fired it to Tucker. And Tucker couldn't reel it in, but had he reeled it in, that would have been for a nice gain too. So he kind of bopped it, he kind of juggled it and incomplete off his hands. And DeMario thought he had a chance at it, but couldn't quite get it. But look how they're showing the replay, and Tucker just took his eyes off it at the last moment and didn't do it, but couldn't reel it in. But the offensive line for the Raiders is keeping O'Connell clean for most part. Saints showing blitz on this one though. Shotgun 3 right. That's a draw play to Abdullah, and he is stopped for a pickup of 3 yards, and that'll bring up 4th down. So the Saints might have just did it. They try to sneak the Saints with that little draw run that they've been doing all first half, and it didn't work. Saints says, man, do something else, please. So that'll bring out 4th down. The Raiders are not going to take any chances. They're just going to send the special teams unit out there to take another field goal. That's exactly what they're going to do. So they roll out 4th and 4 right here. The kicker rolls out, and let's see what he can do. And he's hit a couple of them today, 31 and 39. This is a 54-yard attempt. So this is going to be a grander and more difficult thing. It will work well for the Saints if this was a miss. And it is not. This guy kicks it right down the center. It is good. And they are up now 16-10 with 7:56 remaining in the clock. So there you go on that as the Raiders. So the Saints defense stop them. They kick in the field goal. They feel comfortable about that. The Raiders are up 16-10. The Saints offense needs to get off the snide. They need to get down there and make something happen. Saints need to get down there and get a score, man. That's what they need to do. All right, who that life for Chris says, what's our punter stats? How doesn't he have a problem? A Pro Bowl, that's what you mean. Pro Bowl nomination is beyond me because we sure good at 3 and outs every damn game. Thank you, bro.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this.
Man, you're absolutely right, man. Yeah, Matt Hayball has had a fantastic season, to be honest with you. He's been awesome, man. And very solid. And there was talkings about Hayball having that type of recognition. But in the end, we'll see how it all pans out, man. He gave a lot of respect to another punter. I forgot who he was saying. That was a guy that was supposed to be that guy, you know what I mean? So but we'll see, man. You never know. But Hayball definitely deserves some credit, man. He took the job from the other guy last year, the Australian guy, and Hayball just been doing his thing, man. You got to give him credit, man. Been doing his thing there. All right. Eddie says, when playing the Saints, why would any team ever pass any Joe on the street would look like a great back? All right. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it, man. All right. Milton says, nah, you were right. The Pro Bowl has been a problem since they changed the format and moved it before the Super Bowl. Indeed, man. Yeah. Well, a lot of people thought that's what it, to me, I'm not I don't like the Pro Bowl. Because it's like the NBA All-Star game, just turn it into an awards thing where you just send them an award or a trophy or whatever it is, because they're not really playing. They're not doing anything. They're not playing any defense. They're not, they're just shooting. It's just, you won't have something competitive. And it's just not, we don't see that. I don't want to watch the Pro Bowl to watch them, that it's been going bad ever since. At one time it was good, but it's just not really interested in it. I pass it up. I don't even watch it. Just give them an award for it. You know what I'm saying? That's because unless it's real football, I don't want to see it, man. I don't want to see them running out there smiling, catching the ball, and nobody, that kind of, what you see like right now, like physical football with them playing for real, that kind of thing, unless it's something like that, I'm good. I'm good on it. Turn it into a damn flag football game or something if you're going to play like that. You know what I mean? Just turn the Pro Bowl into a flag football game, man. As the Raiders kick to the Saints, they're going to return it. Kneel on it in the end zone. They'll get it back at the 30-yard line. So, like I said, the Saints offense, man, for the most part, besides the tricky play in which they scored the touchdown with Foster Monroe, the Saints offense has been hit or miss. They were able to at least get down the field before the second half, before halftime rather, to kick a field goal to, to make it 13-10. But now is the time the Saints offense need to get a touchdown. And there's the power wide formations to play action. Spencer has time. He's going to throw the ball to the left side of the field. And is it caught? I don't know if they're not showing anything. Look like it's incomplete. Yeah, it's incomplete, bringing up 2nd and 10. The ball was thrown toward Kevin Austin Jr. Spencer threw the ball to him. He was cutting. No, that was Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Yeah, and the guy got to it right there, and kind of Marquez couldn't bring it in. The ball was knocked loose. So that'll bring up 2nd and 10. All right, so the clock stopped at 7:50. Saints in the shotgun, 2 left. Man in motion from right to left is number 11. There's the draw play to Clyde Edwards. Nope, Jamal Williams, who picks up about 7 yards on the run. So nice draw play selection by the Saints. That'll bring up 3rd and maybe 3 with the run giving it to Jamal Williams. And speaking of Jamal Williams, since he's been down here, what a disappointment. It's a 3rd and 2 now. He picked up 8 yards on the run. Been very disappointing for Jamal Williams for the 2 years that he's been down here. Boy, what a disappointment that was. From 17 rushing touchdowns and over 1,000 yards the last year of Detroit to what we done here in 2 years with the Saints is just appalling. All right, 3 to the left, 2 right in the shotgun to Spencer Rattler. Blitz is coming, ball out quick, almost intercepted by Spillane. That'll bring up 4th and 2. Spillane almost had the interception. The middle linebacker had it in his hands. Spencer did not see him. And Spillane jumped the route and almost had an interception. And that could have been bad. Spillane was right there. He picks that ball off, man. That would have been big for the Raiders. And Spencer didn't see him because Spillane dropped in the coverage and he didn't watch him. Like I said, they got a hell of a linebacker with that dude, man. 4th and 2, the Saints are going to punt the ball to the Raiders' hot offense. And this is when we're going to see if the Raiders are serious about winning this game. Is can they add on to that lead? Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. If it's a touchdown, I think they win the game. If it's a field goal, they're going to be on their way. Saints offense can't jail. There's the punt, bounce to the inside, right before the 20-yard line, right around the 22, 23-yard line. Some shoving and talking going on between the Saints. Referees get involved. They'll pick up the ball around the 23 or 24-yard line once the break is over with. 16-10, 6:59 remaining on the clock. As they go into commercial break. Very, 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 very interesting, man. That was almost a disaster for the Saints right there. But if the Raiders is all flowing for them right now, I've seen 0 adjustments, family. 0 adjustments by the Saints defense against what the Raiders got going on. Not much has changed. All right, big ups to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Let's see what y'all got going on. Shout out to the fam. Who that for, like Chris says, the commercials last longer on the screen than the Saints offense. Rossi, he says, just say I let backups play next game because this is what it looks like today. So how can it be any worse? Indeed. Milton says, I need a donation for watching this game. Linda says, well, Rizak second half adjustments. LOL. I agree. That is definitely a laugh and a half. No adjustments. Barbara says it was ugly before a single play was run. All right. Rose says on the field for 2 minutes, bro? This is brutal to watch. All right. 504 says Jamal is so slow. Yeah. And the thing is, man, listen, man, we say that man, dude, all I can say is, man, you watch what it's terrible. But it is what it is, man. This team it's not very good. It's not a very good team. And really, even though, and what makes them not a good team is the fact that, they're undisciplined, man. They're undisciplined. The Saints are undisciplined, man. They really are. And usually when you have a rookie quarterback in there, man, that problem is a lot of times you don't see the field. and things could be disastrous. The Raiders almost had a freebie on that one, man. That guy picks that ball off, man. That's problematic. Yeah, boot camp says, come on, Spencer, you're staring your receivers down. Yes, indeed. That's how Spillane stepped in front of them. That's a problem, man. We often we kind of tell that a lot to Carr, but Spencer Rattler is doing that too on several different plays. We've seen that too. That's lazy. You got to off look. You got to look off. Even if you're not going right, you got to stare right so that them safeties see where you're going. And even what's even better is you can pump fake to the side you're not going to. So if I want to go left, because I know that's my guy, but I pump, but I'm looking right and I pump fake right, that's big. Because them safeties thinking you're going there, then you go left. That's a huge thing. That keeps them honest. All right, here go the Raiders picking up from their own 24-yard line, man, in motion. Look at this. Look at this time right here by Connell. He rolls out, throws the ball toward the sideline, too high on Clyde. Terrence Marshall Jr. toward the sideline, ball thrown too high. So, man, what can I tell you, man? Yeah, but he had all kind of time and then some. He had all kind of time on that play, man. All kind of damn time on that play. He had all kind of time to make a throw. What the hell are these people eating, man? All right. Anyway. All right. Shotgun Raiders 2nd and 10 after that play. There's a snap. It's the same draw play to Amir and same result. The guy gets about 5 yards on the run right up the center of the Saints defense. Where is he at right now? 15 carries for 94 yards. As long as they can keep doing that, we're going to have success here. The guy has 16 carries for 99 yards, Amir Abdullah. Saints had almost 188 yards ran on them last game. And Amir Abdullah, the backup running back, is really doing this thing against the Saints. Third, and that's a pickup of 5, bringing up 3rd and 5 right now. This is a big quarter for the Raiders to see if they can take possession of the game. Shotgun O'Connell, 2 to the right, 2 left, running back next to him in the shotgun. Saints sending the house. Nope, they're sending 4, no 5. O'Connell has plenty of time, throws the ball out front, and it's incomplete. And the tight end looking up, looking for a flag on the play, and there's no flag. Saints get the Raiders off the field. Big stop by the Saints defense. Tyrann Mathieu were able to break up the ball. Myers wanted a penalty for it because he says that Tyrann Mathieu got there before he did. He got there early. But no, you will not get it. All right, so there you go. Kool-Aid McKinstry and the Honey Badger meet to break the ball up. That's 4th and 5 now. The Raiders will have to punt the ball off, and it's away, and the Saints on the return. It's going to be around, they're going to let it bounce, and it bounced into the end zone. Number 82 thought he was going to do something and pin the Saints back deep, but too bad it wasn't, so the Saints will pick it up where they belong. And let's see if the offense, man, can the offense galvanize here? The guy got in the end zone and touched the ball. He wanted to try to grab the ball and throw it out, but the way it bounced fast enough, he couldn't grab a hold to it. 5:55 on the clock. Going into the rest of the third quarter, can the Saints get on the plus side of this thing? We'll see. We'll see what happens here. All right. Yeah, this is very interesting, man, to be honest with you, man, about how the Saints offense, man, I don't know how they're going to score, man. I don't know how they're going to do it. All right, KD said literally the first turnover worthy. It's a TO worthy throw, a couple of bad ones, but other than that, it's been great. Let's jump off the bridge. Nah, it's a part of the learn. It's a growth process, like I said, man, that we know that this is an epic failure of a season, right? Which should jar major league changes for the Saints coming into, the off season. But what it does, it humbles the piss out of the Saints leadership because for one, they can't sit up here and talk about, and we know how they're going to play it. They're going to blame it on the injury situation, which that's what you got a depth chart from. You're not supposed to do that, but that don't stop them from doing it to save their own asses. By any stretch of the imagination, we'll see them take accountability for anything, and that is the main reason why the team's an epic failure. There, you have to have accountability, man. You can't let guys fail without making them pay for it. Because I'm not spending my money on failure. You know, if you give a hearty effort and you fight your ass off and you lose, we can live with that. But not this. Team, they act like they don't practice, they don't know how to execute plays. And even though guys are backups, we know it's a drop off between starter to backup, but still in all, you're a professional football player. You're supposed to be ready to play every game if your number's called. You practice several times a week and you've been on this team for months. So these guys really shouldn't look as bad as that, because that's what I look at when we start talking about backups. Is that backup practicing? Yeah, he practicing. He practices just like the starter. His degree of talent might be different, but still in all, the execution and understanding of what he has to do as a player should be the same. Even though one player might be just talented than the next player, but the level of execution and understanding of the scheme should be the same. It should be the same. So that's what I talk about when I talk about these backups. All right, here go the Saints back with the ball from their 20-man, and most from right to left is Foster, 2 left, 1 right. This is a run look. Nope, it's a play action. Spencer then throws it to Prentice, and it's off the top. He's off his hands, and that'll bring up 2nd down as a defender was in the face of Spencer Rattler. So he gets rid of the ball, try to throw it to his fullback, and the fullback wasn't ready to receive the ball, and it went right off his hands. It was a little high on the play. So that's why we don't really throw to our fullback. All right, so that'll bring up 2nd and 10 now for the Saints. And let's see if Spencer in the shotgun once again could move the offense. 2 right, 1 left. Man in motion from right to left is Foster Monroe. Snap. They send in the house. Spencer flushes out toward the right side of the pocket, looking, throwing upfield, and caught, fumbled, and recovered. Nope, fumbled again, and they're going to just say it's an incomplete pass. He was going to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think that was Clyde. And they're just going to call it an incomplete pass. As Spencer was flushed out of the pocket and was throwing upfield, it just wasn't completed. So that'll bring up 3rd and 10. So, yeah, that was a play. And then Clyde got hit in the back of his head on the play. He got hit on the back of his head with the play. I hope he's all right. Looked like he took a shot. Looked like he's all right. He's still out there. All right, 3rd and 10. 0 for 4 on 3rd down is the Saints in this game. The Raiders are sending everybody. There's the pressure right up. The Spillane gets them, and they get them down. That's a sack. Spillane. I just said they send everybody. You got to see that, Spencer. You got to see that, Spencer. You got to see the blitz coming. The Raiders come through there. 2 guys loose. You got to see that as the quarterback. You got to see those guys coming. You got to see that, and you got to make the adjustment. And he just literally, Jamal Williams just let Spillane run right past him. And Spillane just ran right past Jamal Williams. And the Saints lose 9 yards on the play. And Matt Hayball is forced to kick from inside the end zone once he gets the punt in hand. So the Raiders are going to have a short field to work from. And this one's already returned from his own 35. Great punt by Hayball. The Saints wrap him up at the 39-yard line. That was a hell of a punt by Matt Hayball. Puts them all the way back on the 39-yard line of their side of it. As the Raiders defense comes through with a sack, 451. Raiders defense is playing well. The offense is playing well enough. Another score puts the Saints game out of reach. If this is a touchdown, this game is over with. I would even say even a field goal gets them close, but the Saints they can't generate anything. If it's not penalties getting in the way, it's drop passes. Now we starting to suffer protection issues as well. You've seen Spillane gets there free, and I'm saying they sending everybody. I've seen it just looking at the screen. I was like, they're about to send everybody in there. Quarterback has to see that. The protector's got to be able to see that, to be able to adjust, slide protections, whatever you got to do. Even audible out, because you see them coming with it. Audible out to something else to take advantage of that aggressiveness. You got to be able to see that. And yeah, man, Saints did not. 16-10 Raiders get the ball back from their own 39-yard line. Saints could possibly lose this game to the Raiders, a 3-win team. Yeah. So anyway, all right, Brother Derek says Saints front office must love Pokemon for him to still be here. Pokemon. Yeah, Jamal. I don't know if they love him. It just was a bad hire because the Saints did not when they didn't use him correctly. Like, how could the Lions use him to get over 1,000 yards in 1 year and 17 rushing touchdowns? He comes to New Orleans fresh off of that, and he barely does anything. That would put more of an indictment on the Saints' usage of Jamal Williams, how they use him as opposed to where he is in this stage of his career as a running back. He's fresh off of 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago. He's 1,000-yard rusher with 17 rushing touchdowns that leads the NFL. And he barely, as a Saint, has more than 5. He don't even have 5 rushing touchdowns in 2 years with the Saints. That's how they utilize him. The Saints did the similar thing, not so far as a free agent, but they have players that they drafted that they just didn't know how to use. Look what Zach Bowen is doing with Philadelphia. They're like, is this guy a first-round draft pick or something? No, he playing like one with Philly because Philly knows how to use him. They know how to put him in the system, and they know how to make his take advantage of what he does really well. They know how to do that. The Saints have squandered a lot of players' abilities. Not knowing how to do them, not having any imagination, not being accountable. It's a part of it. Williams says, Happy New Year. New GM, head coach, new O-line, new defense, new QB, new I don't know Q. Yes. All right, hold on, brother. Here's the Raiders go back to it. It's a draw play to, guess what? Abdullah. And he gets about 8 yards on the run before Alontae Taylor get him out. And it looked like the Saints defense I ain't gonna say they're giving up, but that run was a little too easy for Abdullah, and they've been using the same run pattern over and over again. The guy has 108 rushing yards right now for the Saints. He got 140 total scrimmage yards on the Saints right now. The backup running back, Amir Abdullah, right? And he's still in there again. So you got 3 left, 1 right, and man under center, man in motion is Myers from left to right. And he's from the center, hands the ball off to Myers again, and he gets chopped down by DeMario finally, but a pickup of just, I think, 2 yards there. So he might have he picked up maybe 2 yards on the play as DeMario got in there and was able to wrap him up because he was cutting back to try to make a bigger play, but DeMario was able to wrangle him down. And the Raiders trying to go for it. It looked like they're going to be shy of the first down. The referee's running from the sideline on it, and he's telling them it's a first down right away. He running from him, telling him it's a first down right away. So this is going to be a QB sneak by O'Connell. And the referee says, yep, first down. So they get a new set of downs on the play, and they keep it going. So like I said, the Raiders want to win this game, and they're playing really good. They've been consistent the whole time, and they're looking good out there, man, against the Saints. All right, let's see what happened. Abdullah's been big for them. Shotgun Raiders, 2 left, 2 right, and man motions out further left. And as O'Connell is going to set up the running back play, and the ball's thrown in the ground. I don't know why he double pumped it. He had the running back there. Why did he double pump it? Just throw the ball. That's when you know you got God. Sometimes these quarterbacks be overthinking shit. You see the man, you can feel the pressure. Just throw the ball out there. Why would he need the ball? Why are you double pumping it? Unless he lost the grip on the ball. But it was a play in which he got it off. It just was not. Why would he double pump it there? Just throw the damn ball out of there. That would make you a backup, dude. You have an opportunity to make a play, make it. That's why they're gonna draft a first-round draft pick. You kind of be decisive, throw the ball out there. But anyway, I'm trying to coach up their damn people, man, because my people ain't hitting on nothing. So I got to do something. But thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
All right, shotgun Raiders. Time to throw ball across the center and first down. Pickup of 11, maybe 12 to Bowers. They're in Saint territory with the move. Raiders, all kind of time. We talked about it at halftime. Saints need to make the adjustments. They need more pressure on O'Connell. Guess what? O'Connell is not getting any pressure on him. Saints not getting enough pressure on O'Connell. And doing the same thing they did in the first half of the game. He has time to throw. He's seeing the lanes, and he's making confident throws that time around. He put it right on Brock Bowers, rather, and make a good catch there. So the guy keeps doing his thing out there. All right, shotgun, and this is going to be a draw play, a little run play to Madison, and he powers through the Saints' lackluster defense for a pickup of 6 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 4 for the black for the silver and black that is. So it's 2nd and 4 there, and the Raiders are just marching to score. The Saints they're eating clock on the Saints. They're just marching the ball methodically on the New Orleans Saints defense. You know, it's looking rough for the home team right now. Looking pretty rough. All right, O'Connell on the center waves Jacoby Myers in motion from left to right, to left and right. This looked like a running play, and it is. Right up the center to Madison, falls forward for a pickup. He gets the first down plus an additional 2 or 3 yards on the play. On the Saints. Saints defense is just literally getting marched back, fam. You can look at the facial expressions of Pete Werner and Demario Davis, man. It look like it's some collapsing going on here, man. They're walking these guys down to score. Saints defense, they need to gather up, man. If you break, we have nothing left. Saints defense break right here, we have nothing left. The offense is not here. They had the touchdown, we got a field goal, but they're not showing up now. 2 left, 2 right, shotgun, pressure, ball out quick, Bowers catch. He's down to the 14-yard line. That was a quick read by O'Connell, and O'Connell seen the blitz and got the ball out to Brock Bowers, and he picks up a nice little gain of yardage on that play, about 15 yards on the play. The blitz came, and he read it very quickly and found Bowers, and man, he got a nice gain inside Saints 20. So they're now in the money territory. It all seems like, the Saints defense is just imploding, man. It's a slow death right now. All right, O'Connell under center. There's a toss to the right. Abdullah's there, and he gets another gain of about 5 or 6 yards on the play against the Saints. The Saints are walking off the pier. If this is pirate lingo, and we talk about the Raiders being a pirate team, and the Saints was on their ship, you have the what you call it, the gang pier or whatever you want to call it. What the pirate do is he put out the plank. They tell you walk the plank. They hang it off the side of the ship. And then he tell you, get on out there. No, I ain't getting out there. Then he take the pistol with the round in on it. You will get on that plank. And then the Saints get on the plank, and then they just, they itch on over to the very end. It'll kind of feel they got going on right now. I'm just saying. The Raiders got the Saints on the plank, and they got the pistol at them like that, saying, go on to the end of it. Go ahead. And then you like scarily moving inch by inch to the that's what it felt like to me. The Raiders got the Saints on the plank, and they got the pistol up, say, hey, keep walking, and they inching slowly but scaredly over to the end of it. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm just saying, man, it's 9 plays, 52 yards. It's almost 5 minutes, and they walked the ball from inside the 10-yard line on the Saints, and the Saints are not stopping them. They're not getting any pressure to the quarterback. There was no adjustments being made. The Saints are pretty much carrying on like they did in the first half, and it's just not good. They are not getting there. They're not reading what the Raiders are doing, and it's just ridiculous because now the Raiders have gotten into a rhythm where when you blitz Aiden O'Connell, he read that Bowers read really quick, which means he's in harmony. He's in synergy with what's going on out there. And he spreaded the ball around to whether it's Myers, whether it's Tucker, whether it's Bowers, it doesn't matter. He's moving the ball around. He has time to throw, and you mix in Amir Abdullah, who has over 100 yards on the Saints. Matter of fact, 19 carries for 113 yards right now on the Saints. So, right now it's 9 plays, 51 yards, almost 5 minutes, and the Raiders are marching down on the Saints. So we starting the fourth quarter off. If it's a score, if it's even a field goal, I don't think the Saints are going to, do anything. We'll see how it all goes, man. But the defense gotta make them kick a field goal If they score a touchdown right here, this is over with. This is going to be over with if they let them score a touchdown. You know, that's what I'm saying. Look like the Raiders got the pistol on the Saints. They're on the plank, and they're saying, keep going, keep going, keep going. I don't want to jump off the plank. Yeah, too bad, because you showed up practicing like this. And there's the move as a draw play to Amir Abdullah. Breaks several tackles, still on his feet. That little dude is tough as hell. Picked up 4 yards on the game there. Picked up 4 yards on the play. So that'll bring up 3rd and 3 now. Man, they doing their thing, man. All right. Oh, man, what we going to do, family? What are we going to do? What are we going to do, mama? All right, shotgun. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. For the Raiders, it might be a draw play here on the 3rd down and 3. Nope, it's going to be a pass play, ball thrown and incomplete. Jacoby, I don't think the receiver even seen the quarterback there. It was on Myers. Myers never turned around to locate the ball. He was going toward Myers. It was a poor throw anyway, but Myers was stopped and tripped. That's what it was. He stopped and tripped down, and that was the greatest thing that ever happened. Because he stopped and tripped, and because of that, that's how they stopped it, because it damn sure wasn't the Saints. The Turf Monster. Let's give the Turf Monster a round of applause. So shout out to the... All right. Shout out to the Turf Monster, man, for making a stop as they get ready to kick the field goal. 25-yard attempt, 16-10. The Raiders, the ball's up and through, and that would make it 19-10. Raiders way, and that should put an interesting spin on it, man. But yeah, man, the Turf Monster made a great play on that one. All right, VB says, who that's in Big Q. Did anyone hear the talk last week that Tyron doesn't value Joe Woods' defensive strategies? Was that real or just a rumor? I did hear something about that, but it's hard for me to believe that, you know what I'm saying, to accept that, because Joe Woods is you mean to tell me he had respect for Dennis Allen's ability strategies, but none for Joe Woods? Let me hit the button for that one just to laugh. That was a good one, right? Oh, that was a good one. That was, again, he don't have respect. Now, I'm not saying it is, because I'm hearing it just a rumor, but you know that you would have respect. Not for Joe Woods, but for Dennis Allen's play calling and his defensive ability.
That is completely psychotic.
So at the end of the day, we have to figure out, execution. Like Honey Badger has been in positions, and really he's kind of turned on Dennis Allen when Dennis Allen left, because when Dennis Allen was here, he was the cool coach. Dennis Allen's a cool coach. He had no criticisms or nothing. Him and Demario Davis, they all loving him. The team falling through the flow, and they in love with Dennis Allen. Then the moment Dennis Allen gets fired, Tyrann Mathieu's like, oh, they wouldn't let me be who I wanted to be. I couldn't be who I wanted to be, and all this foolishness. I mean, literally, this is the press conference. I think this is the press conference is after Dennis Allen gets fired. He came up there and said about they're not letting him be who he wanted to be. They don't think that they felt like he was needed here. And I'm like, where was all of this at prior to the man getting? Why you ain't tell him that? Why you sitting here placating and playing games, huh? Stop playing games and tell the truth, man, because people are going to call you out on that BS. That's why I be calling these guys out. They do a lot of positive stuff, but a lot of times they be caught up with that foolishness too. They was quiet as church mice when all this stuff was happening. They wouldn't say nothing critical. Marshawn Lattimore, Elvin Kamara, those guys are talking up, putting their money in jeopardy. To talk the truth, to keep it real. But Tyrann Mathieu was quiet as a church mouse until Dennis Allen got canned. Then he started all this talking. And I don't think the rumor's true, but it's a lot of weirdness around, what's going on right there. Because Joe Woods, in terms of what I've been seeing outside of the last couple of games, it's like the defense is going to play up to a point, like what's going on right now. The defense is tired. They're going to play up to a point, but even from a psychological standpoint, the defense is helpless unless the offense does something. So if the offense is carrying its water, that's one less thing the Saints have to worry about, because the defense would then have to turn over the offense so that they can get points off of an interception or something that forces them to score, something that the offense is getting paid to do. So in the end, man, we'll see how it all shakes and goes, man. But that's why I was saying about a strong leadership. You need a strong leader to iron all this foolishness from the get-go and not let it fester. Let guys know what time it is from the get-go. And then of course, when you have older players, you got ornery players. Like a lot of these older players are ornery. It's a part of the game. But thank you. Appreciate you on that one. Brent says, don't be looking at results, Q and fam. Come on, man. Yeah, I know, brother. I know. Let me put that Boosie up there because that will Boosie.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Draw play by the Saints to start off the first quarter to Clyde Edwards-Helaire for a gain of maybe 2 or 3 yards on the play. We'll see. Saints have to get busy here and they have to pick up that energy, man. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate it.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shotgun Saints treated right, one left. Spencer looking, running away, trying to scramble around at libs and threw the ball too short, too small, or too try to find Foster Monroe on the ground. The ball was thrown short. That'll be bringing up 3rd and 8 on the play. So he was scrambling around, making the play. Foster had to go low to get the ball. You got to put that ball up a little higher than that, Spencer. He was being flushed at the receiver. I mean, the defensive player was running after him. And that's all the Raiders have to do is pin their ears back and go after Spencer Rattler. You're going to see all that happen this quarter. They're going to be sending heavy. They're about to blitz him right now. Shotgun 3 right, 1 left. Let's see how they're about to send the house at him. Yeah, they tipping at him. Let's see how they respond. There's the snap. They drop back in pressure. Spencer looking, fires it to Pettis, and Pettis gets rattled down. He'll be 3 yards shy of the first down. It'll bring up 4th and 3. Raiders is on one, man. The Raiders defense, and like we talked about the Raiders, and I think the Saints are going to go for it on 4th down here. They have no choice. But the Raiders defense has been playing really well over the last several games, especially over the last couple of games, including this one. The Raiders defense in many categories are top 10. They're top 10, but the offense has struggled, but not offense is showing some consistency. They're going to be issued. They're about to send the house at them. 2 left, 2 right, shotgun Rattler. They sending 4 in there. Pressure, Spencer looking, flushed out of the pocket to the left. He's trying to run. He's going to get it, picks it up, gets the first down, and he gets tackled down face first into the turf. I hope he's all right. He's okay. They get him up. He runs out on the field. Spencer Rattler picks up the first down. Pocket collapses. It flushes Spencer out to the right side, to the left side of the pocket, and he's scrambling. Spillane couldn't get him, and he's protecting the ball, and he's escorted very roughly down to the turf, and hope he's all right. He gets the first down on the scramble. Shotgun Spencer, 2 right, 1 left. He's in the shotgun there, and right now scrambling, doing this thing. 2 carries for 36, 2 scrambles for 36 yards. Spencer's their number 1 runner. So the referees here is waiting for the play to happen. They're letting the clock run. Come on, man. Let them get going. So let's see. The Saints get a new set of downs. Maybe this jolts them, man, as they are at their own 44-yard line. That's the draw play. Run to is that Jamal Williams gets to the 50-yard line right on the play. So Saints need to operate like a 2-minute offense. They really do. So we'll see what goes on there, man. As they got Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco is in there running the Colts offense. Damn. Shotgun Spencer looking left, looking center, breaks a tackle, running forward, and throws the ball to a wide open Cedric Wilson Jr. And there's a flag down on the play. Man, Spencer was able to break free because they almost sacked him. He was able to ad-lib a little bit, break free. And let's see what the call is. It's going to be against the Saints, man. Who got caught on a hold this time? Who was caught on the hold this time? Let's see, because he broke free, was able to make a play up the field, and it's another penalty. Flag is down. Let's see what the call is. And Spencer threw his head back like, man, come on, man. Is it who else but Ali Udo? Let's give Ali Udo a round of applause, man. Didn't I tell y'all, man? It's Ali Udo again. Ali Udo with another holding situation, and he's holding the guy. The guy's way gone. Why is he even holding him? I told you the guy's dumb. Why is he still on this team, fam? That's another penalty. That's like 3 penalties. He grabbing the guy's shoulder pad. Spencer Rattler is already gone. Why is he still holding him? I told you the guy's a saboteur, man. He's a professional saboteur. Why is he still on the field? I mean, that guy should have been fired and cut a long time ago, man. And they keeping these bums here, man. Udo, that's what, the third penalty he was involved with today? I know it for at least 2 penalties. 2nd and 16. Now, shotgun Saints, 3 to the left, 1 right, man in motion from left to right. Spencer looking, he's going to throw the ball. It's too high almost, and it's intercepted by the Raiders. Is it? Referee says nope, it's incomplete. I think it's incomplete. They saying, is it an interception? We got to look at the replay. They saying it's a turnover. We got to look at the replay because let's see what it is. And right after the Saints turn the ball, right after the penalty, when the Saints were able to convert, the next play is a turnover. So did he get it? Because this was going to be close. Did he get it rightfully? Looked like he did. Yeah. Looked like he got it. It went right. It was thrown too high. The defensive back was able to corral it and scoot up under it. Yeah, it looked like a pick. Looked like he was able to get it. Right after the Ale Udo play that stifled the Saints offense, the pick came, and now the Raiders are they're in supreme position to win the game. And it's like they turn the Saints over to get the first turnover of the game off the interception. Spencer threw it too high, man. He threw it too high, and the DB made a play on it, and they get the ball at their own 40. So man in motion from left to right is Mayer. Under center is the quarterback, play action to the left, looking. He's going to take a shot up the field, and ball is incomplete as it's overthrown. He was trying to take a shot at Tucker. Incomplete. Trey Tucker down the field. Brings up 2nd and 10 on the play. So, yes, indeed. So there you go. Spencer Rattler gets the interception. And bam, beam, boom. There it is. All right. Brent says, we need brother Dick Gregory. Oh, man, brother. Shotgun. There's the draw play to Madison, trying to get through the first down, and falls forward, twists and turns his way to a 5-yard pickup. Kool-Aid McKinstry there. And they, regardless of how it turned, the Raiders are running the ball well with Abdullah. They mix in Madison. They've been balanced, and they're turning the clock on the Saints. They're marching to score. The Saints defense was already showing cracks and fractures. The last drive out with the Raiders offense was out there. And if it wasn't for the turf monster, they probably would have scored on that touchdown the last time around. Do they fix that situation? 3rd and 5 now. Can the Saints force a turnover? Shotgun O'Connell from the Saints 35-yard line. There's the snap, looking left, looking center, firing center. Ball's is caught by Bowers, and he gets tackled right around the 23 or 22-yard line. New set of downs for the Raiders, and they're on one, man. The Raiders' offense is flowing. Saints getting no pressure on Aiden O'Connell. He's standing in there, have all time to throw the ball. The field is completely open. And the Raiders' offense, man, is doing a thing. And Brock Bowers and the rest of them guys are cutting up, showing what they can do. A lot of people thought the Saints was going to win this game. I thought the Saints were going to win a close game, but the offense, not consistent. Man in motion from left to right is Myers. Connell under center. Double motion, handoff to Brock Bowers, and Demario Davis can't get to him. He used the stiff arm to keep Demario away from him, but Demario just escorts him out of bounds. That'll be 2nd and 10. I don't think he got a yard on the play. But this Bauer kid is doing wonderful things. 108 catches, most by a rookie in NFL history, most in the season franchise history. So he come through the door. He got more receiving yards in the franchise history, most by a rookie tight end in the NFL. Brock Bowers is just breaking records in his rookie year, man, with the team. When they get a quarterback, they're gonna be all right. 9-18 and counting down. Under center is Aiden O'Connell. 1 left, 2 right, 1 left. Man in motion from right to left is Bowers. Is a toss to that side is Madison. Blocking, Madison powers forward, and another gain of 5 yards as they just beating the Saints down with the run. And they eating clock and just beating the Saints up from left to right. The Saints had zero game plan for none of this. They allowed Brock Bowers to cook them. They allowed Myers to cook them. They allowed the running attack to get going. They didn't put any blitz or no real meaningful blitz on Aiden O'Connell. to throw him off. They did absolutely diddly squat in terms of preparing for this team properly, and they're getting it handed to them. Receivers on both sides of formation, and the shotgun is Aiden O'Connell, running backs to his left. There's a snap, looking center, looking right, looking center, looking left, looking center, throwing left, fired the ball in the end zone, touchdown, Raiders. It is Tucker, the wide receiver, and that will do it for the Saints right there. That's a touchdown. The Trey Tucker in the left corner of the end zone. And like I was saying, Aiden O'Connell looking right, looking center, looking left, looking right, looking. And when you're doing that, that means the offensive line buying them time for him to go left to right and then slide around and make a throw toward the left corner end zone. You know, and that's because the Saints got caught up playing bullshit zone, and Tucker got right in that corner and made a real good and got both his feet in for a touchdown. And they're looking at it, but that looked like a touchdown to me. His feet were in. 25-10 right now. The Raiders come in here and kick the Saints in their teeth. And that should do it, man, right there. The Saints offensively are funky. They're trifling. And at the end of the day, that'll get you beat 25, and it's about to be 26-10. And the ball is actually batted down by the Saints. Is blocked. So the extra point is blocked. Really nothing to be excited about by that. That's just been 26-10, except you playing a squares. You just lost some money. But at the end of the day, the Raiders are just taking it to the Saints. And that's what happens. You know, 25-10, 8:20 remaining in the clock. Raiders up on the Saints. Yes, they're up. Speaking of Dick Gregory,
the problem is you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000, nigga, and I dare motherfucker to pop.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you very much.
Oh, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate you, Brent, for that, sir. Much love. All right, Jamie says, I'm going to look past the results of the all season. That's right. Look past, hold on now. Look past the results. That's what you got to do. You got to look past the results. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, Jamie. Man, I mean, I'm telling you, man, we got a lot of stuff going on with the team, but this is the kind of losing that we need to have so that when the off season hit, we go in, we have to tear them up from the administrative position. The Saints are getting manhandled at home 25-10, and see more losses like this propels the more of the faithful to get in on what we've been kind of promoting. And I'm just speaking about the fact that there is zero accountability here. There's no accountability. That's why when Rizzy first got hired on, people were just so elated to get rid of Dennis Allen that you could have put Mickey Mouse back there. You could have put Daffy Duck, Donald Duck. You could have took a Darkwing Duck. You could have took Plucky Duck. It did Buster the Rabbit. It don't matter. You could have put anybody back there as a head coach, and the Saints family members would have been happy. Anybody's better than that guy, right? But as soon as, then when the honeymoon period wore off and we start looking, I'm like, listen, no, if you are going to be the interim coach, you got to look at everything. And he didn't look at everything. He just looked at special teams and defense and completely left the offense alone. And I was saying that is not what you got to look at the offense. If anybody needs help, it's the offense. Didn't do anything. When you ask some questions about him, he looks like you're speaking astrophysicists talk to him. It's like you speaking Spanish mixed in with Mandarin or something. He doesn't have any insight whatsoever over there. He's not making any decisions as far as that goes. He's allowing the offensive people that's there to run that offense, which they shouldn't be doing that. As the Raiders kick off to the Saints from left to right, Saints are nil on the ball in the end zone, bring it out at the 30-yard line. 8:20 remaining on the clock. Raiders up 25-10. He gets up there, doesn't know what he's talking about. Talking about he watched tape last week. Speaking about Rizzy, watched tape, didn't see any lack of execution. Didn't see a lack of effort was what he said. Just didn't execute. Saying in this type of stuff, and I'm like, dude, you good? We good? We straight on you. You good? We don't need nobody doing that. Anybody could look at the tape and see there was lack of effort. That's why you got blown out. They didn't show up. What are you talking about? So that just furthers along, keeps putting on. You need more of an intelligent, accountable coach that's not afraid to tell the truth, not some placating ass dude here. All right, shotgun for the Saints, multiple people on both sides of formation. Spencer Rattler is going to be tackled from behind. He's sacked again by the Raiders, and he gets dragged down roughly. He got beat blindside. A guy, that's Fuaga, got beat from that side, and the guy beats Fuaga, knocks the ball out, turns Spencer Rattler upside down like a pinwheel. The ball comes out, but it's recovered. That is 2nd and 17. Pressure coming. Spencer throwing it out of bounds, incomplete. That'll bring up 3rd and 17. Saints are totally inept. Totally inept from this. Totally inept. And like I said, the offense, and it's no way, and I guarantee you, like when you get to a point where you have offensive people, changes need to be made. Like these are players, guys are not doing what they're supposed to do. You take them out of there, find somebody else. I'm not going to stick with guys that's not getting it. Like Ali Udo should not have a job. If I'm running this team, Udo's been gone. These guys, I'm circulating these guys out of here because some of these guys Dennis Allen picked, they deserve to go with them. Shotgun, Spencer Rattler looking, throwing up the center of the field. Ball almost intercepted again by number 18. And once again, Jones almost had another interception. Spencer Rattler stared down the receiver and threw into triple coverage. The doors are falling off for the Saints offense, and now he ain't even looking at anything. He just threw that ball in there. There was 3 guys around there, and that guy should have intercepted the ball. That should have been an interception. He dropped it. And they're just walking on the Saints. And that'll force the Saints to punt. And 7:43 on the clock puts the Saints defense back out there, and they're already broken down. I mean, out there, and that's just what it is. It's Matt Hayball punts back off to the Saints. This is pretty much that game over with. Game been over after the other field goal. And that's the Raiders right here. Return the punt to their 33, 34-yard line before he's wrestled down by Prentice. And the Raiders will pick up at their 34-yard line and have an opportunity to put up another touchdown on the Saints. Who that for life is? Chris says, clown music for the offense cue. How many 3 and outs? I know, bro. Not good. It's not very good. And let's put some of the clown music on, right, bro? Here we go.
That is completely psychotic. That is completely psychotic.
Oh, my goodness. All right, go to draw to the Raiders on the play, and they get stopped for a pickup of 2, maybe 3 yards on the play. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you for the super chat. Much love, fam. You know how we do it, man. We got to have fun regardless of not, right? We got to. All right, thank y'all. Appreciate y'all on that, man. Much love, fam. Yes, indeed. It's definitely a clown show, man. Starting the Saints offensive coordinator. When it got to fall, let it fall. Let it fall. Let it fall. All right. 2 to the left and right of the formation. Saints showing a blitz there. Nothing there. Throw to number 87. The guy, Saints missed the tackle. He powers forward, gets to their Raiders 49-yard line with the throw. It's Mayer, the backup tight end. Like I said, they got 2 good tight ends. Bauer's special. And Mayer's not a bad tight end in his own right. He was able to jump over Kool-Aid McKinstry, who tried to slide down to make the play. And at the end of the day, the Saints just can't get right against the Raiders, man. Raiders are a 3-win football team, beating the Saints 25-10. They about to win 2 straight games. So would that didn't make the Saints one of the worst teams in the NFL? Just saying. All right, there's the next play here, and quarterback rolling. He's going to throw it up the field. It's caught, but incomplete because the guy's out of bounds. All right, so they'll bring up 2nd and 10. Raiders can't miss at all, man. 6:03 on the clock remaining. Well on their way to their 4th win of the year. 4th win of the year for them. And the Saints could find themselves. They got a tough matchup in Tampa. This is a good win for Coach Pierce because what it does show the Raiders, Leadership is that he has them playing a lot better. And if you give him a quarterback and some more talent, the Raiders are going to be a lot better next season. So this is a good win for Coach Pierce, not so much for the Saints. There's a draw play to Madison. He falls forward for a pickup of maybe 4 yards on the run toward the left side on the draw play. O'Connell's 20 of 34 for 242, 2 touchdowns. Right now, as the Saints are just going through the motions, a gain of 3 on the play. Saints are not a good offensive team at all, man. A lot of stuff going wrong with the Saints. And it's not just the talent, right? It's the execution. I mean, like I spoke about, these backup guys practice too. They have to execute. Why do we have practice? We don't just hold it for the starters. Everybody practices. They put all the teams together. So we got to learn just in case injuries happen. As the Raiders throw the ball to the side, it's incomplete. That'll bring up 4th and 7. O'Connell throws the ball out of bounds to spare the Saints from and further embarrassment. So this will punt the ball back to the Saints with 5:16 on the clock there. And perhaps the Saints, with 5 minutes left to go and 3 timeouts, could some kind of way miraculously pull off a touchdown and do something. They've been dead in the water since that first tricky touchdown that they had. It had not been sustained offense all game long. Let's see what happens here. Here's the punt by the Raiders. It's away. It's going to be caught at the 10-yard line. So the Saints will have to march deep, as Spencer Rattler will have an opportunity to correct the wrong of the interception. So, like I said, Kendra Miller was knocked out of the game with the concussion, and the trick play is all the Saints had for this entire game. The trick play. When the Saints offense did get some traction, penalties came in. Stupid Aliudo, dumb Tali Fuaga play, stuff like that happening. And we're gonna go over the stats at halftime, but it was horrific. Watching as here go the shotgun, Saints pressure comes. They set up the screen, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire is thrown. Nope, he gets tackled at the 12-yard line. Maybe a pickup of about 6 yards on a little screen play by Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And this is this is not a good look. As you're looking at, they have panned to some of these people in the dome. They look very confused. All right, there's a throw to Kevin Austin Jr., who makes the grab, but then there's Cedric Wilson Jr. These damn juniors got me all mixed up. But he makes a grab off to the side that brings up 3rd and 6 with 4:28. The Saints trying to operate 2-minute offense. 3 to the right, 1 left, shotgun Spencer. There's a snap. Raiders coming for him, and they sack him down. The Saints offensive line, he can't even plant and throw and look, and he gets destroyed from the right side. It's Tyree Wilson and Clavon Chasen, the former Tiger, having a defensive end meeting in the backfield. And it's Trevor Penning and his guys on the interior that end up getting there. Butler, the big interior defensive tackle, who has 3.5 sacks. He gets 4 there. He gets in there too and rattle them. And the Saints offensive line is completely fell apart. They've collapsed. And that's why I say you need to get the firing. You literally get the firing. But they won't do that because Rizzy don't know what the hell he's doing. He don't know what he's looking at. He's just gonna do this stupid thing when he gets up there in the press conference. He does this when his cheeks. He does this. Put one in the chat if y'all know that goofy ass, I don't know what to say face he does. You know what I'm saying, fam? Yeah. He does this face. And I pinpointed it before. I said, fam, see that face? That's that BS face right there. That's that stupid, ugly BS face that he does when he doesn't know anything and he's saying some BS. And see, I don't have time. I don't have patience for none of that, man. I really don't. I don't have any patience for none of that stuff, man. Either tell the truth or get out of the way, man. That's the kickoff back to him. The return man gets to the 40, down to the 50, and gets to the Saints 49-yard line before he's tackled there. And that's Tucker, the little speedster, gets all the way down to the 49. So the Raiders going to operate with an extremely short field once again. All right. Big ups to everybody watching the stream today. Much love to the fam. Brother Williams says, Q, the good news is we move up in the draft. You're not kidding, sir. You're not kidding at all. We are definitely going to move up there in the draft, man. And the Raiders is showing, hey, man, we're trying to do something. The Saints had 8 penalties today, family. 8 penalties for 52 yards today. Really killed a lot of their momentum. They only held the ball. They had the ball less than 20 minutes of a 60-minute game. The Raiders are going to have the ball for almost 40 minutes of a game. How do you justify that? They were 0 for 8 on third down. 0 for 8 on third down. 0 for 8 on third down. You know, it's ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. All right. Thank you, Brother Will. Appreciate the super chat, man.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you. Man, I tell you. And of course, they had something. We got a Saint down on the play here. They bringing out the cast. Somebody hurting here. Somebody messed up over here. At the end of the game, who is it, family? I can't tell who it is. And they kneeing down, which means it's a horrible, some type of probably somebody's leg or something got twisted the wrong way. They bringing out the air cast when that happens. That's usually the case. So hopefully we don't know who it is. Y'all put in the chat, who is it, fam? I ain't get a chance to see who it was laying down there. Y'all let me know who it is. Ford. Oh, Jalen Ford. That's who that is. Brother Prom says, Sports Coma, Saints Loomis and all loser put this sad team, team. Oh, yes, right. Hey, man. Boy, when it rains, it pours. But I mean, on another note, in NBA news, I done jump sports on y'all right quick. That was just why I got an alert, man. That's why I'm doing. The Lakers are trading D'Angelo Russell. Just got this alert. And 3 second-round picks to the Brooklyn Nets for Darian Finney-Smith and Shake Milton. Okay. It wasn't quite the alert I was waiting for. I was waiting for the alert where the Pelicans fired a stumbling, bumbling Willie Green, but I guess that's all right. Some news is better than no news, right? Yeah, this is insane, man. Watching the Saints play, man. This is pretty bad.
That is completely psychotic.
Jalen Ford being carted off, man. And usually when that happens, that's the type of horrible leg issue. He looks like he's all right. And he was fighting the entire season to stay healthy. And he finally got healthy toward the middle of the season. He was on the active roster. And it's unfortunate for him, but this is the season we undergoing right now. 3:22 on the clock as the Raiders get back out there from the Saints 49-yard line. Under center is Aiden O'Connell, hands the ball off to the running back, powers forward for a 4-yard pickup, and they just getting 4 and 5 yards a rip on the Saints. Saints defense tired, they're defeated. And you put the third string running back in that Collier. He go up in there and get about 50 yards for us right quick. Go ahead on in there and get that for us. And like I said, man, they came in and the biggest question mark, like I said in the preview stream, fam, if y'all ain't check it out, was Aiden O'Connell. How does he look? Because he looked decent in the Jaguars game, but he's a question mark. He came in here. He was 20 of 35 for 242 yards, no interceptions. He had 2 touchdowns. They gave him a running attack with Abdullah by himself with 115 yards. The Saints had 100 and remember last week, fam, the Saints allowed 188 yards on them last game rushing. This game is 155 yards with a 4.6-yard run at current moment. Aiden O'Connell under center turns, hands the ball off to Collier. Collier again. This time around gets stood up for maybe a gain of 1. It'll bring up 3rd and 6, if that. So the interesting factor of it is that the Raiders, just came in here and they just beat the Saints down. The Saints had no running attack. No running attack. They had 71 yards rushing, but Spencer Rattler was 36 yards of that. So if you remove Spencer Rattler's 36 yards from the 71 yards, my goodness. The Kendre Miller got knocked out of the game. Jamal Williams wasn't involved in the game. Clyde Edwards-Helaire got a few carries here or there, but the Saints just could not generate a consistent offense to kind of help perpetuate, the balance that they needed to be able to be functioning. We kind of snuck the Raiders defense one time with the trick play, and you couldn't remanifest that same thing. They made sure to kind of keep a close tab on that, and Raiders got to give them credit. They did better than the Saints ever could hope to do. Aiden O'Connell's 8 of 12 on third downs, 130 yards and a touchdown. He's on the center. They're going for it, third and 6. And there is the handoff to the running back Collier, and he fights forward. He's going to be about 3 yards shy, 3 or 4 yards shy of the first down, maybe a pickup of 1, maybe 2 yards, nothing on it. And the Raiders are just kind of going into the posture like, man, let's just run the clock down, and they'll just send out the field goal unit to try to kick another field goal. They ain't trying to beat the Saints down in the dust. They're just trying to run the clock out because they know the Saints can't do nothing. They're defeated. And it's just what it is. All right. Thank you. Centrell says, I can do a better job than number 74. He is sorry. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up, taking me back to this run.
Man, Centrell, thank you, man, for that. Appreciate you. And like I was saying, I've been saying the whole season long, Dennis Allen wasn't the only problem with the Saints. He had players that were here that didn't belong here. And when he was gone, they should have evaluated the team thoroughly. They did not. They continue to go on as the Saints get the ball fielded at the 10-yard line. They'll start from there. They didn't do anything to the offensive side of the ball. They didn't make changes. They didn't change the play caller. They didn't change out the offensive line coach. They, just like they did Ty Grantham, they just took Ty Grantham and demoted him and then elevated Brian Young, which was a good move. But why nothing to the offense? Like the offense was all good. That's because that guy don't know nothing about that. Rizzy, that's why he can't be here, because he did the same thing that Dennis Allen did, which is to leave the offense alone. You can't do that. Shotgun Rattler there, 2 left, 1 right. Rattler's throwing to the left side, ball deflected at the line of scrimmage. They got it all going on. There's a flag down, 2 flags down, drop back there. And let's see what the call is on it. More than likely, we're going to see what it is, but let's see what the call is on the offense. It's a personal foul. It's against the defense. So the Raiders help out the Saints with a personal foul call. And that will back the Saints up. That gives a little plus stuff going on there. That pluses them out a little bit there. So new set of down and a little extra yardage there for the Saints. Can they turn it into something? As they show Brock Bowers walking into the building, that got to be annoying. The man watching, and they just with cameras and shit watching them walking and all. I'm like, man, come on, bro, get on out of here. Shotgun, Spencer looking, firing to the center. It's caught by Jawan Johnson. Pick up about 5 yards on the play. 250 and counting down. Saints need to be in, I guess not, 2-minute offense vibe. They're just going through the motions right now. Getting beat badly by the Packers last week and then losing the game against the Raiders is uncharacteristic. Uncharacteristically bad. But then again, this year, maybe characteristically bad. Oh, man. And Spencer Rattler takes off again, man. And he runs and picks up another little first down there using his feet. Like I said, Spencer Rattler is the team top rusher. 3 scrambles for 46 yards for Spencer Rattler today. So he threw for 175 and ran for 46 yards for 221 total for Spencer Rattler. Check out his scrimmage yards by the youngster. Man in motion from left to right, 3 right, 1 left. Shotgun Spencer, running back next to him. Pressure coming. Balls out to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, thrown behind him, incomplete. He threw it to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but Clyde had to adjust to the ball, and the ball was thrown poorly by Spencer. You got to put it on him, Spencer. So incomplete. That'll bring up 2nd and 10, 2:27 on the clock. Saints are completely out of timeouts. Raiders with 3 remaining. Crazy work. All right. Shotgun Rattler, 3 right, 1 left, running back next to him in the shotgun. They send it for Spencer looking down the left side, throws the ball. Nice catch by Pettis. Dante Pettis with a nice grab, and then he gets out of bounds upfield in Raider territory. Nice catch by Pettis. Kind of thrown slightly behind him. He made the adjustment, gets pushed out of bounds. We might have to give Pettis some more burn next year. We got to look at Pettis. Pettis really impressed me, man. He's doing the stuff that I wanted to see Mason Tipton do. And got to give Pettis some love. 3 catches, 27 yards. That grab gets them at the Raiders' 42-yard line. Man in motion left to right is Cedric Wilson Jr. 3 right, 1 left. Ball thrown to Cedric Wilson. He's going to get chased down, running down. He reverses field, looking, can't do anything, and he gets tackled. It's supposed to be a play where he throws the ball to him, and then he looks up the field and throws the ball. But the Raiders said, man, you're not going to do that because you did that, before. We seen it. They chased him down and forced him to run around, and then they tackled him for a 3-yard loss on the play. So there it is. We hit the 2-minute warning, 25-10, Raiders up. All right, Jeff Sansing says, Big Q and the guys, if Loomis isn't fired after this abysmal season, do we boycott all next season? We deserve better from the people who make so much money. Bro, first of all, shout out to you, Jeff. Round of applause to you, man. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Picking me up.
And you're absolutely right, man. You're absolutely right, man. That's facts. That's facts beyond facts. And the thing is, I've been under boycott from the Saints for the last couple of years, right? I don't buy none of this stuff. I don't spend tickets on them. I usually spend a good deal of money on Saint merch, right? But it upsetted me not to be able to support my team at first, because I would think that they would be professional enough to be able to understand what a good product is and not play a game with us where you think that you can just put something like this before us and we're supposed to be foolish enough to just keep funneling money to you and you practicing bad behaviors. What really did it for me outside of the losing and the double speak was the mindset, or the attitude rather. The attitude of Mickey Loomis was downright disrespectful to the supporters, the great Saint think tank, and the entire Dat Nation. The reporters, it was very disrespectful how he talked to the reporters. And the fact that he's shown just absolute disrespect and disdain. And when you would present facts and how the team is performing, and he had this weird vantage point of injuries is the reason why the team is not winning, not lack of effort and intelligence. That is my point. There's a lack of intelligence and a lack of accountability that is festering throughout this team. It is. And it starts at the top of the team. So how am I, as a supporter, a strong supporter of the team, is supposed to then support or get behind behaviors like this when I don't believe, I know for a fact Mickey Loomis can't turn this around. And I'll tell you why. Because he's a part of the non-accountability issues that's going on with the Saints. The guy that, and I've been beating this to death over the last several years. This is nothing new. We talk about non-accountability. You got to start not just with Gail, because people will talk about Gail, she's the governor, but we got a president of the team that don't know nothing about football, and the media knows it. I covered that on another stream. Saints take over from the 45, and the ball's thrown down the center. Oh my goodness. Jawan Johnson just got blasted. The ball pops out, and he might be done for the game. Paulo Mao just laid. Paulo Mao must be big knock your ass out speak, because no, that was, he just blew up MVS. That was MVS on the play. He blew MVS up, and MVS is slow getting up. And it was a clean hit. He just put shoulder into him. Because Paulo Mao must be Hawaiian for knock your ass out, because that's exactly what he did MBS on that play. So he's his name brand. He's living his name. I'll tell you what, because MVS is still down on that. It wasn't a dirty hit. He just put some pain on him. So we got to be able to get MVS up out of there. He just looked like he got the wind knocked out of him. That's what it looked like. He looks all right. Yeah, he just got the wind knocked out of him. He's all right up on his feet and walking out. He a little doozy, a little woozy. but you just got Palo Mauled. That is the Palo Maul is Hawaiian for knock your ass clean out. And MVS learned that the hard way. 13 is now 3-13. Now MVS is all right. He's walking off the field. And that was a clean hit. Nothing but shoulder. Nothing but shoulder. That dude been flying around making plays all day long for the Raiders defense, man. We need to go find us a Palo Maul. All right. And, you know, like I said, man, the accountability, and we're going to get back to that right after the call right here. $1.54 remaining. And this is the thing, like we talked about the whole non-accountability model. Dennis Lauscher should not be the football president or anybody's president for that matter. All right, here goes shotgun, 2 left, 2 right. There's a snap. Spencer looking, fired center to Juwan Johnson, gets hit. He picks up the first down as they get to the 28-yard line of Raider territory. Juwan Johnson fussing at him, saying the guy grabbing on me. 143, Saints can't stop the clock with a timeout. As Spencer Rattler saying, let's get to our 2-minute offense. Jamal Williams next to him. There's a snap. Spencer looking center, looking left, firing to the left. Ball's overthrown. That'll stop the clock at 129. Not a good throw by Spencer Rattler. I don't know what he's looking at. 129. Pettis was over there, but that ball was thrown poorly. Looked like some miscommunication between Pettis and Rattler on the throw. 2nd and 10 Saints. But yeah, the whole thing is accountability from top to bottom. That Lauscher dude don't need to be nobody's president. He don't know nothing about football. We need a guy that does know football and basketball, because he's the Pelicans and Saints president. You start there. Shotgun Saints, 2 left, 2 right. There's the snap. Looking left, Spencer throwing it, and Foster Monroe gets it, and he picks up about 7. He's knocked down on the play. Spillane was mad because he felt like he should have made the tackle. All right, $1.18 and counting down. They're at the Raiders 20-yard line. Shotgun, there's the snap. Spencer looking center, looking right, firing right. Ball thrown, caught by Juwan Johnson. He slides down inside the 5-yard line. Saints got some rhythm going on here. They might actually try to mess up and score on this play. And that's the thing, is Spencer made a really good throw to Juwan Johnson. And that's going to be a flag against the Saints. That's coming back. Pass interference is called on Juwan Johnson. And that hadn't just been, let's give Juwan Johnson and the Saints standing, beating them own selves, of sabotaging their own selves. Fantastic. Pass interference on Juwan Johnson, because he literally pushes the guy away. Referee, he can't do that. So the Saints have just done a fantastic job of just hamstringing themselves up. That's 9 penalties for 62 yards, 3 right, 1 left, shotgun. Spencer looking, firing center. Ball is intercepted by number 34, and he's just going to get down on the ground there. And there's a flag down as Penning ran over there. Penning runs over there, grabs the guy, throws him out of bounds, and the Raiders start pushing on Penning, and Penning just walks off. And there it is. The Raiders just disrespect the piss out the Saints. 25-10 Saints. Another interception by Spencer. I don't know what he was looking at on that play. He didn't see that defensive back at all. He stared down the player and threw the ball there, and the safety said, I got this. I'm gone. And that's one of them plays when you stare guys down, that is what happens. When you stare guys down, safety say, or DB says, I see where you're looking. And he jumps the route. He breaks on the ball, jumps the route, interception. And that's why you don't stare people down. So that's the 2nd interception. The Raiders defense, which has been statistically in some aspects of their defense, top 10 in the NFL, is a flag down. More than likely it's against Penning for throwing the player that gave himself up out of bounds. Penning might have not seen the play. He was just making the play on the ball. We don't know. But it's a flag down on the play. I don't know if they'll pick the flag up or not. It don't really matter, because the Saints are going to lose this game badly. 25-10 with 53 seconds on the clock. The Raiders are celebrating, and they should. That's 2 straight wins by the Raiders. It's now 3 straight losses by the Saints, and it's going to be 4 losses next week against Tampa Bay. It's just beyond it. It's a victory formation. They nail on the ball, and that should take this game in. All right, Jeff, thank you, man. But yeah, it's accountability, bro, just to clean up and finish up my commentary on that, is Dennis Lauscher. Let's start with Dennis Lauscher. Lauscher doesn't know anything. He's a businessman. We need a guy that knows about football on the field, not some guy that's making money off the Saints with business moves. Shift his position to something else and get a real football guy there. That's number one, who can be accountable. When you got a real football guy there, then you can check Mickey Loomis on his BS, because that guy, Lauscher, is supposed to be holding Mickey Loomis into some type of accountability thing, and he doesn't. That's why Mickey Loomis can talk crazy to the family base. He can say all this weird stuff. He can do all these stupid moves and not get chastised by his boss, because his boss don't know enough to chastise him. Then the second thing they need to do is pull the general manager position away from Mickey Loomis and give it to somebody else. Kai Hartley, or hire somebody. I care not. Pull it away from him, because all he's going to do going forward is go back into what he knows to do, which is we got to find somebody that's connected to the organization, which you don't need to do. You need a whole new vantage point on how to fix the team, and it can't have anything involved with him. He screwed it up. He tore up the money for the next 3 years. He made these bad decisions. He was protecting these stupid coaches. This is all his fault. So in the end, we got to, it's some serious change. So I would not believe in anything Mickey Loomis is doing. I will be honest with you. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for that. Doozy. What's up, dude? Say, hey, Q, are we still supposed to be looking past the results? Or not? Thank you, bro. Oh, man. But you know what?
Talk, boy.
Because you did, you actually, you on some true talk right there, brother Doozy. Yeah, look beyond the results. Mickey Loomis said that. And he said a lot of lame brain stuff. He did. You got a whole lot. He got mad at you too, didn't he? You got to look beyond the results. Remember, he did this thing with his hands. I like to make fun of him when he did. Remember that? He did this. Oh, we got to have a choice. No, man, listen. That guy doesn't know what he's doing. Let's just keep it a buck. And then when he comes out finally from hiding, because he was supposed to do an interview this week, he didn't do one. When he finally comes from hiding, it's all he's going to do, just like the other guy with the Pelicans, is they're going to blame everything on injuries to save their ass. None of these guys are accountable. None of them. They're not accountable. You cannot make bad decisions without paying for it. What kind of example are we setting as parents if we did that? Even in business, you have to have accountability. You can't make bad decisions over and over again and say what you said at the start of the year. Then when the year comes, pivot to something else. You can't do that. That's bad decision making that you have to pay for. Well, actually, we pay for it, don't we? Thank you, Doozy. Appreciate you, man, for that. All right, Doc says this week power ranking Saints number 35, and we only got 32 teams in the league.
Say thank you
bro.
very much.
Terrible.
Picking me up, bringing me back to this world.
We got a problem on our hands, but this is how you get right, though. When the team collapse like this is how you get the change needed. Gail is hearing the family members. This team is more than you cannot turn the rebuild or fixing of the team over to Mickey Loomis. He does not know what he's doing. He doesn't. He, from the past, was a guy that was a gopher. I'm not disparaging him. I'm telling the truth. Sean Payton was the one that was telling the golden gopher Mickey Loomis what to do. He was telling him, go give me this guy, give me this guy. He was basically, Sean would give him the shopping list and Mickey would go and get the groceries. That's pretty much what it is. It ain't nothing but a glorified Uber driver. You give him the list and he go get the groceries. You know, that's what he did. Because when you watch the trades that he would do with other general managers, people are like, why did he do that? You know, because he's not a real general manager. He's not a real GM. That's why he gets fleeced by other GMs. Have you noticed that yet? I've been exposed this guy years ago. Then when it's time for you to question him, he don't want you to ask hard questions. He's thin-skinned and insecure. You ask him questions. Well, Bobby Hebert was hitting him with questions from the supporters. What did he do? He stopped being interviewed by Bobby Hebert and started letting New Orleans Saint reporter hired by the team to ask him questions. And then Mike Hoss will run interference and throw up softball questions. Even in some questions say you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. Remember that? Y'all, I'm telling you, man, the dude really went to Hoss, who's a brown-nosed and softball reporter, protecting Mickey Loomis. He doesn't want to be asking it. What kind of manager who has a plan don't want to be questioned on the plan that he has unless this guy is some type of phony? He don't want to be questioned on his screw ups, and that's the problem. Blake says black money gonna be hell on airline drop. And it's all on us. We got to keep the pressure. So shout out to Jeff. Jeff says earlier. Jeff said earlier about boycotting the team. I would get everybody I could on board. I would bring them all. We got Dennis Allen out of here, and it wasn't because of Mickey Loomis. It was because of you. That's who got him out of here. If it was Loomis's call, this guy would still be here. If it was that's why we don't need him. He don't know what he's doing, fam. The game, he's been thoroughly exposed for his lack of abilities and vision. We don't need that kind of guy running the team. We don't. That's why you got this type of result, and he's non-accountable. He's just going to come up here and lie about excuses. That's what's hurting the team. And moment, we'll put this other guy up here in a minute. What's his name? Rizzy. We got to be done. See what happened today. We had a good result today. But the bottom line is, sometimes, we had some injuries and that kind of stopped us. And, I looked at the stats. We just had we had a good effort today. We just didn't execute. That dude said that, literally said that last week. I didn't see any lack of effort. We just didn't execute. That guy said that. That guy literally said that. And I was like, what? I bust that with Russell. I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, what? What are you talking about? How could they be just crazy, man? They done, man. Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you, man. They done. OG says, outside of football, what do you think about 50 and Omar Gooding supporting the Saints? I call it exploiting. Hashtag Street Porter. 50 and Omar Gooding supporting the Saints? Really? I hadn't heard that, OG. They doing a movie about them, or are they saying, man, we're going to ride with the Saints? Well, listen, whoever them got, if 50 Cent and Omar Gooden is trying to back the Saints in any capacity, I don't, if it's rap or whatever, then I might listen to them, or acting or whatever, I'll listen to them. But when they come down to the Saints, they ain't got a pony in the race. They ain't got a horse in the race. Because only a shyster would promote support into the Saints. Somebody that's ignorant or a shyster. This is totally horrible. King Morrison said, what's the draft order looking like now, Q? Well, it look like here. The Saints currently, if I can get it updated, let's see, the Saints are what, 5-11 now? They're like, I don't know, it depends on what the Jets doing. I don't have an updated thing. Currently, they sitting at 10. Right now, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But depending on what the Jets do, the Jags do, and the Jets and the Jags do, because you might, if the Jets lost today, you might switch with them and you might fall within the top 10, might be 9. I think the furthest you could fall right now this week is 9. So regardless or not, that's pretty bad. But thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
I want to say thank you very much.
Terrible.
Back to this world.
All right, shout out to the fam, man. We're gonna bring in Pops Q in a moment. Shout out to you guys for being here. Let's hit these stats right quick, man. If you could stand it, family, give me a second. Let me pile through these stats for the Dat Nation, man. Right now, and it was another awful affair. First downs in the game. The Raiders 22-13 on the Saints. Hold on here.
Welcome into our Saints post-game show.
Hold on, let me kind of quiet them down so we can talk some real stuff here. All right, we'll go back to him when we get Darren Rizzi. We're gonna be up here talking about the Saints. We're gonna go back to that momentarily. Let me hit you with these stats right quick, and then we'll bounce into with Pop's Q will pop in. Third downs, the Raiders were 10 of 18 on third down. Saints were 1 of 10 on third down for the entire game, family. Total plays, Raiders 74-53, 388 to 269 in terms of yards. Drives 11-11, 5.2 yards per play versus 5.1 for the Saints. You look at that, the running attack, the Raiders had 156 yards running on the Saints, 38 attempts, 4 yards per carry. The Saints on their end of things were 81 yards, and 46 of it was Spencer Rattler scrambling for his life. 13 rush attempts tonight, 6.2 yard average. Like I said, it was all Spencer. Red zone, 2 of 4. The Raiders were 50%. Saints were 0 for 1. The Saints had 10 penalties for 77 yards, man. You won't talk about dumb. You won't talk about trifling. That's what they were. 3 penalties for 20 for the Raiders in the game. The Saints had 2 turnovers, interceptions by Spencer Rattler. almost 38 minutes in this game. The Raiders held the ball of a 60-minute game. The Saints had it for 22 minutes and 10 seconds. Besides the little trickeration touchdown early in the game, the Saints didn't have any offense to speak about without them getting kicked in their tail or backed up due to the fact that they were having 10 penalties to neutralize anything they had going on. Just over and over again. Spencer finished 20 of 36 for 218, a touchdown, 2 picks, sacked 3 times, rating dropped to 59.7. He was also the top rusher, 3 scrambles for 46 yards. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had 5 for 20 in the game. Top receiver, Juwan Johnson, 6 catches off for 10 targets for 66 yards. Foster Monroe, 3 for 47 in the score. Pettis, 3 for 27 off of 4 targets in the matchup. 3 for Cedric Wilson Jr. for 17 yards. Not much shaking on that. Look at the Saints defense. Pete Werner had 13 tackles. So did Demario Davis in the matchup. 1 sack that was by Cam Jordan for the entire game. Saints had 0 pressure on Aiden O'Connell in the matchup. Blake Grupe was 1 for 1. He did hit a 34-yard field goal. And Matt Hayball punted 7 times. That's right, 7 times for 330 yards, 47-yard average, and put 3 of the 7 within the 20-yard line. For the Raiders side of things here, Aiden O'Connell had 20 of 35, 242, 2 touchdowns, 1 sack, 97.6 rating. Amir Abdullah, the backup, 20 carries, 115 yards. He averaged almost 6 yards a carry. Alexander Madison, 10 carries for 32 yards. Pushed the Saints. 38 carries for 156 yards. They averaged over 4 yards a carry for the running attack for the Raiders. Brock Bowers, the fantastic tight end, 7 catches off of 7 targets, 7 for 7 for 77 yards. Can't make it up. Jacoby Myers, 5 catches for 61 yards and a touchdown off of 9 targets. Amir Abdullah, 3 for 52. Terrence Marshall Jr. had 1 for 28, 2 for Trey Tucker for 24 yards and a score. Their top tackler was Robert Spillane, 8 tackles and a sack in the game. Also, Adam Butler had a half a sack. Clavion Chasen had a full sack, half a sack by Tyree Wilson and Thomas Harper. They both added in for 4 sacks on the Saints late. They picked them off twice and sacked them 4 times. And the Raiders are usually not a team that intercepts you. So that just goes to show you how bad the Saints are in the game. So anyway, man, it is what it is as far as that concerned. Look at JD with that damn jacket, man. JD cutting up with that jacket. All right, but anyway, we're going to bring in Pops to the broadcast. Pops, man, we're going to bring him on in here. Pops, you got to make sure your TV off, sir, so we can hear you pretty good as well. So we're going to bring Pops in. Here you go. Pops, welcome on in. How you doing, sir? Unmute yourself, Pops. You muted.
How's that?
There you go. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, just sitting here with me. I was watching the game. I've seen that our offensive line, as usual, it sucks real bad. I mean, the quarterback, the guys looking down receivers. You got enough players on the field. You don't have to look the receivers down. And Rattler was doing that just about the whole game. They started off pretty good until the Raiders figured them out. The defense looked like it's just giving up. They don't challenge. They don't try to sack nobody, or they getting too old. Something's not right. I mean, it's time for some changes to be made. You already changed the coach, but you got to go beyond that. I agree with you. They got to change that top management structure. Anything having to do with the football team need to be changed. So to get some new blood in. Sometimes you have to get new blood in. You know, and in this situation where we need new blood to come in, new football people could come in and look at this team from an inside-out perspective to see who can stay and who needs to go. Why the decision-making process is as bad as it is. It's just a very frustrating situation to deal with and watch it every Sunday. It really is.
Yeah, you ain't kidding, Pops. We make it fun here. I enjoy talking to the Who Dat Nation, man, regardless of whatever the games are. Of course, if the Saints are winning, we're gonna have some fun, regardless or not. That's just how I am as a person.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some fun. I'm gonna hit them with some special effects. We're gonna tell some jokes. We'll put some movie references. Yeah, Pops, we're gonna have some fun in this.
We're gonna have some fun. We got to buy another set of drums to throw them down the step, because that set we threw down last week all tore up. The big bass drum is busted in the middle and everything else. The cymbal went one way and the the tom went the other way. So I don't know. It's not good. Not good.
Yeah, it's definitely that, Pops. And yeah, that you're right. I'm gonna see if I could pull that special effect up too, because I usually have some of my special effects on tap, depending on how the Saints play in these matchups. It's just pure comedy, and nothing helps better than a good special effect to exemplify the point of how bad the Saints are. It kind of makes the family members laugh. And we need that as opposed to crying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the motion they just go through the motion. Nobody has any crisp and snapped any plays. I mean, just like the last week, the last team we played, they were snap, getting the ball out quick. We don't do that. We take our time. Our quarterbacks take too long. Guys get open, they don't get the ball to them in time, and it results in interceptions and knockdowns because the quarterbacks are holding the ball too long. I've seen that with Rattler. He holds the ball sometimes too long. Even Carr, when he was quarterbacking, he was holding the ball too long. The ball get batted out of his hand, all this kind of stuff. They just don't seem to have a direction, a sense of direction with this offensive side of the football.
Yeah, absolutely, Pops, man. As you're right as rainwater, man. I just watched this, man, and it's hard to watch at times, to be quite honest with you. Watching what this team do, man, is pathetic. To put it square. But man, what do you do? Where do you go with this? And of course, they got one final game. This was the last home game of the regular season, and you wanted to win that on a high note. You did not want to lose this game to a Raiders team the Saints should have beaten. This is a team where the Saints are supposed to beat this team. They're supposed to beat the Raiders. I mean, you look at a lot of the people talked about it. A lot of people believe that, this, if anything, this is a win you're supposed to get against the team in a regular season finale, the home game finale against the Raiders, a team that only won 3 wins. Yeah. And you let them come in here and beat you, what was it, 25-10, 13, or whatever it was, 25-10. So you get blanked last week, 30, whatever it was, and then 25-10. It's just poor.
You get blanked 34-0, then you come here and you lose to a 3-10 team that 25-10, and your offense just absolutely generated nothing. And, I don't understand who's the offensive coordinator and who's the offensive line coach. Those guys need to be replaced. We need new coaches. We need new coaches on the staff. I'm not going to say that Rizzi's the answer, but he got to make some major changes within his coaching staff, because I don't see where they're coaching, but these guys seem to be making the same simple mistakes that they've always made all season. Nobody's improving.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is true, Pops. I mean, it is no improvement. It's no accountability. Like I said, it's just going to be more of the same. You take a look at this Porsche team, and even though we lose, you're missing out on guys. You got to have effort, and we ain't seeing the effort. But let me play this. This might be something right here for the family members to pay attention to. All right. Can you hear this sound effect? That's the one to check something.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it, brother. That's it.
That's what the Saints did today. It's all
What? That is completely psychotic.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Oh man, that's how we do it in the Who Dat Nation, baby. We're gonna have fun regardless, man. We're gonna have fun, man. The hell with the Saints, man. The hell with the Saints. We're gonna have fun.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna be the source of the fun one way or the other. Just let me know. Whether you're winning or losing, you're gonna be the source of the damn fun. Let me just put it to you mildly. All
I
right,
mean,
we wait for Darren Rizzi to get up there and raspily talk about how pathetic the Saints look today. But outside of Spencer Rattler, how would you gauge his performance, Pops? We seen what he did last week, this week. He really looked like a rookie out there staring people down. Just trying to make plays, throwing in the double and triple coverage at times. How do you gauge Spencer's play today?
he needs training. He needs to be taught. Need the quarterbacks coach to pull him on the side, take him out on the practice field, and walk him through the fundamentals. It seems like he gets to the football and he snaps. He wants to stand there, and he takes too long to make decisions, and then the fix. And then the most critical one is staring down the receiver. Well, the DBs, they're trained for that kind of stuff. So you staring down the receiver, and it only takes 3 seconds to look him up, to look him down, and then when you throw the ball that way, they own it. I mean,
Right.
the Raiders dropped, I think, 3 other attempts. That Rattler threw, and he had some picks, but they could have had more than that, because he continues to stare down the guys. And I think the reason it is because you don't have time to throw. Because I mean, like there was a couple of times guys blitz right straight on through. Nobody blocked him. Nobody picked him up.
Yeah, I seen that. That was one of them was Ruiz. One was Jamal Williams reading it, the blitz late. The other one was Cesar Ruiz. I think the play was Cesar Ruiz. He read it late too. But that's par for the course in terms of what we've seen from the Saints. And of course, the defense will do what they do up to a point, but that's a psychological effect. When you as a defense look across and see that the offense isn't even prepared to play the game. Like once again, the Saints last game, Green Bay, Monday night game, this is a short week, right? They played Monday and lost, they didn't get blow out, but they didn't show up in this game. Offensively, it was half-ass football again. Even it wasn't even half, it's like a quarter football. Because the only way they scored was off a trick play, and they weren't even close the rest of the way, and the offense kept them out of it, out of doing anything to be productive. When the Saints had decent offensive drives, they would then get stupid penalties. You have Ali Udo and Tali Fuaga and all these guys doing dumb stuff here. They hurt the team. 10 penalties for 85 yards is inexcusable. You had 10 penalties for 85 yards in your own building. So, I mean, when we talk about getting a coach, you want somebody that's going to come into this team and whip these guys into shape, and it ain't taking no bull. We ain't taking no crap. We ain't trying to be their friend. I'm not. We're not going to be friends with losers here. We're not going to be a loser's friend, a friend here. So we need to get somebody and get these other bums, get this Ali Udo garbage guy. I don't know how he's still on this team. This guy wasn't ready for football early in the year. He wasn't good for he had penalties twice I think 2 or 3 penalties in the game went to Ali Udo, at least 2 of them. Yeah. He almost got caught on another one, a holding penalty. The guy's trash, but yet he's still on the team. So at the end of the day, man, like I said, we have a lot of work to do with this Saints, and the Saints have now lost 3 games in a row, and it will be 4 because Tampa Bay's playing for something. They playing for something. They ain't gonna let a team as bad as the Saints knock them down. The Saints can't even put together 2 simple offensive series that can get up and down the field. They can't even do it. And like I said to my people, that's gonna say, well, Q, with the injury situation, injury is gonna happen to your football team. It's not about injuries from that point. Right. It's about effort. You have to have an intelligent effort. You got to be able to make sure everybody is practicing, not just the starters, but the backups practice too. They put them against the second team matchup with the second team offense and defense. That's how they do it. The backups play too. They practice too when the starters are practicing. So the backups have to be prepared to get in there and execute. They're supposed to know what the offensive guys know, just in case, or the defensive guys, or whatever they're doing, just in case somebody gets hurt, because they got to understand that it's physical. And at times people get hurt, banged up, and you got to step in there for somebody. So it might be a drop off in talent because, starters here and there, but effort and intelligence are supposed to be on the same line. That's why I don't play that stuff about that injuries. Your team built bad if you count on just the starters to win games and the backups too dumb to even know who they blocking. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bob, that's the problem we got with the Saints. It's an accountability issue. And it won't be fixed by a special teams coach masquerading as a head coach. It won't be done. It's the reason why he's been a special team coach for the majority of his career. So that's my take on. You want to add to that, Pops? They're about to put him up here in a few minutes anyway. We'll start hearing the.
I'm good with you on that. It's just a shame, it really is, and it's got to be addressed from the top. It's time for these people that's been around since way before Drew Brees got here. Time for that manager. Time for these people to go. You got to bring fresh blood into the team, into the management, upper management. Got to bring somebody who can bring accountability to these guys. What you got now is not helping. These coaches they're not paying attention to what the coaches tell them what to do. That's the only thing I can see what it is. The guy done cashed it in. They cashed the chips in. Yeah, take my chips. I'm done.
Man, yeah, that's 3 in a row, family. That's 3 straight losses by the Saints. They got the final game of the regular season next week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They got to go up to Tampa. This was the last of the home games for the Saints for the season, and a lot of people saying good riddance. The Saints were awful this season, and like I said, I just don't like how the disrespectful Mickey Lomas was to the support base that was legitimately concerned about the direction of the team. And this guy got up there and prattled off all those names of Hall of Fame coaches. And now that their guy, here go Rizzy. Let's hear what he got to say.
Down on the day, and they converted 10 out of 18. So that was a huge part of the game. It was a big emphasis coming in. We obviously didn't execute well enough in that area. We shot ourselves in the foot there in the first half a couple times with some penalties. We're off the field, the first drive of the game, and then we got a defensive offsides, and then thought we had a little momentum going there at half. Before the half, we got 3 points into the half, and came out second half, and then again couldn't get a scoring drive going, and at the end of the day, just disappointing. We talked about time of possession coming into the game being a huge factor, and to their credit, to the Raiders' credit, they flipped the script on us. They had the ball for 37 plus minutes. So listen, just not a good enough effort by everybody today. Like I said, certainly disappointing, and I know a lot of people are going to put it all on the quarterback, but we really didn't give him much help today. So unfortunately, suffered a couple injuries in the game. Kendre Miller, as you know, went out with a concussion. Scaling went out there at the end. He's getting checked on. Really, I think it was a re-aggravation of the same injury he had last week. We'll see what happens. Jalen Ford got a lower leg injury there on that punt cover. So we'll kind of see where he is at. So again, disappointing game. You can't score 10 points and win this league. So we got to find a way here in this last week to manufacture some more points. So that's where we're at.
Were there things they did differently in the second half defensively that you could point out as what gave you trouble?
No, listen, we didn't execute. We dropped some passes. We missed on a couple. Pass protection wise, I felt like Spencer never really got settled in there, and he was moving around, and he made some plays moving around to his credit. But like I said, we had some drops. We had some penalties offensively that kind of stalled. If I'm not mistaken, we were over the 40-plus-40-yard line twice and had penalties that push us back into a punt situation. And, you're in a game like this, you got to come away with some points there when you're down there. And so I don't think there was a schematic thing that they did as much as it was an execution thing by us.
This could have been Cam's last home game, maybe. What did you notice from him today? And just didn't seem any different to you? Soaking it all in.
No, the one thing about Cam for the 6 years I've been here with Cam, the best thing I could say about Cam, he's the same guy every day. He's got a phenomenal attitude, phenomenal approach. He is as professional as they come. And again, you walk in our locker room every day, you would know what our record is by his approach and his attitude and his leadership. I hope he keeps playing, and I hope this isn't his last game at home, but I haven't seen anything different out of that guy. That guy's, again, best thing I can say about him is exactly what you're getting every day, and the consistency thing is why he's been so good at what he's doing.
How did you feel like Spencer played today overall?
I feel like it's a little bit hard to evaluate, to be honest with you. Before I watched the film, just watching with my eyes from the sideline, I didn't feel like we gave him a chance a lot of times. Some of those third downs, he did miss a couple of throws. Obviously, the throw that he has to, I think it was Cedric there, that got tipped up in the air, that gets picked off, and then the pass at the end. I know we had the OPI called on us. We were going to we were going to be in scoring range again there inside the 5-yard line, and we had the penalty. So it's going to be a tough evaluation. I think we're going to have to take a step back and look at it through a different lens, because I feel like there was a lot of times where he wasn't getting any help.
You may not have the answer right now, but what do you think is kind of needed for this defense to get back on track?
Really, consistency. There's been, we've had the peaks and valleys in the last 7 weeks. You saw some signs there from the front. 8 sacks in the Washington game. We thought we kind of remedied our run defense a little bit, because that had been poor in the first half of the year. But then again today, if you had told me coming in these guys are going to rush the ball for 158, that's not good. That's not a good formula for us. We thought that was going to be a strong point for us today, and it wasn't. I felt like everything they did, everything was falling forward 6, 7, 8 yards. So I would just say that the number one thing is just, consistency. Again, they had, first of all, they had 18 third downs, and they converted on 10 of them. And so the fact that they had we got them into 18 third down situations, if we're going to get off the field there and give the offense another chance and get the punt return team back out there, all those things, we just couldn't find a rhythm there on third down. To their credit, they converted, and we couldn't get them off the field. And I think that was really the number one stat when you look at the game, was the third down conversions, because those are like turnovers. And then again, we were 0 for 8. So I think you really don't have to look very much past that one statistic, really the stat of the day, in my opinion.
Darren, the time of possessions, like 3 games in a row, you all kind of lost. Is that just complimentary football not being complimentary enough for both sides?
Yeah, too many drives with 3, 4, 5 plays. Not enough sustain. Our third down had picked up there a little bit in about a month ago. We started to trend in the right direction, and I feel like these last few weeks we're kind of going backwards a little bit. Naturally, today is a great example, but that's really the time of possession really gets back to your third and manageables and then converting on those. And we just haven't done that. And so, like I said, I don't think that's, naturally the quarterback's going to get the majority of the blame on that. I don't think it's all on him.
Are you aware of they're like
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I know a couple of coaches on their team. So I knew they got in late last night. So I think it sounded like they just went to bed and woke up, played. So.
On the defensive side of the ball, you're sensing frustration.
You ain't lying.
2 games in a row, these long drives, and it was a 17-play drive. Again, today is just not being able to get off the field. How has that been affecting that group?
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating. It's frustrating for everybody. I mean, we get in the third medium, third and long, and then all of a sudden the offense is up and the punt return team is up, and all of a sudden, boom, they convert. And so it's it's certainly deflating at times, for sure, when they're converting third downs. And it was the same story last week. We got into some third and mediums and longs, and then we had some penalties and things like that turned those into third and shorts. It happened again today. And so there's no doubt about it. It's definitely frustrating. And listen, they I think, if I'm not mistaken, they were out there for 70-something plays, and we were out there for 40-something plays. That's a result of that. That's a result of not being able to convert, not being able to get off the field. So that's why I said in the beginning of this presser, I thought the pretty simple answer today. Not a really. You have to do a deep dive on today's game.
Does the loss today change anything about how you guys maybe approach Derek, Alvin, and Chris?
I really haven't. I'm still kind of soaking this one in. I haven't given a ton of thought to that. I can tell you all 3 of those guys in my conversation with them last week still had aspirations of playing. So.
How would you describe where you are? You just used the word deflating on the defense. Do you feel a little of that right now?
Well, it's just only, no one likes to be this result. The result is not what we're looking for. So anytime it's hard to be anything but when you don't have the result that you're coming in. I thought again, we had a great practice week. Our execution hasn't been good enough. So yeah, listen, it's frustrating and it's hard for me to see the players. That's the most frustrating thing for me. Those guys are obviously the ones that I care about the most. And so that's the most frustrating part. But yeah, listen, we got one left and we got to find a way to respond and rebound.
Following up on that,
Yeah.
This has kind of been an audition for you as well. Do you worry about like the way that these last few games have gone?
I really don't look at it like that. I know maybe from an outside perspective, you guys look at it like that, and you're right. But I can't concern myself with that right now. We'll coach this last week, take a step back, and then we'll evaluate the whole thing. And the powers to be will evaluate the whole thing, and we'll go from there. I'm not, I can't be overly concerned with that. I'm concerned about the guys in the locker room. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm pissed off and upset for them. All right, appreciate it, guys.
All right, that's Rizzy, man. We probably get another guy pop up here momentarily, but man, he talking about he pissed off for the guys in the locker room, man. What the hell are you pissed off for them for? What you pissed off for them for? You should be pissed off for us, the support base, for watching this garbage, for supporting you. What you mad for? I'm pissed off for the people in the locker room. Why? They're the ones contributed to it. How you pissed off for somebody that was contributing to the funk and the stank and the pissed off activity? How that work? Well, I'm pissed off at them because they gave me a pissed off performance. So I'm pissed off at them because, man, shut up. What you talking about? We are the ones that suffer because of this. These guys are still getting paid. What you pissed off for them? They're getting a check for this. They're getting a check for this. I'm pissed off for them. I ain't pissed off for them. Nothing. They did it to themselves. Personal accountability. What are you talking about, man? What are we talking about here? Personal accountability. They did this to themselves. The offense practiced all week, and they got up there and they stunk. And then we ain't worrying about Spencer Rattler. He's a rookie quarterback. Come on.
Changed in the second half.
I mean, we just beat ourselves. Even in that first half, we were moving the ball at will, run and pass game, putting it together, and just penalties, some missed throws, some drops, just some identification stuff. We just got to overall be better in all those areas.
Do you feel like it was a general improvement of your performance? Was kind of I think you were saying Monday, but
Yeah, I mean, you're not happy with the loss. We only scored 10 points, and had some plays that could have went our way but didn't. Frustrating, very frustrating, but what else can you do? I mean, they played better than us today, and especially in that second half.
Did you feel like personally yourself getting more and more frustrated as the game was going on, and does that play out in your performance? You know what I mean?
I mean, everybody's frustrated. Just keep going. Couldn't catch a rhythm really in that second half. Third quarter, fourth quarter, couldn't catch a rhythm. Shot ourselves in the foot multiple times throughout the game. And I mean, yeah, it's frustrating, but you gotta have good body language. I mean, there was certain times I could have definitely been more, not showing as much frustration, but it's tough. And, I just try to keep the guys up. It's not like we're going out there just to go 3 and out every time. And then obviously there in that fourth quarter and the third quarter, it's tough being backed up when they're playing soft and then teeing off, and drop back, knowing we're going to throw. So a lot of areas we need to clean up overall. I thought we did good in the first half, obviously not in the second.
Can you talk about the touchdown pass?
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play call. Played out just like we practiced it for a few weeks, and I thought that got us some good momentum. And, the next drive we got down there and then just kept getting penalties. And, I thought we could have scored again, but, penalties killed us.
How do you stay up when you have momentum and you keep having something when stopping the drives?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. When you're backed up, second and long, third and long, you just got to keep chipping at it. Had some opportunities there to make some plays, but, obviously we didn't. And, their time of possession was much better than ours. And, they controlled the game, and, we got to be better as an offense.
I know you want to see results with wins and everything, but how much is this playing time, this experience helping you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's helping. If you playing games, it's definitely helping. Obviously sucks that don't have a win so far, but, that one was frustrating because, we had a good short week, wanted to come in, expected to win, and didn't. So frustrating for sure. All right.
Thanks, Pat.
Yep.
Like I said, man, Spencer Rattler's a rookie quarterback. So it's nothing about Spencer Rattler to even talk about. It's a rookie quarterback with no running attack. He was his running attack today. I mean, the dude he scrambled 3 times for 46 yards. The closest running back in terms of yards was Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 5 carries for 20 yards. Spencer Rattler had 3 scrambles for 46 yards. He averaged over 15 yards every time he scrambled. So he was his own running attack. He didn't have a running attack, and he's a rookie quarterback. So, I mean, what's more to talk about there? And then nobody going to blame, well, Spencer Rattler, such and such. Nah, we put this where it belongs, on bad preparation. This team is not prepared to play. It's as simple as that. They're not prepared to play football. Last week, Monday, they wasn't prepared to play, and they got handled by Green Bay. In Green Bay, they come home to the Dome and lose to a 3-win Raider team that they really should have won. But in the end, the Saints are now on 3-game losing streak. They got Tampa Bay on the road for the final game of the season. And this has been a catastrophic year. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is all about effort. It has nothing to do with injury. It's about effort. Effort. Guys get hurt. Next guy's got to step up. It's about IQ and effort. That's the difference. We don't have that on this team. We don't have accountability. We don't have high IQ. We don't have high IQ effort. We don't have those things because too many people are making excuses and are not accountable. I can't express this enough. That Mickey Loomis cannot allow to touch this team, talking about fixing the team when he the one that destroyed the team. You can't let him sit up here and pretend that he had nothing to do with this, because there won't be any apologies from Mickey Loomis or from even Darren Rizzo get up there and tell you that he's upset for the players, and the players are the one that did this. They're the ones that's responsible for this nonsense. How is that possible? The people you need to be apologizing to is the support base. That keeps supporting this team and dealing with funk, going down there to these games and dealing with trash and low IQ effort, all in an attempt for them to keep making money with a trash garbage project. This is terrible. This is awful. All this is bad, but we cannot allow Mickey Loomis to escape. Him and Lauscher to escape from up under this thing. Here go Demario Davis. Let's hear what he had to say. See what kind of word he bringing.
I'm gonna start with a message. In this game, when you play for a lot of different teams, what you understand is there's a difference in fans and there's a difference in family. And one thing I love about playing in New Orleans since the time I got here is the majority of our fan base is family. And what I mean by that is fans usually get on the road with a team when they're hot. Family is with you through the good times and the bad times. And there's no secret that our team is in a dark time right now. And when you're in dark times, everyone is looking for the same thing. You're looking for light and you're looking for direction. And what I'm hoping to offer over these next few minutes is a little bit of light and a little bit of direction. The Bible says that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And what that means is when things aren't going the way that you want them, you cannot panic. You have to know that something greater is going to come. And if anyone knows anything about business, you know that the market goes up and down, up and down.
What?
And those who win,
bro, what are you talking about, man?
When things are going down. That is the great thing about this organization and this family, is that when things aren't going the way that we want them, there will be no panic. I trust
Stop the cap.
Our organization because some organizations, when they fall off, they never return. But if you look at the great organizations across any league, give them time, they always rise back to being that contender. And so a word to the family is, I understand our frustration. That's because we have been contenders.
DeMario, what was this
not a
at
false
during the
hope.
7-game
It is not a
losing streak,
false
bro?
expectation.
What was this at?
But the message is also that we can't panic, that we can't worry. We have to stay together. We have to stay united, and we have to trust that we will rise from this. We will get back to what we all desire to be.
Bro, what are you talking
We have the
about,
right
bro?
decision makers to do that.
What?
If you just look at the team, we draft well. We do great in free agency.
No,
And
you
if
don't
you look
draft
across the
well.
game, that is what sustains teams over the long haul. Continuity, drafting well, bringing the right guys in. And at the right time, we will rise. Light will come again. So we won't panic. We won't jump ship. We'll
Bro, what
continue
are you
to
talking
charge.
about,
We'll
man?
continue to move straight ahead.
Bro, I'm
Looking
out,
to finish
man.
the season 1-0, and then we'll go from there. That's my message. Any question?
Yeah, what was this at early in the year?
Is there a fine line between not panicking and having a sense of urgency, though, to get things turned around?
Great question.
I believe you can't do anything in a marathon or a sprint without a sense of urgency. Urgency is not in a rush to get things done. It's a rush to do things right. It's discipline. Doing the little things
Bro,
over
what are
and
you
over
talking
and over.
about, man?
And that's what sometimes is hard to do, is to get up and do the little things correctly over and over and over, even when you're not getting the results that you want. Because what happens is sometimes when you don't get the results, you start to change the process. But results is a byproduct of the product. The real product is the process.
What?
What? Fight the frustration.
Bro, what are
in a
you
game
talking
like
about,
this.
man?
Is that
What are you
the
talking
enemy, the being frustrated and letting that get to you? But I think
See,
it's gotta be hard
this
to
is the
fight that
bullshit
off,
I'm
though,
talking
in a
about
game
with
like
Demario
this, right?
Davis.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Adversity, that's why I always say football is the greatest teacher of life. Imagine being at the end of your season and playoffs are nowhere in sight. And
Like right now?
as much as you try, it seems that things don't turn. How do you continue to show up? But imagine being in life and you feel like you're doing everything right. You eat right, you die right, and then your body gets sick, and now you're in the hospital. Or you're living right, and all of a sudden your child gets sick. Or you're trying the best you can, and all of a sudden your relationship's on the rock. How you gonna respond? Is either you're gonna get right if you weren't right, or you're gonna have to try to figure out how to remain right when, even though you were doing right, it seems like everything's going off course. The challenge is to not allow dark times to bring in dark thoughts, because dark times is outside of you. Dark thoughts is inside of you. And once you allow the fiction inside, that's when you have a real battle. Because now it's just you versus you. You want to keep it to where it's the battle versus me versus the negative thoughts. I want to keep it out.
Man, you can't get away from
And that's hard to
negativity,
do
man.
in dark
You got
times.
that's the test. That's the test. What you talking about, DeMario? What you talking about? You making excuses. You're gonna be tested in life, man. What you talking about, man?
Individually, I would be lying if I said it hasn't been challenging. But that's where my faith comes in strongest. And that's why I'm always encouraging my teammates, my friends, my peers, that at some point in your life, something is going to go wrong. And you're going to need something to hold on to. And the only thing that I have
hold
seen
on
in
to
this
that
world that
paycheck.
doesn't change is God and Jesus Christ. He doesn't change. He is always the same. Every time I go and look at his word, it says the same truth. Now, it's on me to conform to it,
Brother, you mixing messages here,
And
man.
in dark times, you have to realize that at the end of it all, it's going to be about his glory. And so, will it change tomorrow? I hope. But what if it doesn't? How will I sustain tomorrow if it doesn't change?
Do it.
How will I sustain tomorrow if my hope is tomorrow that it'll change and it doesn't? At the end of it all, though,
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Well, I'll reside.
Bro,
And that's
I'm
what
out,
my
man.
Heavenly Father.
That nigga's tripping.
So hope isn't based on it will change tomorrow. I just know in the end, it's going to be good. Now, I may get a chance to experience that tomorrow, which is my hope. And if not tomorrow, the next day. But nothing will ever kill my hope because it's based in something that's eternal.
What do you think leads to games like this week and last week and a stretch early in the season when it just feels like the tackling woes hit the entire defense? I mean, does the struggles compound themselves? Does that sap energy or
I think every game is different. It's a simple game. Make more plays than the other team, and you have to give them credit when they make those plays. Just like we get paid to make plays to stop them, they get paid to make those plays, not let us stop them. And so you want to be the better team on each Sunday, and this one we weren't.
How about today in particular? Why do you think tackling was a problem?
I would have to go and look at the tape to see, to know exactly what it was, which plays. It'd be hard to cast a wide net of what the issue was today.
And just a part of the overall puzzle, I'm sure. I know Tyron mentioned, especially because all the injuries this year, it's been a lot more walkthroughs in practice. It's hard to walk through in practice and play a game. Has that been anything that you think has contributed this year?
I think our coaches have done a good job of making sure that we were prepared for the games. I don't think we came into any game where we weren't prepared.
What are you talking about, man?
That's been from the beginning of the season
I'm out, man.
to the end of the season. I think
psychotic.
Man, listen, I never shut Demario Davis off before, but we're going to stop him on that one. We're going to pump the brakes on him on that one. Listen, brother, let me tell you something, man. The reality is I come from a family that are very religiously intelligent. You see what I'm saying? What you doing, you mixing messages here. Football is football, and the Bible is the Bible. In football, we adhere to the principles of accountability, right? This what I do like the positivity message because I'm all about that. But listen, accountability reigns supreme when you talking about business and especially when you talk about sports. Accountability reigns supreme. There is absolutely no way that you will be allowed to come in here and talk about joy cometh in the morning and all this kind of rhetoric with one game left in the regular season. Where the hell was your ass at when the Saints were losing 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 games? Where were you at with that message? Because from my take and information I have is Demario Davis was always down with Dennis Allen. He didn't step to him on no aggressive manner to stop this from happening inside of the building. Tyrann Mathieu and Demario Davis was two of Dennis Allen's biggest supporters. Now you don't have the right to step before the Dat Nation and tell them about we this, that, and the third. No, you do not draft well. That's why you're in this predicament. So no, that is a mistruth. You don't know what you're talking about, man. You are too close to it and not nearly objective. You can't tell the support base after 4 funky years of dirty, stinking, rotten football to be patient because the light's coming. Oh my goodness, family, the arrival is coming. And you're going to see a mysterious gravity of excellent proportions when the Saints super ship comes and pick us all up and take us to heavenly abode of supreme Super Bowl serenity. No, this is not going to fly here because we from the reality world where accountability reigns supreme. And this is the part of the game where I get on Demario Davis because a lot of people let Demario and Tyrann Mathieu make it. Y'all notice I don't. I've been hitting them with the fact that they've been protecting this losing. I've been showing you the hypocritical nature of the words that they say. No, you can't tell us that, man. When you sitting up here taking a check, he getting deposits after shitty performances like this. They're getting paid for this, man. So we're not getting anything but loss of our time supporting you guys. That's what's going on. They get paid after every trifling stinking loss that they do. So how hypocritical and ridiculous is it for him to step before you and tell you that things is going to get better? And he is the one that don't speak up on nothing that. He don't go against anything that they say. Everything they say, he goes with it, but covers it in the veneer of religion. I told y'all about that. His faith, your faith is one thing, and how you perform on the field is a whole nothing. Now, you can use your faith to empower you, but you're not supposed to use it when you're delusional, to the point where you telling people about stuff that's not true. That is not true about the draft. That is not true about your performances that you've seen today on this field, where you get blown out 34-0 on Monday night, then you get beat by the Raiders, a team with 3 wins, 25-10 today. You can't stand up here and tell us about be patient. In an organization with Mickey Loomis that's constantly being disrespectful to the Who Dat Nation and the support base. We supposed to believe in him? I told y'all, man. We ain't those people no more. See, they still thinking like you, the old people, like you thinking like the old supporters. We're not them no more. This is I keep telling them the same thing. Like when the people was telling you, oh, we're dead, they won't fire Dennis Allen. They ain't fired the coach in the middle of the year since 1980, blah, blah, blah. I said, that's going to change this year. Don't you believe it? And what happened? They put them on the street because it's not driven off of what they do. It's about what you do. I keep telling you that. It all comes back to you. There is no other more empowering message than that it all is in your hands. The mere fact that you would sit up here and talk about hope as opposed to results, we don't leave it up to hope. It's all driven on what you do as a person. Like if you get up every morning and say, I hope I get my bills paid, like Dick Gregory said, guess what's going to happen to you? You're going to find yourself homeless. It ain't got nothing to do with hope. You got to put in work with action, smart action. That's how you get results. And this, what we seeing here, this is placation. This is excuse making, using a religious overture and over a thin layer of religion on top of failure. Most I don't get behind that, man. We don't get behind that. We don't support losers of any order. And they miss me with that. Your faith is your faith, but what I see on this field, that's two different things. You mixing these messages, and you're not supposed to be mixing these messages here, because one is definitely conflicting with the other one. That's what's going on. That's why I'm saying stop the cap. That's why I'm hitting the button on, hey man, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about here? This is football. You know, it's just like I told y'all, man, I've been telling y'all about these people. I told you about Demario Davis. He don't open his mouth and say nothing negative about the Saints. And now you're making excuses for him at the end of the season. That's what these people do. They still collecting a check. You can be as faithful as you want to be when you collecting that goddamn check. You can go out there and lose and lose and lose and lose. And at the end of the day, they still get paid. So you say, well, they can afford, they talking about it's patient. But like I said, you take the loss different than they do. They get paid and they running out the string. He talking about in the future, that dude ain't going to be here after another year. His contract is over. What is he talking about? The future. Saying, man, don't let these people tell you all that, man. And my good people out there that got good religious intelligence, don't let these people throw this BS at you. Y'all know that was a bunch of tripe. That was a bunch of garbage that man got up there and was saying, man. Come on, man. We don't play that. We don't want to hear that. All right. All right. Shout out to you, Jamie. Thank you, man. It says, let's ask the hard questions. Who coming to NOLA next year for some of these sticks of Roman candy? Bro, a lot got to go on here, bro. Tanola, we'll see, bro. A lot has to be worked out because this is ridiculous and stupid all at the same time, man. All this is stupid. But Demario Davis to get up there and see, I disrespect the hell out of Demario for that because that made no sense for him to get up there on that podium and try to issue patience and tell you to be patient. And that's, you got one game left in the year that they're not going to, what he said, not going to panic. What do you mean you're not going to panic? That's why the report asked him the question, what's the difference between that and having a sense of urgency? And that stumped him. Then he went to some BS about the difference, and it didn't even make any sense because he's just making up stuff. He's trying to collude religion and football and stuff together, and it didn't even sound right. One is conflicting with the other. Ain't nothing you going to do in life. If you talking about the Most High don't come with losing, man. Now you'll get tried. You'll get tried with what you call darkness, period. But some people see darkness as there's more darkness than there is light. If you look up in the solar system, you see a blanket of darkness and a few specks there of light. But it depends on your philosophy or where you coming from, how you interpret one versus the other. And another thing is you are supposed to be tested on this realm. That's how you develop into a diamond. You have to deal with whatever life pressures you. You have to be tested. That's just how it's set up. So ain't no running away from no darkness, man. What you talking about? You're gonna be tested. You making up stuff. So I mean, like I said, I don't want to hear nothing from Demario there. Well, I cut the mic off on his ass because you can't, man. You talking foolish, man. You talking foolish talk, man. You can't talk to me about that. I know all about that, man. I'm studied up on all that, man. You can't pass that garbage over here. Trying to mix football talk with religion, and they both conflict, and that's why your answers sound stupid. You can't talk to us about that when you a guy that was advocating and promoting Dennis Allen even when he was losing and the team was losing. He didn't bat not one word in difference to the losing. But then he opened up his mouth when right now with one game left at the end of the year and the team having two terrible performances and tried to tell you about have faith in the team. Are you kidding me? Fake. Let me, Demario, I got a personal message to you that should be able to reach you, and you'll get this one. Faith without works is dead. You have no works. Faith without works is dead. I know you get that one, huh? That killed everything you got to say. Shout out to you, Jamie. Shout out to you, man. We're going to have to see, man, because we have to see who the decision makers are. They have to be a change on the top. We can't have the same dude that burned the building down in charge of building a new one, right? Thank you for your super chat, man. I appreciate that.
I want to say thank you very much. Picking me up,
just making up excuses, man. Just making up excuses. Don't use the Bible or excuse make. Don't do that, man. That's not how we supposed to do that. Black preacher man, there you go. Black preacher man, excuse. He was just up there using the Lord name in vain. I know, brother. Black preacher man, the brother was up there lying, man. He was bending Bible verses and Christian philosophy into excuse making to justify failure from the team. That's what you just seen that dude doing. And I'm not, you're not gonna get away with that, man. Because some people that's listening, they just tune them out. They just tune them out and say, whatever, that's just him going on at such and such. You can't do that, man. That is wrong, bro. That's dangerous too, to do that. You're not doing nothing positive about what you said or what you did, man. That's all wrong what you talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, man. Thank you, Black Preacher, man. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Give you a round of applause for that, bro. Shout out to Black Preacher, man, bro. If anybody know about the Bible, it's Black Preacher, man. That's terrible, man. Anyway, Pops, swing it back to you. What do you thought about the press conferences, man? It's just this. I just really don't like it because they come with the excuses. They come with the junk, and all the Demario Davis is a glorified religious veneered company man. That's all he is. He doesn't say anything, one word against the team when they failing. And over the last 4 years, there's nothing but failure. But then attempts to sway and throw out bullshit about this, that, the third to the Who Dat Nation. That's totally ridiculous. This is a glorified company man. He don't say anything in the contrary of all the losing they had over the last 4 years. Doesn't say anything. Just come with this bull with no facts, no evidence, with everything against you, you ignore all that and just say this, that, and the third. No, it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better until you face the issues and solve them. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's with right action. What is this guy talking about? But anyway, Pops, let me give you the floor, man. Let you comment on what you heard from this guy. What you think?
Well, his first thing, he's out of context based on what's happening with the team right now. The steady losing, and nobody's addressing, like I said, the play of the team. They what they're doing, they're patting on that. We did this, we should have done that, we didn't execute. But I never see any coach, from Dennis Allen, any of those coaches like they got now, going and getting in these guys' backside to tell them, hey, look, man, you can't do this. I know how to hold your water. Don't just because Jim Moore used to pour oil on. When he was coaching, he poured oil on some of those players. Hey, look, he can't block somebody. I heard several times when he was on the sideline, tell people, block somebody. Hit that guy, do something, block somebody, pick yourself up. And these guys, they're out there to collect a paycheck. I mean, you got a team that only have 3 wins, run all over you, and then you couldn't run the ball because you don't have the quality of the offensive line that you need. And then for Jamario to say that, putting it in those context terms, it is a misunderstanding. I was listening to him say that stuff, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that you're losing the game. If you disagree with what the company man do, your boss, we have disagreement process. We could talk to our boss, tell them, hey, look, we don't agree with this. But you sitting there, if it's like you said, and he's not addressing some of the things. He's one of the leaders of the team. He's not addressing what's causing the problem. But you know what? You might as well keep quiet, man, because what you said, it just doesn't apply in the context of the moment, of the fact that you got a game. You're letting the games get away from you. Nobody's really fighting real hard. And I attribute that to what? They done cashed in their chips. They gone. They're waiting for the off season to come so they can find out what's going to go. And so far as Mickey Loomis, and I agree with you, son. He needs to go. He cannot manage the team. They got the team in a messed up financial situation. It's going to be hard even for the next guy to come in and try to straighten some of this stuff out. But it all starts with them getting a coach that's willing to get these guys and get them on the right foot. Because the new year coming in, you can't start the new year, the new season coming in with the same guy, the same management staff. You can't do it because the new people coming in, they're gonna fall right under their path, and they're gonna want to do the same thing. We cannot have another losing season with these guys in charge of this team, and they must be removed. Ms. Gail got to make some tough decisions, and she's gonna have to move some people out.
Yeah, I agree, Pops. Tough decisions, or you can't go on. And like I said, I've said this, is that who Tom Benson left her with is not the same guys. When Tom Benson died, a lot of these guys were in pocket where he was still alive because they didn't move against him because they knew not to. But with Gail Benson running the team, they're behaving badly. Tom Benson was the ultimate guy who talked about. That's how he built his fortune selling those cars. He was well known for being a person that gave not only a good deal, but he's also was super serious in his customer support.
Yeah,
he believed in dealing with the public and being 100% square with the public and keeping it real. That's how he gained his fortune of being that type of dude. There was no part of what Mickey Loomis is doing as a general manager and a VP, how he talks to the media, that Tom Benson would not, if he was still alive, he would berate that guy for that, how he talking to him. He would berate them. He's out of pocket right now because he feels like he's empowered to be, because the thing that kept him in check, Tom Benson, is long gone. So he believes he could talk to you or the media any kind of way or do what he wants to do. And that needs to change. So Gail Benson has some tough decisions to make. It's pressure on Gail to sell the teams. It's pressure on her to get it right. And she needs to do something. You cannot allow Mickey Loomis, and I've said this for a while, at least for the last couple of years. This is nothing new. When people was afraid to go at Mickey Loomis or President Lauscher, whoever these people is, I was going at them because I knew where the problem was. You can't talk about bad coaches like Dennis Allen without talking about the people that hired them. Nobody hires that coach that knows what they're doing. And you have Brian Flores and all these other guys that you interviewed, and that was the best of the bunch that you hired. Man, none of this happens without the guys above them. There would be no there'd be no Dennis Allen if it wasn't for Mickey Loomis and Dennis Lauscher allowing them to do it. So we attack where the problem is, which is Mickey Loomis cannot be allowed to remain general manager and have anything to do with team building. You can't allow his philosophies that he's been using over the last several years to be what then moves the team forward, because he still believes that the team, only the reason why the team failed was injury-wise, which is not the truth. The team doesn't have an accountability. Most of the time they're dumb and undisciplined. Let's just keep it a buck. They're dumb and undisciplined. Then there's no accountability here. When coaches fail and make bad calls or do what they do, they don't get handled. They don't get taken care of. Guys don't get demoted. The only guy got demoted was Grantham. You mean to tell me how the Saints been looking? Only Grantham deserved to be demoted. There was a lot of guys that deserved to be demoted. There were players that deserved to be demoted and cut. Yeah. But none of this happens because the guy don't know what he's doing. You don't turn him over to the rebuild because all he's going to do is try to keep the timeline what he has established going, and only will hire personnel that will agree to that timeline. That's the problem. You're only going to hire guys that agree to what he set up, which is to keep working with the draft picks and cheap draft selections or signings and free agency for the next 2 to 3 years before we get out of cap hell, who he set us on the course for. He did the Derek Carr thing. He did all this stuff. And at the end of the day, the Saints are penciled in and gripped in with this whole philosophy. So like I said, that's why I question them to not do that. Gail can't allow that to happen. It's a lot on her because she also has to deal with the Pelicans too, and they both stink. So the Saints stink, the Pelicans stink, and once again pops the question is who wins the 6 games? The Saints, I thought the Saints will beat the Raiders to get off of both the professional teams. The Saints are 5-11, the Pelicans are 5-27. Both teams are stuck at 5 wins. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? So the Saints obviously not going to get it because they're not going to be Tampa. So by default, the Pelicans will win because eventually they'll play the Washington Wizards in the 2nd or 3rd of the year, and they probably would win that game right there. So this is both ridiculous stuff with these franchises. It's pressure on her to sell because obviously she either get a team that know what they're doing or the tickets and people going to continue to not support the team. And I continue to ask people for the Pelicans and Saints to boycott games. Do not go to any of these games.
Who is this person? I heard something about them. Somebody trying to make a bid to buy the team. I don't know who the guy was.
It's the owner of the Houston Rockets.
He wants to buy the New Orleans Saints.
Wants to buy the Saints. He offered. They told him they're not for sale.
Right. So I would respect it because he probably would have moved them.
They can't.
He
can't. They're locked in. That's a clause within the contract that was signed with the NFL that if the contingent upon the selling of the team, that the team cannot be moved from Louisiana. It can't be moved from New Orleans. That's that's written in the agreement that Gail has written there because she has no heirs. So if she does sell the team must remain with the city, with the state, and they got the same agreement with the Pelicans.
Now, and also, son, I think that with regard to the Saints, they have so many good benefits. I mean, they virtually own the Dome. They virtually own the Smoothie King Center, so they wouldn't have any option to move. So even if they brought another owner in, he might give us some. He might give us some. Do things in his way to bring some more coaches in here, or somebody who can get these guys motivated. Move the ones out that's too old. I mean, these coaches know who old and who's not old. They know this. True. So pretty much they could say, well, we're gonna try to bring some younger guys in here, and you got to take his spot. I'm giving you a challenge to take his job. I mean, that's what competition is all about. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get your position. I want your job. And that's competition. That's competition.
Yeah,
and it's basketball too. You know, the
Yeah,
team.
Pops, they don't go, they don't. That's the whole thing about what we talked about. Like when you had Dennis Allen here, he was shielding Derek Carr from competition from Spencer Rattler. He felt like the populace loved Spencer Rattler. So if Derek Carr ever struggled, people would be yelling from the stands to have Spencer to replace Derek Carr. Spencer won the backup job. So Dennis Allen seen that and made him the emergency quarterback, turned Hayner into a buffer so that if he struggled, you know, you wouldn't hear the Rattler thing. I told people about that. That's off code behavior because that directly violates even the coaches that believe in the competition protocol, which is if you compete, I'll compete a guy for a job, you get the job. No ifs, ands, buts about it. That right there, he spit on that. He stepped on it. And he did off code bullshit like that all the time because it's not inbred in him.
Yeah.
He's not a fundamental guy. He's a backstabber. He's a weasel. That's why the team undermined him and threw him out. He should have been fired last year when he apologized to the Falcons. But dumb leadership allowed him to stay and had another wasted year before he got fired in the center of the year after 7 games when he should have been fired after last year. And really after the 3 to 4 games, he should have been fired to salvage the season. Once again, this is lack of vision. This is all Mickey Loomis because he's the VP and GM. You can bring Lauscher because Lauscher's supposed to be overseeing them, but the Saints are built wrong. I've been saying it for a very long time. And the only way to make these people understand, because they only listen to you taking money away from them.
Yeah.
That's all they care about is the money. That's why they constructed that way. That's why you got a businessman as the president of the Saints and Pelicans team, because they're using the team as a vestige to get rich. So if the team underperforms, they just spend the excuses and then give you hopium for the next year. Yeah, we had these injuries and all this kind of stuff where the tendency is you're never supposed to use injuries as an excuse for professional sports. Never.
No.
That's what depth charts are for. That's what trades are for. That's what signings of free agents and practice squad people are for. That's what it's about. They're never supposed to use that. And they would tell you at the start of the year, but by year end, they're already leaning into it. So like I said, it's a culture change that's definitely needed here. Ain't no doubt about it. But you can't put Mickey Loomis in control of it because there's zero faith of how poorly he handled the whole Dennis Allen situation. And when Dennis Allen got fired deservingly, he was there spending excuses for him, talking about he's a good coach and all this kind of stuff. It severely undermined any good press or any good idea or mentality people had about him after that.
Right.
So he handled it totally poorly. And yes, indeed, he's taking advantage of Gail Benson. Absolutely. Like I told the ladies in the chat, I was like, if you go to a mechanic shop and you're not a mechanic and you're telling them about your vehicle and all this kind of stuff, best believe they will take advantage of you. That's why I be cautioning the ladies, if they got a man, let the man go in there because they won't do that with him. But if a lady got one and she taking it to a car shop, they will take advantage of you. It's the same thing that happening right now with her. Mickey Loomis, Dennis Lauscher, and all these clowns, they're taking advantage of her, just like David Griffin with the Pelicans. They're taking advantage of her because they know she don't know. That's what they said. They would not do this to Tom Benson. I promise you that. They would not do it.
Tom would have had him
wouldn't
gone.
do it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do it.
I don't have any. If that clause is there, I don't have any problem with seeing them change ownership. So we can get new blood in here. They bring in a new coach. And if I, as a new owner, I'd start from scratch. All the coaches need to go, and let me start from scratch. I'm gonna take my lumps, but I'll be able to build my program the way I want to do it. But I know she's not gonna sell a team. I'm just saying, hypothetically. You know, if she would, if we that would be a big improvement if we can get an owner with the mindset that I want to build these 2 franchises into winners. You know, what else can we do? We can't continue to do this, losing money. We bleed money. Pelicans bleed money right now. But they can't win. They're not winning. They get to the end of the game and they can't close out games. It's a sad situation. Saints the same way. They can't close out games.
Yeah, that's leadership. That's you need a coach that keeps everything together. You don't have that.
Right.
You don't have a coach that knows offense, defense, special teams. You don't have that. You need a coach that's accountable. You need a coach that's going to tell the truth. You need a coach that's going to go in and rail in on them players that are not doing their job or want to collect a check after the game is over with. You got to recognize those players and get those players off your team.
Right.
People that's playing for checks and making excuses.
That's exactly right.
And
It's infectious. It's infectious too. If the kids see the kids in that young kids coming to the team and they see that this owner, he's just doing just enough to keep his paycheck. He might tackle a couple of guys just to get out of place and just to make it. They get consistent like that too. Why should I continue to tackle these guys and he's not doing his job? And it gets contagious in there before your team ends up being 5 and 12, 5 and 11. And it'll soon be 5. It'll be 5 and 12.
Gonna be 5 and 12. I have no faith that they'll beat Tampa Bay. They can't even put together 2 consistent offensive series.
No,
I don't anticipate them beating Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And now they can't stop.
Especially at home.
Yeah.
They will not beat them at home because Tampa Bay reads them. The coach from Tampa Bay reads them like a book. And he knows all the plays they're going to run. They have nothing new to offer, nothing new to make a team think, to make these defensive players think about what they're doing. They just run the same vanilla plays over and over again. And then after that, and they constantly losing because the players are not executing right. They're not executing as they should, and they're losing.
A part of the game is too. It's just to do what you're supposed to do. Like it ain't difficult to do it. If you got a coach that's not coaching well, fire the coach. Get the next guy in there. It's as simple as that.
Right.
But it becomes at some point then you recognize what they're doing because a lot of the decisions that's supposed to be done in business are now being personal. Like a lot of decisions that Mickey Loomis did was to just be adversarial against the Dat Nation. Like we would talk about firing Dennis Allen. He was at some points just doing motions to be adversarial against the Dat Nation. He took a lot of the comments about him personal, and they were justified comments because you're not going to get any credit or any accolades of salutations and goodness and all this kind of stuff when your team is underperforming for the last 4 years. When you had a team that was supposed to be a playoff on the line of a playoff team and they repetitively losing these games. You're not going to get any good accolades for that. You're not. So you can't sit up here and be thin-skinned with how you feel about what people are saying because they're justified in it. And a great deal of 90+% of what a lot of the intelligent Dat Nation family members are saying are spot on because they know the team. Sometimes even better than some of these guys supposed to be coaching them because they're not directly right up on them, where they're too close to the picture.
Right.
So in the end, I mean, is this what this is supposed to be? It's supposed to be a bottom out, like I talked about it. This is supposed to happen because it needs to show up the lack of leadership, the fact that this man don't know what he's doing, the Dennis Lauscher problem. If they're built differently, if you got an intelligent owner, she needs to get her stuff together and look around and hire a team. She needs to take these people down. There was a breakage in trust with Mickey Loomis. That's why she went over his head and told him to fire Dennis Allen. That was a breakage of trust because Mickey Loomis didn't want to do it. That's big, according to what they were saying at the time. And this is still off the street, that she does have some people that, that helped her, facilitate that. And there's at odds in the building between the two. You got to have people that know football and that's in that building. Not one dude, Mickey Loomis, that's too old that they need to move beyond. This can't happen. This can't happen, man. Bad contracts, tore up salary cap for the next 2 to 3 years. Old agent team with like Demario Davis, dude loaded up with excuses, no accountability and none of his commentary. That's supposed to be a cue. That's a key Christian principle is accountability. That's what it's all built on, man. Being accountable in life. If you're not accountable, you ain't handling your business. Guess where you go? Guess where you go? So I mean, he can miss me. He can miss me with all that bullshit he was talking. And like I've been telling y'all, that dude's a company man. I've been telling y'all that dude don't open his mouth. And when he talking about we're not going to panic, like you're not going to panic. What are you talking about? You got one game left. You've been out of the playoff picture. You're sitting up here 5 and 11. You're talking about you're not going to panic. What are you talking about, fool? This dude, I told y'all, this dude is a glorified company man using his religion as a veil. He's a company man. He don't bat against none. He don't rail against no disasters that's going on the team. He was Dennis Allen's one of his biggest supporters, both him and Tyrann Mathieu. I've been telling y'all this guy is a company man. He never says anything. He wasn't doing what Marshawn Lattimore was doing. He wasn't doing what Alvin was doing. He wasn't even doing, even though Cam was walking the fence, he wasn't doing that. That dude was quiet when they were falling through the floor. He was giving Dennis Allen all his full support. You know, and like I told you, I said that dude is the kind of dude that when you walking with him and he walking up to a volcano as opposed to, and you about to walk off the cliff, he would be the one that leads you right into the volcano. He wouldn't say, hold on, y'all, this got some hot shit around here. We about to fall off up in here. He'll just walk right off into the volcano. That's what kind of dude that is.
Yeah.
That's what kind of dude that is.
You know nothing gonna happen to him, so he can do what he wants. Yeah.
We got the ball. We about to pop. We about to got some hot shit around here. Temperature going up around here. That's all right. Just keep marching ahead. Yeah, that's all right. We're gonna keep marching ahead. Everybody falling in there, burning up, yelling. That's all right. Ignore that. Don't worry about none of that. We not gonna panic. We just gonna keep falling off. And man, shut up, man. What are you talking about? That foolish rhetoric you talking about, man. That made no sense, man. Cut it out, man. But anyway, man, Pop's last thoughts before we close out the stream.
Well, obviously, it's not. Situation is done. The season's done. I don't see them beating Tampa Bay, especially at home. Tampa Bay is a much better team than the Saints are. Saints have essentially cashed in their chips, and we better start getting ready for next year. I hope they'll make some changes in that front office and then some coaching staff changes. And some of the older players, they need to cut them loose, and we just have to do like Carolina. Start from scratch and start building up.
That's terrible, man. 4 years, and this is where we're at. The timeline is over with, fam. The timeline is the timeline, the 2 to 3, the 4 year timeline the Saints had to compete for a deep postseason run is over with. They failed. Okay, next year you got Carr here. The Saints offensive line is not good. Like you have two guys here. You seen how they looked. They looked inexperienced here. The interior guys, the Eric McCoy thing has to be looked at. McCoy is keep having injuries over and over again. We got to look at that. Ramczyk, got to get him off of here. Ramczyk should have been going already. We holding on to Ramczyk for whatever reason. The Cesar Salad Ruiz gets beat comfortably every week over and over again. That's not getting any better. At some point in time, we have to look at the offensive line, and we got to go all in. And we got to fix this offensive line so we can start running the ball. We got to get better depth there. I would start there before we even talk about looking anywhere else. You got to build up that line. The defensive line needs to be built up from the internal standpoint. We need to start putting guys in the interior to stop the run. The Saints got ran on today for a total of, 155 yards today with a 4-yard average on 38 carries. They got beat up today on the ground. They got beat up for 188 yards last week. The Saints are soft up the middle. So we have to improve that. The lines need to be improved before we start even looking at anything else. You got to build these lines correctly because they can't protect and they can't run. That's a major problem. So that's what it is. So anyway, listen, I'd like to give a shout out to all you guys. And unlike the Saints head coach, I like to say it, listen, man. We prepared today. Today we looked at it and man, we did everything we could do. And listen, the bottom line is that, we got in the game and we couldn't turn around. But listen, let me tell you something. I like to apologize, because I'm pissed off. I apologize to our players. I'm just pissed off for our players. Coach Rizzi, what about the supporters? You apologize? You apologize? Oh, hell no, to hell with them. I'm more concerned about the players because we waiting on Derek Carr. Nah, dude, we good, man. Listen, bro, listen. Nah, man. I'm going to apologize to the Who Dat Nation. I'm going to apologize to the Great Saint Think Tank. I'm going to apologize to you guys for what this team has done for the last year, the last 2 years, the last 3 years, the last 4 years. I'm going to apologize because this is trash. This is garbage. This is subpar. This is failure, despite DeMario's company speak. This is trash. This is awful. So I apologize to the Who Dat Nation because the Saints too stupid to do it for you, to do it for us. They're not going to apologize for you. They ain't gonna apologize for all the failure because they're not accountable. None of these coaches saying, you know what, man, the people pissed off. The guy get up there and he talk about, you're gonna blame Rattler. All the stuff that went wrong out there, you're gonna talk about people putting the blame on Spencer Rattler. Really? So I mean, these people they don't have a clue, bro. They really don't, man. These supposed to be professionals. I don't get it. So I mean, at the end of the day, man, I apologize for what you guys been seeing. And I ain't even a part of the shit. I don't belong to the Saints. I take no money from the Saints at all. But I know I'm smart enough to know when you deserve an apology, and somebody got to do it. It's terrible. It's sad, man. Sad, sad, sad. But, you know, keep the pressure. Do not support the Saints. Do not go to any more of these. Well, you can't go anywhere because that was the last game, but don't buy no merch. A diehard don't mean you support the team when they failing, man. If you really love something, you're supposed to chastise it and make it do right. You don't keep supporting and doing that makes you an enabler. If you got a person with a drug problem, you don't keep feeding them money so they can kill themselves by buying more dope. You challenge them and you get on some real shit. Well, I'm telling you right now, get on some real stuff right now and challenge these people to do better by not giving them your support anymore. It's enough. It's enough. Stop giving them your support. Don't go to their functions. Don't go to that. Same with the Pelicans. Don't go to the games. Don't do none of that until they act right. Because they feel like they can do whatever they want to you. And it's showing you this all about money. It ain't about winning. Like I told you about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is all about making money because it's too hard for him to put together a team that will win a championship. It's just better for him to keep him right at the middle or just getting at the door of the playoffs so he can keep making his money. See, this is a game that they've been running. You know, they feeling it's too difficult to go about the legwork to build a champion. So what they do is they do just enough to make the team hover around over 500 so they can keep making money. Don't let the Saints do this no more, fam. Enough is enough, and we ain't operating like we did in the old days. We stopping you right now. Both of the Pelicans and Saints get stopped today, right now. We're not playing with you. So anyway, with that being said, I'm going to get out on that. Listen, I'd like to thank all you guys for being in the stream. Much love to the fam. Appreciate y'all for another day. You know, I know you guys had fun today on the show, man. We keep it, we got to keep it as thorough as we possibly can because we got too much placating and company man crap going on with this team. Things that you got to keep it real 100% because if we don't face down what we really need to do, we won't fix it. If we don't face it down, we won't fix it. It'll keep happening over and over again. So we have to man up. We got to man up and handle the business. Right, Pops?
That's correct. We got to. That's the only way it's going to get changed. We got to make the changes. We got to put the pressure on them. We got to put the pressure on them. You can't stand the heat, get up out the kitchen, let somebody else come in there and do it. See what they can do with it. We can't support 4 more years of this kind of ineptitude is what I call it, ineptitude. The quarterback, he's a young man, he's trying to learn. And they're not teaching him don't stare down. That's one thing I notice he does that a lot. They stare down from the top down, from car down. They stare down one receiver to get them guys hurt. That's something that you should not be doing.
Yeah, that's true. That's part of the game, man.
Yep.
But anyway, listen, I appreciate y'all for being in here, man. Listen, we'll be back on our Monday stream to go over it. Tuesdays, our Patreon stream, we look at the film and we'll follow up, man, and see what happens. I know Mickey Loma's supposed to talk last week. He passed up on it. Really going to hide on this one. But we'll see what they say after the tape. They'll look at an opportunity to look at the film for Monday. We'll be back to react on that. And we're going to continue to press forward. So with that being said, we get out. Listen, man, y'all have a beautiful rest of y'all day, man. Y'all keep your spirits high. This is supposed to happen, man, because in the end, they have to be exposed for the bumblers they are so we can get some real change in the building. And we're seeing it firsthand, aren't we? All right, I'm out, man. Y'all hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Please hit up the description section to help show some support for our sponsors, Mint Mobile, T. Chenley, and Bet Online. Check that out. Also, links in the chat for merch and support ways as well. With that, that's all in the description section. So help out the platform, if you please, to keep us keeping on, man, and moving forward to force these people to do what they're supposed to do. Isn't that crazy? So I'm going to get out on that. Much love. And I'll let y'all later. Peace. Back to you.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports Coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, running like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the Sports Coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Bet Online is the world's most trusted betting platform and your number one source for online betting. From the earliest odds to in-game live betting, Bet Online provides you with all the action and the ability to watch the games as they happen. With the largest selection of odds on everything from football, NBA, and college basketball, NHL to UFC and MMA. Head to Bet Online today to get in on all the action with America's most trusted site for online wagering. Bet Online, the game starts here.
WhoThatDaily.com. That's right, WhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, WhoThatDaily.com is your site. The WhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. Remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. So check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.